cure the sick, right? They wanted man to perform a miracle and cure the sick. How is that any fucking different?
Right.
We'll flatten the curve. Imagine the Bible said, he prayed to the Lord, and the Lord thus said, I shall flatten the curve. And the curve was flattened, and the people of Israel proclaimed it to be a miracle. If Trump tried to flatten the curve, does that make him a flat earther?
Say again. If he what?
If Trump tried to flatten the curve, does it make him a flat earther?
Make him a flat something. Yeah, no, that's true though. Like, because there is a an atmosphere of ethics that goes along with it, with what they claim to be doing as well, right? Like you said, it's for the betterment of humanity and all that stuff. Plus,
Well, think about
learning.
think of all the problems the ancients had, right? And if you read like the Bible, all the things they prayed to God for help with. Now, today in modern times, if people have the same problem, they go to the state and get the state to cure their problem, right? Oh my God, my wife's cheating on me. Okay, state, cure the problem. Oh my God, I'm fighting with this person. Okay, state, solve the problem. Oh my God, my dad's sick. Okay, state, cure the problem. Right there, now it's like man has to cure the problem, right? Which like makes men like God, right? And these people claim they can cure the problem. Well, in the fine print, they just try to. They don't actually say it, right? They'll never say we cure disease. They'll say we treat disease. But they try to like give out the impression that they're curing diseases. We eliminated smallpox. I guarantee they did not eliminate fucking smallpox. They recategorized it. They changed the fucking paperwork. That's what they did. And there's good evidence for this. But I'm not going to get into that because that's way off topic. The point is that everything ascribed to God we now ascribe to men, and it's just crazy. Then when people ask why is flat Earth important, at least to me, and then I go, well, man can't be the highest authority on a flat Earth. That's why it's important, and it becomes abundantly clear once you realize the Earth is flat that man is not the highest authority. And so that whole facade, the whole societal structure of how you look at like how society is in general structured and how people look at it is fundamentally flawed because of their existential worldview of where they live. That's how I see this whole topic. And I don't talk about it like that. I just try to talk about it from the empirical evidence. But this is where logically leads me to after I go, the empirical evidence says it's flat. Okay, what are the consequences? What does this mean in an existentialist way? It means all that whole narrative can't be true. And I go, well, why does that narrative even exist? Oh, obviously, it's to make people worship the state. And then people go, why would the state would worship? Well, fucking, you think that 1,000 years ago the Egyptians were saying to their people that they were the god emperor, and now like you're like somehow that's ludicrous and nobody would ever do that because now what? People are better. People think different now. Like, what's different about people now and then? That's the cognitive dissonance that blows me away. That people think that the people who exist now somehow have different human traits than the people that existed 2,000 years ago. No, dude, we have the same
Right.
problems. We just rebranded them or redefined them and called them something else, but it's the same thing.
Right. Or they'll think that kind of corruption and immorality doesn't exist within the higher echelons of society, right? From those governing us. It exists within the scum, like the lower class, and, that's where that exists, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's a purity test to be a fucking president or a senator. There's a morality test. Okay, here's the morality X-ray. We're going to X-ray your morality before you can be a fucking senator. There ain't no morality test. Pretty much, it's a reverse morality test. Oh, are you immoral? Okay, you're elected. It's not a fuck. It's a reverse morality, bro. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like, I'm sure you noticed it. Is the scientists? Oh, why would the scientists lie? Scientists don't like. As if scientists somehow I went to school, I took a bunch of classes, got a science degree, and somehow that made me a moral person. And all now I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't steal, I don't cheat on my wife, I don't beat my kids, right? I don't do any of that stuff because I'm a scientist. And scientists don't do those things.
Who said that?
Spock didn't do those things on Star Trek. So why would a scientist do those things? Because scientists are only logical.
You know Star Trek's not real, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm well aware
Spock's
of
not
that.
a real guy.
Thanks for the news
I'm
flash,
just
bro.
saying, if you were watching that and like
Space ain't
expecting it
real.
to be realistic, I mean,
No, space ain't real in general. So yeah, Star Trek's not real. No, people promote scientists as if they are moral characters, as if it's a
Who?
statement about their morality.
What scientist has been labeled as like a moral, like, example?
When someone say, "Why would scientists lie?"
That's not the question. You said that people are putting scientists as moral
That
spokespersons.
implies they're
What
moral.
scientist? Name one.
Dude,
Name
that
one.
implies they're moral characters.
Okay, name one scientist that is advising moral
You're not
character.
following what I said? Asking why they would lie is implying they're moral characters in the first place. It presupposes that they tell the truth.
You're changing the subject, but whatever. Go ahead.
No, I'm exactly addressing the subject.
No, you're not.
If you say, why would the scientists lie? It presupposes they're
Nobody
telling the
said,
truth.
why would the scientists lie? You said that.
People say that to us all the time.
You just made the point. Okay, you said people look at scientists as moral characters, and I said,
Yes.
who?
I told you
and
how.
you're not answering. You're not answering a single scientist that's being used as a moral character.
It was a general statement.
Okay, so name one. I'm asking you to be specific. Name one. You act like it's so common, so go ahead.
It was a general statement. Name one. That doesn't make sense.
Name a single scientist that people put to the top of the fucking, the pedestal, and they say, tell us about morals, Mr. Scientist. Lead us morally. Name one. A singular one. You say it happens all the time. You should be able to name a single one.
I can't figure out if this is a combined red herring and straw man or you're dumb.
I can't figure out why you won't just answer the question.
Let me walk you through, because it's irrelevant to what I'm saying. So what I said is, people come in here and say, we say, hey, the earth is flat, and they go, why would scientists lie? Can you say it again? That would imply that they tell the truth. That means that they think that scientists, by default, tell the truth, which implies they're moral characters, because telling the truth is a moral fucking obligation. Right? Is telling the truth a moral obligation? Yes.
No,
so
you're avoiding my question again. You don't need to keep changing the subject.
Your question is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. No,
you're just saying that because you don't want to answer it, because you don't have an answer.
Trying to
Simple Jack, you didn't even catch the freaking conversation. You just came in.
Bro, I know y'all's tactics. I'm not biting on your bullshit.
It's not bullshit. You literally made a point, and then I say, okay, prove it, and then you just can't. And then you're losing
what you're asking here.
Listen, bro, steal me my argument then.
Okay, here's the question. This was your statement. Your statement was. Your statement was.
When you steal me my
everything you
argument.
said.
All right, I'm gonna ask it again when you're done yelling.
You can
Just
listen.
let me know.
Your question is irrelevant.
Okay, when somebody says a statement and they say people are putting all of these scientists up as if they are moral characters, they're espousing as if these scientists are like moral leaders. And I say, okay,
no, that's
like name one that people are looking to and saying lead us morally.
That's a straw man. I never said moral leaders. I never said that shit.
But then even moving forward, you're making this huge leap of judgment where when somebody says, why would a scientist lie? You say, oh, that means they automatically think all scientists tell the truth and that scientists are moral characters.
No,
you're jumping to such a huge conclusion there. When anybody that lies, you can ask what might motivate someone to lie. That's not you're jumping to this automatic conclusion that it means like everybody is assuming because you ask that everybody's assuming that the person must be of high moral no, they're just asking what would be the motivation besides behind someone's lying.
I love how you try to mix and match generalizations with individual questions of individuals. Do these tactics actually work?
What are you talking about? Just can you stay on topic? Can you stay on one topic at a time?
Yeah, I am. You're trying to conflate the issue by mixing a general statement into statements about individual scientists.
What?
Okay,
you made the general statement. You made the general statement. So when somebody said to me, "Hey, what sports? What do you think of sports athletes?" I say, "Oh, I think athletes are great." And they say, "Oh, okay, well, name one." I'd be like, "Oh, okay," and I would name one. I would give them a specific example of an athlete that I think is great. You made a general statement, and so I said, "Okay, so be more specific. Name a singular one," and you couldn't.
Okay, so brother, this is what you don't understand. I didn't make the general statement. I'm responding to a general statement. Are you confused?
You've been going off for like 20 minutes about how people look at. You've been going off for 20 minutes about how Globers look at scientists for moral leadership because they have no other leadership. They look at science. They look at the moon. They look at space for their meaning in life and for their existential questions. You've been making that point for like 30 minutes.
So you're going to straw man me again when I specifically and explicitly said I didn't say leaders.
You know what it means to straw man? It doesn't seem like you know what that means.
Oh, yeah. So when you make an argument, say you argue against an argument I didn't make and misrepresent my position. I never said anything about leadership.
I'm not misrepresenting your position. I'm literally quoting shit that you have been talking about.
I said the word leader when? Yeah, shut the fuck up, dude. Garbage human. Why do you people fucking lie? Why? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Really, honestly. I really want to know. What is your mental defect? What is your malfunction, numbnuts? Didn't your mommy hug you enough when you were a child? Simple Jack, I'll give you $2 fucking if you can tell me what movie that's from.
A Full Metal Jacket.
Ah, come on, man. Of course it is. He's fucking private.
A jelly donut. A jelly donut in your Foot Locker.
Okay, Simple Jack. At no point did I said that they were moral leaders. Globers come in here and make general statement about scientists. Okay, I'm responding to their general statement. Responding to their claim.
Yeah, let me read one off of Google. Most people think scientists operate as...
Oh my God, someone's strangling a cat, dude. Someone's strangling a cat. Oh my God, who's killing that cat?
Luna.
Well, no, who sings that song?
So here on Google it says
let's keep it that way.
Most people think scientists operate ethically. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a controversial statement for some reason.
Wait, you got that off Google? AI?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, 59,000 retracted scientific papers beg to differ.
Well, this is the public impression, right? That's why everybody wants their stuff to be labeled scientist, because there already is this predisposition to accept it, right? People think it's done morally, they think it's done ethically, they think it's done above board, they think it's experiments, they think it's validatable facts, just because the word science is stamped on it. Keep in mind, if you're a materialist, then alleged quote-unquote scientific processes is what gives rise to your morals anyway. Morals are just a functional tool of genetic survivability, right? Not about right or wrong at all.
So you actually Googled the most people think scientists are ethical, and it said yeah.
I typed in, most people think scientists operate ethically, and it replied back to me, most people think scientists operate ethically. However, ethical dilemmas can arise in such areas such as publication and data sharing.
That's wild.
Well, I mean, how many times, there's literally T-shirts that say, I trust science. What doesn't that mean I trust scientists? Because science ain't doing it itself, right? And it's necessarily implies that scientists are the ones that are doing science. So if you trust science, then you have to trust the scientists, which would imply that hopefully you're not trusting immoral characters, and that you're only trusting moral characters. Not leaders, moral characters, moral actors. Means in their own behavior, they're acting morally. I didn't imply that they're getting up on top of a fucking soapbox and telling everybody how to act. I don't know where you got that fucking idea from.
Or that at the least that they're operating without bias, right? You can tell the caliber of the question when it was presented to us, like why would they lie? That they haven't. That they do have that mindset, because they're not saying, well, I can conceive of why they would lie about this, but I want to hear your take, right? They don't. It's not presented. It's from incredulity. It's like, I can't believe that they would do this, and they would.
Well, right? Yeah, but the opposite. But why would they lie is a legitimate question. So is why would they tell the truth? If it's a completely neutral question that doesn't presuppose they have some predisposition, right? So if you say, why would they lie? It presupposes that they have a disposition to tell the truth. If you say, why would they tell the truth? It presupposes they have a disposition to lie. Right? So there is no neutral way to ask that question at all. The question is loaded. Either way you ask it.
Yep.
They're the priests of the modern era.
So, speaking of that type of thing, I'm getting some news here in the feed. It looks like Jaron and Whitsitt are having a debate and charging $60 to watch it.
Oh, I saw something about that, dude. Oh, yeah, Whitsitt had an X stream up. Well, I saw it on X, and I only caught the very end of it. And someone asked him, can I make sure my money doesn't go to Jaron?
It also looks like some
like
flat earther is gonna. Yeah, but some people are rebroadcasting it so people don't have to pay.
There you go.
It's like, screw you guys.
Like the etheric something or other. Don't they have like a name for it? The etheric frickin' return, or I don't know what they're called.
No, dude.
It's fucking embarrassing.
Can't be nothing.
Dude, how do we jettison fucking Jeranism from this topic, bro? Dude, he's like a fucking contamination. It's like getting a stain in your clothes, right? And you almost get the stain out. You get it out mostly, but there's still a little fade. And every time you go get those clothes, you can still. Nobody else can see it, but you can still barely see it. That's what he's like. He's like contamination. Nobody else can see that he's fucking contaminating the topic. Right? But I see it, dude. I see. Why the fuck is this person still hanging around?
Yeah. I think the only way is if he gets hired for a job that makes more money that he actually has to work. That'd probably be the only way.
Oh, yeah. Fucking bum. What CVS did he work at? Maybe I can talk to someone over there and try to give him his old job back.
What if we
it was like a decade
what
ago,
if we do his $300? What if we pay for his $300 man seminar and then we give him some advice?
No, a better one. Oh God, I don't know. Maybe maybe we go with yours because it's cheaper. So mine would be we're gonna do the combined Where the Guns Nathan Jeranism boat trip to Antarctica, where they just get in a boat and just like cross the fucking Drake Passage without permission, so they can find the guns. So they can disprove flat Earth that you can't go to Antarctica without permission. They can prove us wrong, and we'll give them like a kayak. Like who said that? Robinakis.
Yeah.
Kayak across. We'll fucking give them kayaks, and those two can kayak across the Drake Passage, and we can get them both out of this topic. Dude, I'll buy a whole fucking kayak if they do it. I'll pay for an entire kayak. If I have to collect cans and suck dick, dude, I'll fucking go. I will get them a kayak.
You guys heard it here first. Indio will suck dick for Jaron.
Oh my God.
No,
I was going to say earlier,
Jaron's
$60
kayak.
per head.
For his kayak, man, not him. I only suck dick for boating equipment.
At least you're specialized.
Yeah, that's right. You got to have a specialization, man. It ups your market value.
I'm the boy. Welcome in. Haven't seen you around.
You know what Simple Jack just did, right? He doesn't realize it. Now I'm going to start polling all the normies that come in here and ask them if scientists act morally when doing science. You know, when they say yes, I'm going to go, name one. Stop changing the subject. Name one.
Yeah. So the question is, should you ask them that before they ask why would they lie, or after? They always ask why would they lie.
Assessment of, yeah, but it fits in with your assessment of they say trust the scientist, and you say, okay, why should I trust the scientist? And they say, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. Coupled with the assumption that the scientists should be trusted, which means they're acting morally, yet they don't know whether they are or aren't. So they're completely disqualified. So they're actually not qualified to even be able to trust science. Isn't that hilarious? They're not qualified to scrutinize science, determine it's correct, and they're not qualified to trust it. They're actually unqualified to do anything.
Yeah.
Well, the Manhattan Project proved us that scientists are psychopaths.
Honda Boy's asking some silly questions in the chat.
Yeah, hit us up, man. You got some really smart guys here. So I don't know if you noticed, Honda Boy, but someone you asked, is the Earth really flat? Someone said most definitely, and you said it's not. It's a cube. I don't know if you noticed, but cubes have flat surfaces.
Go. Maybe we live on the corner. Maybe that's what he thinks.
It's like asking, is the water really flat? There he goes with the assumptions about most planets, as if Earth is one of those things.
Hello?
Yo.
Yes, hello.
Where am I?
I don't know. A jar?
Only you can know that, buddy.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Are most scientists do they act morally when they're doing science?
No.
No, they're immoral.
Yeah, they're immoral.
They lie.
I'm Jewish, so.
What the hell does that? Who cares? Fuck that guy.
I don't know. Why is nobody talking in here? What is this?
We're talking to you. What are you talking about?
You're talking right now, and Indio is just talking back.
Indio, you're the guy from the Flat Earth server, no?
What the
hell?
I know you, bro.
You know me?
Yeah, we had E6, remember? That shit's crazy.
Didn't we? Didn't I break my dick off your ass?
No, bro, I broke mine inside your ass.
Well, that's funny. Because it could have tore you out a vagina.
No, I have a massive Turkish penis.
Dude, what is going on with these guys coming
we don't care what you're
talking
eating.
this gay shit?
Listen here, buddy. Stop being homophobic, all right?
Not gay if you're the one fucking the person.
You're such a fucking weirdo.
Only gay if you're taking it.
Edgelord rage bait.
Yeah, so India was gay because he took it from me. Yeah.
Like a little girl.
Yeah, this is really productive, dude.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
like
unemployed, by the way.
middle school
Like,
bullshit,
I
dude.
Anything
still
you
have
do here,
more money
anything
than
you
all
do
of
here,
them.
it's cousin. You guys just take it in the ass. Take it good.
First of all, you're not unemployed. You're unemployable.
You want to come to Qatar, India?
What do I go to Qatar for?
You could hang out with me for a day.
I thought you were Turkish.
Yeah, I am Turkish. Living in
Jewish.
Qatar.
Was Qatar and Turkish the same thing?
You're Turkish, Jewish?
Yeah, they are the same thing. Yeah, I'm a Turk living in Qatar. Yes.
You going to synagogue?
A Jewish Turk in Qatar.
Jewish Turk in Qatar, yeah, and gay.
Qatar is a shithole.
And gay.
You're a Kurd?
Do you talk to your rabbi with that mouth?
Is that a resort area?
Oh, no, he talks to the moil with that mouth.
It's just a desert with some buildings. It's a shithole.
Wait, who's that? That was an Arabic guy. I can recognize that accent. I mean, I love you people every day.
Wow, man,
I'm
you're
not
fucking.
I'm a fucking genius.
I heard being gay is kind of cool these days.
Dude,
Yeah,
they're
it
not
is. It's like
fucking
a
developing
trend,
that
man.
far for you to be a genius.
Should I try it out?
You already are, we can tell.
Damn, you caught me.
Is
This
there
is like a weekend.
being here, man?
It's okay, though.
It's just
Like,
so
it's not a
silly.
bad thing.
At least I'm cool for being gay now.
No.
Oh, this is an act. Great. Awesome. Is this Tweedledum and Tweedledummer?
No, Tweedle gay and Tweedle gayer.
They rehearsed.
Well, who's gay? You or your boyfriend?
Guys must be bored as shit.
I was honestly thinking of like masturbating or something, but I don't know. Should I?
Oh my God, he said masturbate. Oh my God, he's so edgy. Oh my God.
No, I'm actually
You're
like,
so edgy.
I need
Oh
you to
my
tell
God.
me, should I do it or not? Because I will actually do it.
Yeah, but can you like
Nobody
stay on the chat while you do it?
I don't know, I can't. I'm sorry. It's too much.
Boy.
So what are you saying, Dio? Do I,
Yeah, what I say is that you're both fucking 40-year-old virgins. That's what I say. Anyone
sounds about
that has to talk
fucking
about
right,
sex-
man.
You guys talk about sex the way 11-year-olds talk about sex when I used to coach Pee Wee football.
Or 11 and 40.
Dude, I'm really
Oh,
a
no,
fucking
you're out of
virgin,
here, bro.
Like,
Literally. Oh,
Oh, no,
he's
India.
using the
Oh,
word
no.
literally.
oh no.
What a
Oh
fucking
no.
Because
Your friend is getting banned, and so are you.
Yo, John, that's a sick hat, by the way. Before I get banned.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Thank God what?
You muted that loser.
Oh. You're welcome.
Thank you.
I mean, who isn't muted?
I'm not mute.
Why is everybody in the VC mute?
I'm not muted, dude. What are you talking about?
They're self-muted.
Jesus, there's a lot of people in here.
You're waiting for somebody to say something intelligent, and they like you started talking, so they're still on mute. We're waiting for a globe champion to come and tell us how they know the Earth's a globe.
Well, I don't think anyone knows. They just believe it. So I guess
Yeah,
we'll
well,
be waiting.
a lot of them believe that they know, though. So that's who we want to know how they know.
Well, a lot of them.
How they don't believe they know.
A lot of them don't know the difference between belief and knowledge. So
A lot of them think belief and knowledge are the same thing, quite honestly.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
Their knowledge is trust in other people's knowledge. So I guess it equates to the same thing in their logical mind.
Illogical mind.
Oh no, they believe it's logic. Wrong, but they still believe it.
Yes, but objectively they're illogical.
Try convincing them of that.
I'd rather not waste my time.
What about you, God, Matt? Do you think you have knowledge of the shape of the Earth?
Probably not.
Well, who says the Earth has a shape?
Well, academia.
Eratosthenes.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
We were being told a few years ago that the whole body of science proves the shape of the Earth.
Science is not a body.
Yeah, we know. Dude, that was an argument for like 3 years. The body of science proves it.
Science does not deal with shapes. That is kindergarten stuff. Shapes.
You've been here before, huh?
Yes. But that wasn't a prerequisite for me knowing that science doesn't deal with shapes. I learned that a long time ago.
Dude, you need to go start a VC that says science doesn't deal with shapes. And you're going to get a lot of arguments from a bunch of clowns.
Yeah, perhaps I should do that.
Dude, I'm telling you, that channel will probably be more popular than this one. I know, dude. Like, seriously, like, so many people go, oh, the globe, that was proven by science. Like, brother, science doesn't deal with freaking, oh, it's a ball, it's a square, it's a triangle. That's not science. And they can't seem to comprehend that. And then they try to use this, like, big tent science where, like, any freaking thing you think about is science all of a sudden.
Absolutely, yes.
Well, the way you, like, to end that argument, so I have lots of ways to end silly arguments like that. I go, okay, so what distinguishes science as a human endeavor from everything else? And that's where it just all falls apart for them. Because there's no way they can include Earth as a ball into whatever definition they might come up with.
Exactly.
What is science? It's what scientists say. It's what scientists do.
Go look at the sky. That's funny.
Is that dude still in here?
Ruham in the side chat. Yeah. Oh, Rumham, sorry.
Oh, I'm muted. Dude, run him. You're unmuted. So I looked at the sky. Now what? How can I look at the sky and tell the Earth's a ball?
So it just looks round.
So
that's why it's round.
So the sky looks round, therefore the Earth is round? That doesn't logically follow. It doesn't logically follow.
Yeah.
The sky looks round?
Yeah, you look at the sky, it just looks around.
Yeah, so you're trying to determine what the ground is. So do you often look in the opposite direction of the thing you're trying to test or measure?
Usually.
Does that make sense? Oh, you look in the opposite direction, huh? If you're measuring your floor, you look up at the ceiling? That's retarded.
The sky looks round sounds retarded to me.
Well, if I'm measuring the ceiling, I'm not going to be looking at the ceiling when I'm measuring it. I'm going to probably put the tape measure on the top of the ceiling, go down, then measure from there.
Is that how you put your flooring in? You measure the ceiling?
I mean, does everyone put in their own flooring?
That's what you're telling us to look. You're telling us to look up at the sky to measure the floor.
We got to put it somewhere.
Yeah. Anyway, like I said, it doesn't logically follow.
Go ahead.
You either measure up or you measure down.
India was asking you a question. Why don't you walk us logically through that? After you look up at the sky, then what?
The sky looks round.
Then what?
What does that tell us about the Earth?
So it means the Earth's round.
We're waiting for
Wait, I just joined. How does the sky look around?
We want you to connect. We're in the middle of a conversation.
Stop. You're not saving this guy, dude. So stop. So the sky looks round, therefore the Earth is round. Why?
Yeah.
What's the logical connection? What's the connection, dude?
Because the sky appears round because the Earth is round.
Okay, that doesn't logically follow, dude.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to connect those two logically together, looking up at the sky to tell what the surface of the Earth is. So we're waiting for you to logically connect those. Could you tell us what the next step is?
Yeah, there's two premises in any logical statement, right? So you got your first premise, sky looks round. Second premise, ... Therefore, Earth is round. What's the ... Yeah, that's what I thought. Dude.
How does the sky look round? I'm just curious.
The sky is round.
He's a crazy glober.
In order for the sky to look round, the Earth has to be round. Therefore, the Earth is round.
You just still didn't tell us what the ... is.
The ... is therefore the Earth is round.
No, you're looking up at the sky. And then what? Not that they don't link together. We're waiting for you to link those two logically together. Do you understand that?
Earth is round. Earth is round because my daddy told me.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
I mean, you guys think God's real because your daddy told you.
No.
Because some book told you.
No, that's also false. You're jumping to conclusions, brother. You ever think that maybe we think God is real because it's a logical necessity?
Yeah, believing that the creation of everything came from a huge explosion is like believing like if I put a bunch of TNT in a Home Depot and set it off, boom, we got the Taj Mahal.
Some people would say the Earth being round is a necessity.
No, yeah, but they can't actually form it into a logical statement, such as X is a necessary condition of Y. Right. So Earth globe is a necessary condition of what? No, you can't actually put it into a logical statement.
Yeah, a globe fairy tale fits within the fairy tale.
Too bounced.
Yeah.
He was trying to bait us into quote unquote verbal hate crime.
Make a Taj Mahal with dynamite at Home Depot. Yeah, let's try that one. I want to try that.
I like the one, the tornado in the junkyard creates a 747. I like that one.
I know Battle Mount just said it all the time. Used to kill me whenever you said that.
Yeah.
It would always shut them right up, dude.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So you believe in God because an old book told you to? Oh yeah, that's what it was. We were just appealing to the authority of the old book. Freaking moron.
He literally believes in Earth as a globe because the old book told him to.
Exactly.
They believe in the globe because the TV told them to.
I know, a bunch of flashing lights on a box, man. Earth is ball.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it with on the box with the flashing lights.
Yeah, because we could all see a school bus from 300.
I have personal anecdotal evidence. Yeah. And witnesses. I'd have to track them down. It was 30-something years ago.
Bro, I love how Simple Jack jumped in like mid-sentence of your little talk, Indio, and just started spewing out of his mouth. That was unbearable.
I wonder what triggered him. That was kind of weird, though.
He went from fly on the wall to elephant in the 60. It was ridiculous. Yeah, I still can't believe Jaren and fucking Witsit are debating, quote unquote, debating tonight. I mean, can only imagine the fucking stupidity going on in that shit show right now.
Does anyone have the link to that? Or the link to the guy who's restreaming it?
Please don't.
I'm like, should we do a mockery, a mocking
link to what?
To the Jeranism thing.
The Jaren and Witsit debate.
Yeah.
I said don't encourage them, please. They don't need any fucking support. They really need to just quit and get a real fucking job.
I agree with that. I'm thinking the guy who's restreaming them and saying fuck it, you know, like I'll just restream it for free. I'll support that guy. To mock it? Why not? I don't know. Not to ask.
I mean, in a perfect world, they get 0, except like maybe their mom and like their dad or something.
Well, hey, look, okay, if you're too retarded to know about a nuke or protons, electrons, or fusion, or any crackpot cornball cat toys in a can, right? Listen, what you should figure out is how you get glow down without down. An 8-inch drop is no drop. How do you prove that? How do you prove the elevation?
It has a hot mouth.
It's down.
Is that demo?
The direction of the direction. No, stop saying words, retard.
Oh my.
Yeah, you're breaking into you. I thought I heard Denmark reaching out from the abyss.
Can I just say that Witsit is currently promoting starving yourself as a means of some sort of health revolution. That should tell you all you need to know about how far his knowledge goes.
Well, have you seen the guy, Skeletor? I mean, fasting's one.
He's promoting some kind of community fast, which is essentially starve yourself, and this is going to be healthy for you. I just find that logically ridiculous.
Well,
do you have to pay?
To fasting.
Says you're.
Not to change the subject of the room, I understand that it's not the subject of this room, but I mean, that should tell you all you need to know about him. I mean, he could be very misguided,
Well, hold on, friend.
Intentional on his behalf, but
hold on.
Yes.
Okay, so have you studied the benefits of fasting? And there are many different types of fasting. So have you looked into this? It's not necessarily starving yourself, okay?
Okay, not eating is starving yourself. It is almost definition.
Okay, well, give me the citation. Okay, just provide the definition. You realize fasting is something that has been practiced since the beginning of time, recorded history, and it does have health benefits. Whether you'd like to argue that or not, I mean, go ahead and just look at the studies.
All right, link to studies.
Studies, yeah. If you're going to go by studies, I can link 1,000 studies of this and that. Whether or not that is cause and effect is completely a different story.
Okay. So this is more of a subjective point of view from you, right? So this is subjective. So you think they're starving themselves, and that is ultimately unhealthy, period, because you have a basis for this knowledge and conclusion from where?
Well, I could say personal experience and the experience of many others. You don't eat.
Right.
It equals.
That's anecdotal. Yeah, friend, that you're just repeating the same thing over and over. Listen, I don't have a dog in this fight about Witsit or whether or not, what he's advocating is good or bad. But for the sake of this room and what we're discussing, don't worry about it.
I mean, you said
I'm not worried. I'm not worried. But for you to say you do not have
just shut your mouth, then just shut your mouth then about fasting or Witsit or whatever. You understand?
Why did you speak on it?
Don't worry. I'm going to end it now. You're right. We should all stop talking about it, so shut up.
Good idea.
Relax, man. What is your problem? You're very emotional.
No, I'm not emotional. We're done talking about whatever it is that you were bringing up. Anyways, so do I understand this correctly? I had to just recheck. You said Jaron and Whitsitt are having a debate?
Yeah, and it's got a cover charge. Thanks.
Are you serious?
Yeah, the grift is real.
Oh my! So they're charging people for this debate? Oh man! So they go to Antarctica. One of them diverts off, right? Goes from Flatty to Roundy, and now they're charging people. These two charlatans for people to watch a debate between them about what?
And says who? Someone said it's $60 a head.
Yeah, that's what
That's a heck of a door charge, man.
It's insane, dude. It's insane. I can't believe it. I was like, I just said, like, I hope nobody watches it. I hope their parents are like the only audience.
What the heck, man? This is stupid.
Yeah.
Look, if you pay the $6, I have no pity on anybody who pays $6. Like, if you're that dumb,
no,
maybe you're going to go ahead and
$60, not six.
I think. Oh no, I'm going to fall over. $60. I thought 6 was high. I thought like $6 to watch these two idiots. $60. I can't see straight right now.
Bro, his
okay, yeah, same thing. If you sit,
yeah, Jaron's live streams have been averaging like 150 viewers on YouTube, and the only reason I know that is because I follow Jake the Asshole's just ragging Jaronism for it. The fact that like his whole subscriber base like basically left him in dust after he went Globe, and this is just proof that he's broke as a joke, trying to make as much as he can. And Whitsitt kind of devised this plan to try and get him.
It's like a bad movie. Like real life is at this point just like a really stupid bad movie. You know, like I'm beside myself trying to figure out how people can be this gullible. Now, if anybody pays $60 for that kind of nonsense, you deserve everything that you get. And that sounds cruel, but gosh dang it. Oh my God.
Geo from Earth Awakening's channel paid the $60 and is so people don't have to pay.
He's replaying it in his server? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so at least there's a way around paying for it, but I still wouldn't even encourage anybody giving it, even on not even
right.
Waste of time.
So, brother, I don't know, it may be me, but you seem to be cutting out. And I know that I'm in a bad coverage area, but you sound like you're cutting out. Does anybody else confirm that, or is it just me? Okay, no one's going to answer. Anyway.
Yeah, it's cutting out.
No. Okay. Jump out and come back in might help. No, you're good. Just, you might rejoin. But it's a bad movie. This is just dumb. Okay, well, whatever. I mean, I actually wouldn't even kick over if it was on Modern Day Debate for free. You know, like, it's not worth it to me for these charlatans. But $60, jeez.
I mean, there is at least allegedly a guy who's going to restream it for free. I guess maybe he paid it. and you're just going to broadcast it. I haven't seen that link, but
okay.
I should follow modern day debate on YouTube. I think there's some interesting content there. I'm kind of bored for things to listen to,
It'd be all right if it was an actual debate forum. It's just two people waxing philosophical.
Yeah.
It's interesting. No real debates exist anymore where somebody makes a claim and then they support it. Instead, now it's just make claim and then support it with fallacious reasoning, and no one says anything. Nobody says a word. So
there's got to be a proposition, and the proposition has to be affirmed or denied. I think a good way is of knowing if you're having a real debate is there a syllogism? Is there a proposition conclusion, right? If there's nothing of that, then you're just probably having a food fight, right?
It's exactly right. If it's not logically sound on both sides, then it's silliness and it's a waste of time. And then, the ultimate goal of what I would call the people who would prefer us be divided, we're going to argue over subjective, fallacious rhetoric. It's a waste of time. But that's everybody now. Let's just turn this into what I think is best, and then we'll just be factions and we'll disagree because I think this is best and you think this is best, and I can support it with all this fallacious statistical nonsense. And no, there's an objective right and wrong. Sorry, folks. There's true and there's false. Okay? There's light and there's dark. Let's stop bullshitting ourselves.
There is good and evil, the light side of the force and the dark side of the force.
I suppose it's, Gnosticism, but whatever.
There is left-handed people and there are right-handed people. I think this metaphor broke down a little bit.
Right-handed people and sinister people.
I think they are, honestly. I don't trust them.
For anybody who has two brain cells to rub together, the powers that the politicians in all reaches of the earth have been using the same rhetoric for millennia, and it works perfectly. We need to do this for the safety and the preservation and the goodness of our children. That's the thing that they say, and then after that comes, so we're going to go ahead and put you into debt and create rules that we decide are best for you. And everybody's like, yeah.
I think politicians face the same external pressures that everyone else does as their job. So it's you go to, let's say you run for city council or something, and be like, I'm going to fix the potholes. And it's yeah, we're going to fix the potholes. And then maybe you get in office, and you're I really want to fix the potholes. But then some Goodwill, some lobbyist from Goodwill says, hey, I can bring in some a Goodwill store to your neighborhood and bring you some jobs. But you have to upzone this parking lot that's going to devastate the local ecosystem. And you're and then they'll say, well, what do you do there? It's well, do you want jobs or do you want the ecosystem? And so you have to pick one, and then you're going to betray people either way, right?
You're 100% correct. People will be put in a situation where what morally is correct is the thing that should be done, but because someone created a false gray area, and you go, well, I'm going to justify my actions of doing the wrong thing because of X, Y, or Z. Yeah, the politicians are in that state. I believe that there are some that want to do the right thing, but there is an objective right or wrong, and sometimes the right thing doesn't look like the good thing at first. Because people don't even have a good idea of what right and wrong is anymore. They don't.
Think about Star Wars
Everything's flipped.
Too. You know, think about like Star Wars Episode 2 and 3, where it's like Anakin Skywalker really, really wants to save his girlfriend, and it's like he that's a good goal, right? But then over the course of the thing, he starts becoming more corrupted, and then he just becomes Darth Vader. It's like he started off good, but then he just followed this path that just, you know, got sliced and diced.
Okay. Says who? Can you hear me now? Am I breaking up still?
No, you sound great, man.
I can hear you fine.
All right. Awesome. Yeah, so, you know, back to this shit show fucking debate that's going on tonight. Because we know what happened. I mean, we already understand that Jaren's position is a 100% bullshit, right? I mean, it's the classic look at the sky to measure the ground. And you know he's disingenuous just because he's done plenty of long distance observations, and he's made all of his own arguments that debunk himself. So it's going to be a total nothing burger of a fucking conversation. And the fact that he's charging $60 for what we already know is going to happen. I mean, what's he going to say to fucking wits it? Like, well, dude, there's no other way it could fucking possibly happen if it wasn't a ball. It's like, dude, we already know it's not a fucking ball, dude. You already know it's not a ball. So what the fuck are we talking about?
So I'm going to put my like conspiratard hat on. Okay, real quick.
Don't keep
totally speculation on my part. Like, why would Whitsitt agree to such a stupid thing? Right? Like, come on, man. Let's just all be realistic about this charade. What are they going to talk about that hasn't already been said?
That's precisely my point.
They're almost telling, like, it's tired. You know what I mean? Like, it's tired, bro. Nobody cares. The stunt didn't land like you guys thought it was going to land. What are you doing? Now you're looking pathetic. Now people, like, if your goal was to just be, like, full of charade, now it's kind of obvious. This is stupid. I'm done.
Yeah, I really don't think they're going to get much of a turnout whatsoever. I mean, you might have some people looking for some drama that show up to watch it, but I mean, I don't even know what they're expecting. I couldn't even possibly consider this entertainment. You know, I mean, I feel like Whitsitt's just trying to help them make some money, like old friend to old friend.
Yeah,
like,
I think you're right.
Every week, you know, and, you know,
I think you're right. Yeah. I think you're right.
He lost like, I think 90% of his audience or something like that. I mean, the guy's making $0 on YouTube now.
Well, I'm not paying attention to the stats because I guess I've you know, like in passing, people talk about his subscriber count, and I'm comparing that to other people, you know, that are like from 24/7 or FED or whatever, and I'm like, well, there's a huge contrast. You know, I thought he bought a lot of his subs, but if those numbers were true, and there's been a mass exodus, like, yeah, he's hurting for sure. You know, if truly all of his revenue from YouTube, or at least how he kind of survives is through YouTube, then yeah, he's hurting for sure.
I stopped watching anything he was putting out back in like 2015. And I just kind of heard through Jake, because like him and Jake the asshole, were always going back and forth, like talking shit about each other. And, you know, Jaren would like use sock accounts to fucking visit Jake's live streams and stuff. So they had been feuding for years, and it was just like I caught wind of it all through, you know, the feud of him and Jake. So that's how I got all of the lowdown on his subscriber base. But Jake was basically saying, he went from he would have like a few, like 1,500 people on his live streams and stuff sometimes. And after the FE final experiment, whatever the fuck you want to call that nonsense that happened. Yeah, his viewership went down to like, I think he was only getting like 150 people in his live streams. And it was all like followers of like McToon and fucking, what was the other guy's name? McToon and the other clown. I can't even remember. Drawing blank.
Fight the tight shirt.
Yeah, dude. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all those
fight the urge to pick your nose. Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that guy was like, "Yeah, my arm's getting amputated." Yeah, fucking.
Man,
dude. I don't know if you ever heard of Q and Fee, but him and Jake and Q and Fee had me dying a few of those streams, man. They made some fucking hilarious compilation vids that were just like, I couldn't stop laughing. I had to go outside because I would have woke up the whole family. But yeah, funny stuff.
I used to follow Jake the Asshole.
Did I just cut the last?
And then, like, a lot of his content became about how, professionals. Huh?
Sorry, I didn't know you were talking. Say when I came in. Sorry.
I was just saying, Jake the Asshole started to do a lot of the just talking, like most of his videos are about professional sports and how they're rigged, and I was like, man, you're probably right. But some of the stuff, like I watch some of the videos, and I'm like, sometimes you're reaching, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, he did that purely.
Like, it may be rigged, but some stuff he's reaching. Anyway, I used to like him. I don't know.
He did it.
I don't know where he's at.
Man, I just caught the last
Earth-wise anymore, but he must be a flatty still, huh?
I caught
cutting out again, or is it me?
Yeah, real quick. Let me just address that last point, and I'll let you.
You saw it?
Yeah, just real quick, Sesu. Jake was doing those videos just to bump his subscriber count because, like, he makes a living off of YouTube, so he started doing the football's rigged videos because, like, it did shoot his subscriber count up to like 350K. So it really did help him make a decent amount of money.
Nice.
So, but what wound up happening was, like, he did one live stream and he like started spitting truther stuff, and he lost like all of those football fans, and now he's back to doing more like conspiracies. Now he's back to doing more conspiracy style live streams and shit. So, yeah, it might be good to give some of his newer content a listen. It's at least watchable. Yeah, he's pretty entertaining when it comes to that stuff. But yeah, the football rig shit was definitely unwatchable. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, brother.
No, it's fine. It's entertaining. Yeah, but. So you saw the end of the debate, Elbow? Did we lose Elbow?
No, he's here. My bad, Elbow. I didn't mean to cut you off. I know you were about to give us the lowdown, give us the goods.
Yeah, spill the tea, homie.
Apparently, he said he caught like the end of it, so it must be over already.
Yeah.
I bet anybody who paid $60 for it is wishing the money. Yeah, I bet anybody who spent $60 on it is wishing they fucking purchased the UFC fucking event.
Dude, like it's an old movie. Like we've seen this. You know? What are these two clowns going to say that we ain't heard already? They're personas.
Who you talking about?
Jaron.
Jaron couldn't argue flat Earth. How's he going to argue the globe?
Jaron and Witsit had a debate. I don't know. Yeah, right.
Yeah, dude. Like, bro, he's already way behind the 8 ball as it is. Dude, he's gonna look. I know exactly what Jaron's gonna do because Jaron is not that bright. Okay, so it can never be because Jaron's not that bright. He doesn't have. He can't go into the freaking technical toolbox to debate with. He's gonna try and make it some sociological ad hom argument, right? A feelings argument. Oh, 24-hour sun, you can't explain it, so it must be a globe. Right, stupid shit like that, or you're in a cult, or you know how it goes. He's basically going to pick up take McToon's debate tactic, and he's going to carry that.
He was saying that I caught the last end bit of it. He was like, "Oh, the cloud model predicts everything that happens practically in the sky." It's pretty much was his argument.
Oh, so the debate already happened? Yeah, is it going to happen?
No, it already happened.
Oh shit!
But one of the things he was that he made very adamant, which was kind of weird. This is my new belief. Like he completely made that clear. Like this is my new belief.
What the hell?
Yep.
I think he only votes for one thing: Patreon revenue and YouTube fucking super chats.
So he was born.
What's weird, India? Which he what was he? He was saying he went back in all of his old content and started deleting any video that contradicted his new arguments, which is nuts. And like, I can't believe somebody actually went through to make sure, but it was Q and Fee. Q and Fee was the guy who went through all of his old content to try and cherry pick all of his old arguments so he could
memory
use
hold
Jaron's content. Huh?
He memory hold his own content?
Yep, he went through all of his old content and fucking deleted anything that anybody could use against his new arguments. So Q and Fee was clipping all of his old shit and using his own statements to fight his new statements, which was hilarious. And then that's when Jaron started. Yeah,
so
it was awesome.
Was he doing split screen, Jaron versus Jaron? That's fucking funny.
Yeah, dude. Q and F's hilarious, bro. If you could get over his accent, it's some funny shit.
Dude, I love him, man. He's funny as fuck, dude. He don't play well with others, though, so. But he is funny. He was on the other Discord for a couple times, but I don't think he's like. He wasn't digging the vibe, I don't think. I think he's kind of just like a solo type person anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, he just chain smokes and curses a lot.
It's been a while since I've been here.
Piece of shit.
Am I cutting out?
Somebody roboted.
Yeah, that says is roboting.
Yeah.
I guess I was contagious.
My check.
So who joined?
Base Boomer said it's been a while.
Base Boomer, man. Are you actually based? Are you actually a boomer?
No, I'm not a boomer, but I am based. 36 years old. I don't know if that's boomer yet.
Oh, you're not even close to a boomer.
It depends. If you ask the youngsters, I'm a boomer.
Yeah, they don't know. I consider a boomer a baby boomer.
True.
I mean, I know they don't because they're dumb, dude. Like, they don't know what boomer stood for something. It means the baby boom.
Yep.
Happened after World War II. That's a boomer. But they think anyone over fucking 20 is a boomer, which is fucking next level retard.
Yeah, the average now is like 0.25 children.
Oh, I don't even say that shit. That's depressing. So, base boomer, you on the
fertility? Huh?
You a globe? You a globe earther? Flat earther?
I'm on the record. I am someone who just truly does not care. I've memed with the globalists. I've memed with the flat earthers. I'm on both sides, dude. I just like chaos. Is not caring based? Is that based? Not caring? I mean, there's a lot of other things to care about. I don't really care what the shape the Earth is. I got a lot of other things to tackle. You know what I mean?
So, when you contemplate your own existence, you don't ask yourself where you are?
Well, my biggest thing is, how can I keep getting more money? How can I keep getting more education and training? How can I pursue the things I want to pursue? How can I raise a family? Those are my forefront. I don't really question anything else.
Yeah, I understand those things, but why should you even do those things if you're fucking living on a ball that's just gonna fucking be annihilated in 4.5 billion years anyway?
Well, shit, that's a good point. Hopefully by then we can go other places, huh? Well, that's right. I don't know. Is there other?
And the mask falls right the fuck off, dude. Like, no, the only reason I'm not trying to give you shit. I was actually talking about this very thing an hour ago. That outer space is the salvation of the secular humanist. Like, religious people have heaven, secular humanists have outer space. That's where our salvation is. We'll just go to outer space as if it's better. How does a vacuum better, dude? How's like going to someplace where there's no life or no anything better?
Well, I haven't really put the time and effort to know exactly how all that works.
Well, do you think there's life on other planets?
Do you think there's what?
Life on other planets.
Shit, I don't know. I haven't put the time and effort to learn that.
Well, nobody else. Okay, mainstream scientists have no evidence there's life on other planets. So,
damn.
Not saying there isn't. They just have no evidence for it. So, like, that's like putting all your eggs in one basket, and it's like the basket is like a mystery box that maybe or maybe not it'll pay off sometime in the future, but like you can't even say. It's just really, I think this question is important, is what I'm trying to tell you. I think it is important because it has significant connotations and consequences to what you should and should not do in life, as opposed to like, if fucking I'm just like a speck in an infant vacuum, why do anything? It don't matter.
Well, nihilism is something that we definitely don't want to fall into. I feel like that's a negative spot to be in.
Yeah. What is that? Just like a pragmatic view? Or is that like an actual logical view?
Well, you mentioned like, we're being a speck. So like you could say that's a pragmatic, but I think nihilism is like a natural cause is if you don't actually have a bit of aesthetics to your life, romanticism. Some religious people talk about heaven all day. I'm not really a big keen person on that because I don't think that's very productive, but that's how they cope with reality. Having more generations, and I'm sure they'll figure it out.
Maybe.
Just staying, just work out what I can. It's my dad goes to AA, and he talks about the Serenity Prayer, which is, interesting enough, a religious, I guess, derivative of a religious thing, but it just talks about work on the things you can change and know the difference. I would think that flat earthers have some sort of like grandiose idea that the world's going to be here, or there's going to be some sort of way of like longevity, and that's great. If that's how it is, then that's how it is. And then I know that the globe cucks, they have their own way where we go to other planets or something, and so be it if that's how it is.
Well, even with their own paradigm, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Even within their paradigm, it's actually a no-go. So it's kind of like sold one way. Star Wars, space movies, Star Trek, all that crap. But if you look at the scientific, but that's how it's sold. But if you look at the actual scientific literature, everything is so far away, you're never going to get to it. There's no detectable life. There's no way you could ever live on any of those frickin' places. Like think about what they say Antarctica is. Average temperature is negative, like 53 degrees centigrade. Now imagine living there, but taking away the air. That's what life on another planet would be. So, like, if you ever get there, which would take fucking years and decades, nearest star is like 150,000 year travel time one way. So, like, even if you believe that, it's a no-go. It's fucking, there's no salvation, is what I'm telling you. Even if you believe it, even if you believe all the mainstream shit, the story that they tell, that's supposedly scientific, you're trapped here. It's a prison planet.
Well, who knows what the future unfolds, I'm sure people 200 years ago didn't think there was going to be so much technology we have at our fingertips. Who knows? I mean, I'm open to the idea of the globo world being correct or the flat world being correct. I really don't care. As long as I can achieve, whether it's flat or round, I don't give a fuck.
What do you think human progress is when people say we're doing all this technological stuff to advance human progress? What do you think that means?
Like human progress?
People? Like, what is it? Like,
that's like a broad term. I'll say like what I would like to see, like progress. Would
is it like a nicer iPhone? Is that human progress?
No. I would say to be more efficient at gathering resources, having kids in a productive way, and raising them right. I think that's what I would say. Like a split moment decision.
Doesn't the globe mentality kind of like creates like a scarcity mentality? We're in a globe and there's these limitations, so we have to put all these regulations and taxations and rules so you cannot actually progress in reality. Because it's the scarcity. That if we go out there and spend all of these resources to go to the place that nobody can go to, maybe we'll solve all the scarcity problems. Getting the resources from out of there.
Yeah, they talk about scarcity a lot. Apparently in 2040, we're going to have all the clean water is going to, I don't know. Who knows, dude? They've been wrong so many times, though. Global warming should have happened 20 years ago.
Yeah, the oil is going to run out. The water's going to run out. All the scarcity that comes with the globe. People, they fight wars, because of the scarcity. Yeah.
I don't know if things are truly scarce. I don't have a measurement cup to measure all the oil in the world and be like, oh yeah, we're pretty much screwed. Or how, I heard that like it naturally replenishes itself, but it takes a while. I don't know.
Well, all I've been trying to tell you is that flat or globe isn't just like a geometric question, there's consequences either way. Because they, like, whether it is one way or the other, it will shape a person's existential worldview. Like, why do I exist? Where do I exist? and that will inform you as to how you should live, how you should not live, what you should do, right? All these things, these are like, it's a paradigm level question, right? It's a very fundamental question to how you live life. So when people say it doesn't matter, that's like almost, I understand it from a pragmatic viewpoint that like for the day-to-day life, it doesn't matter, but in a broader sense, why are you doing anything, right? It informs you on what you should be doing. It seems like you already got, as far as I can tell, the right priorities. Children, family, you know.
Yeah, I'm still working on this. I'd imagine some of you guys have those already, and that's why you guys...
You don't have children yet?
No, yeah.
You better get
all the
going.
thinking in the world
you're
goes
not
away
a
if you don't have
you're a man, so there's no wall for you.
Yeah. If I was a woman, dude, it'd have been already done 10 times over, you know? It's just different ways, different things you have to do.
Well, let me give you some advice on picking the right woman. The most important thing in a relationship is trust. You don't have that, you don't have anything. And you want to pick a woman that will come bail you out when you're in prison and not like fuck your brother. You understand what I'm saying? Doesn't matter what she looks like. It doesn't matter all those other attributes. It's the one that sticks with you when the fucking shit sucks. That's the kind of person you want. If she ain't that, then she ain't worth it.
That makes sense.
What do they call it? Sunshine lovers. You don't want that. The sunshine lover is the worst lover.
Solid advice, man. Raising children makes relationships 10 times more tough. You guys really got to be about the same goals because people change. Somebody's always got to compromise. So if both of y'all ain't willing to do it, it ain't going to fucking work.
I see.
Yeah, like, and there's this other aspect. People are like, oh, I'm in love, and there's like that infatuation. But there's another kind of love that, I mean, you could actually be enemies with the frickin' girl when you get together. But if you're together and you go through enough shit together, like just like bailing each other out, that will breed a different kind of love that's so much deeper than the fucking, she's hot, I want to jump her bones and rip her clothes off, and you know, we had sex under the fucking moonlight on top of my fucking convertible, and you know, all those like things compared to like, oh, we were fucking broke living in the back of my goddamn car, and we fucking worked our ass off and got out of it, and now we have 3 kids and live in a giant fucking house. It's a different type of reward. It's way more rewarding. And like, people don't think of these like long term. They think about a relationship, even though it's supposed to be like a long term relationship. They don't think about like how to survive it in a long term way. And they think about their short term gains. That's why I said if you have a good foundation of trust and what the other guy said, right? The same goals, right? The same. Especially, you got to have the same moral alignment. If you don't have a moral alignment, you're fucked. They think it's okay to cheat and steal, and you don't, dude. You're fucked, dude. You're never gonna get out of that. Well, not unscathed, at least. But yeah, man, I hope you have lots of kids.
Yeah, you don't want to be 6. You don't want to be 60 years old when your child's turning 18, dude. So yeah, you really need to get on that.
Yeah, you're telling your own kid to get off your lawn.
I work in IT, so I'll probably be able to work forever as long as I can be, as long as I don't get like Alzheimer's or something. So if I keep myself kind of just fit, I won't really ruin my body. So hopefully I can start doing it soon, but you know, I don't know. Women are kind of weird these days. They got a lot of weird shit going on.
Yeah, but I agree. Well, look for the needle in the haystack, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The diamond in the rough.
If she's like in the social medias, just getting compliments from 1,000 different guys, you won't be able to fulfill many things because she's. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird because a lot of the girls are just spending so much time talking to guys online, and they say, "I'm gonna find the right guy" or whatever, but they'll never find one because they're always looking at different things. They're always looking at a new guy daily. It's kind of crazy.
But the whole thing with the date, not the dating thing, with like the where you sell your body online stuff. That's just so weird. There's a lot of women. I go to work and there's like there's girls there that just talk about it. Like it's like.
But there are definitely girls out there that know right from wrong, and I think they have good morals. It's just you're gonna have to go, I don't know, somewhere to find them. I don't know where.
Yeah, me either. Dude, that's been the story of my life. Where do I find them?
India. Find them in India.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe like Estonia or something, or Lavatia or something.
I got the other problem. I've got 3 daughters that are all very sensible, very mature, not online, not interested in any of the bullshit, and they're getting loser boyfriends.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the boys, a lot of the boys are fucked up in the head too. So you gotta be careful with those. Those are freaking dangerous. Many of these freaking guys are kind of crazy.
My 17-year-old's got a boyfriend. He doesn't want to work. He doesn't have a car. She fucking drives him everywhere, and she's just madly in love with him apparently. And there's nothing you can say. He's just got no drive, no ambition. She works 2 jobs. She works day and night. And, there's nothing you can say. You've just got to let it run its course.
Yeah, unfortunately, they got to get hurt. Yeah, it stinks, man. I mean, these young kids, they're taught to live in a fantasy world, and it's by design. I mean, it's like they're playing video games like 90% of their free time where they're not doing, like, activities that are mandatory. So that's what they live for. They're like, oh, I can't wait till I get done with everything I have to do today so I could go and fuck off and play video games all day. Meanwhile, they think that life's supposed to be fun, and then they have these, grandiose ideas of what their future is going to be like, not realizing that you're not living in reality. And then you get these women after they've been, like, pounded out by, like, 30 dudes, and they're, like, 35. They're 35 years old, and they're like, how come I can't find, Prince Charming? It's like, because you don't deserve Prince Charming. You know what I mean? So they're living in a fantasy too. So they want a 10 with like 6-pack abs, 6 foot tall, freaking great job, great career, fucking 100% loyal to them. But meanwhile, they're not worth it. You know what I mean? They don't bring anything to the table, but they expect everything.
Yeah, well, the thing is, think about it like this. If you're looking for a mother of your children, where would she be right now? Would she be online? Would she be fucking making TikToks? Would she be hanging out down at the club? Like, where would she be?
India, bro.
She'd be, like, volunteering at some soup kitchen somewhere, right? She'd be working at, like, a fucking veterinarian clinic or petting zoo or some caretaking thing, right? Working at a daycare center. Doing something like that. And to AJ's point, to be fair, AJ, a lot of this Peter Pan syndrome, a lot of times boys don't turn into men until they're forced to. And unfortunately, in the past, that was, I got the bitch knocked up, fucking now I got a man up, right? And that's really how a lot of boys became men, but they were forced to become men, not because they wanted to. And if your daughters are driving this dude around, it's too easy for him. So he's not being forced to perform. Like, he isn't being put in that do or die situation. So he's not doing it. I mean, when did you grow up? So I grew up when, I got someone knocked up and fucking I had to do something, right? Like, it's pretty simple.
Well, I don't know, man, because I grew up very poor, yeah? Like, we lived in government housing. man, we didn't even have fucking curtains or floor coverings. My fridge had a padlock on it. Like, we couldn't eat. So
I grew up the same way, man.
I made a decision very young, which is why I left school early, that I wasn't growing up like that. And when I had a family, my kids weren't going to go through what I went through. So I left school early and started work as a concreter. And I did that for a long time. And then I worked nights in nightclubs, like security work. And then I met my wife. We started our own security company, and then we had our first kid. But I'd made that decision very early, and I ditched a lot of my mates and that used to go out and party and do all these things. They'd ring me up and say, "Oh, you're coming out Saturday night?" And I'd be like, "No, dude, I'm working Saturday night and I'm working Sunday morning." So, and now, yeah, these guys still really have nothing, and they're trying to start families now at 45 years old, and my kids are all growing up and I'm in a good position. It's sort of done a reverse, yeah, but I understand what you're saying, and it's true. They need responsibility, and he lives at home with his mum and dad. My daughter drives him around and pays for dinners, but he's just got no drive. He's got no want to do anything. He just sort of exists as such, and she's really driven, yeah. She's got goals, things she wants to achieve, and it just doesn't they don't gel, yeah. That doesn't suit, but again, there's nothing you can do. You got to just let it run its course. I can't tell her to stop or do any of that sort of stuff, because then she'll just rebel and it'll push her further away, and she won't come to me when she needs help.
Yeah, I mean,
that's wise.
Let's just a minute. Women are horrible at choosing men. They're just horrible at it if left to their own devices. I mean, there was arranged marriages for a reason.
I don't think there's anyone my age.
I'm not kidding, dude. Because we've known for thousands of years that women suck at, like, they're gonna choose a man based upon temporary emotions and not like long term. I mean, they think about it to some degree, but they'll let their temporary emotions, like if it was like a balance, it's like, yeah, long term, like there's 51% good for him, but I get percent, so I'll go with him. Like, they don't always make the most logical decisions, and like it takes usually men can see through other men pretty quickly. So you're probably right on target, AJ. I mean, is there any chance the dude will turn it around, or you just see like this dude gonna be a perpetual loser?
Only if his parents kick him out of the house and he has to get a fucking job to pay his own way.
Yeah, I don't know, but she's caught him lying a few times as well, so I don't know. Like, I don't really like that either. The other night she dropped him off and said, he said, "Oh, I'm going home to sleep. Just drop me home." And then my other son works overnight. We're in a small town, and my son works all night, and he came out at 3 a.m. out the back of the bakery where he is, and he said he could just hear someone dying in the public toilets. And he goes in to check it out, and it's this dude, and he's fucking passed out in the public toilets and spewing and shit, and told her to drop him home because he's going home to bed, and he's out there fucking drinking all night and passing out in the fucking public toilets.
Yeah, like I said, if his parents kick him out and he needs to get a fucking job, he won't be doing that dumb shit.
Wait, he was drunk at that time of the night when he told your daughter that he was going home to sleep? He was drinking?
No, he went back out again. So she dropped him home at about 10 or 11 o'clock, and at 3 o'clock in the morning, my son found him in the public toilet. So he's just lied to her, said, "I'm at home," and he's got home and gone back out.
Yeah, but you say he was drinking alcohol?
Yes, yeah, he's 18 and she's 17. She's 18. Sorry, he's 18 now as well. They're both just turned 18.
Yeah. Thing is horrible, especially at that age. That's a bad mix. Honestly, the alcohol thing is.
Was he alone? Because that sounds weird. Was he alone? Just passed out? He wasn't with his mates or nothing?
No, he was alone. He was walking home, and obviously,
Dude, then he's got an alcohol problem, bro. You're drinking alone, growing up, and yeah, you got an alcohol issue, dude. You need to go to fucking rehab or something, or it gets
he
bad.
does, because every time he drinks, like even if there's a party or something, and everyone goes for a few drinks, he's the one that's written off. Yeah, every single fucking time. He can't control himself.
Yeah, good. That's probably not going to get better.
No, we're moving at the moment across Australia, and he reckons he's coming, but we're not supporting it. We've said he's got to get a job and find his own house and find his way up there. She's going to still live with us, but there's been a bit of tension lately because I think she realises he hasn't got the money and the ability to get up there. So I'm sort of hoping once we move, this just all dwindles off and he doesn't make it.
So you got a plan.
If he can't get his shit together to make it across Australia, for like, because it's like a one shot. It's not like you got to do it a bunch of times. You only got to do it once. If he can't get his shit together for that, he ain't never gonna get his shit together. Well, not in the near future.
If he doesn't, even if he gets to cross Australia and he takes the alcohol problems with him, he's gonna have a lot of issues because the alcohol is gonna follow him, and the problems are gonna follow him wherever he goes.
He's never gonna be sober enough to formulate a plan to get across Australia.
Yeah, you're not gonna wake up for work either if you're hugging the toilet all night.
Dude, yeah, people that drink like that, they can't just drink. They drink to get drunk. So it's like, if you drink to get drunk, and they have to be that way like every freaking 12 hours, like all day, every day. They don't have enough like sober time to like, okay, I have this window of sobriety, I'm gonna freaking make a plan. Like their plan is only like, I'm gonna get drunk in freaking 6 hours from now. Like that's all they can do. I have a lot of experience with alcoholics, dude. I come from a long line of alcoholism.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. I just don't think he can get his shit together. So hopefully,
thank God you're moving. Thank God you're moving. You're gonna get out of it that way.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, my wife agrees. She's laughing. She agrees. She's probably more upset than I am about the situation. Yeah, she just completely dislikes him.
Knock him.
She wants to knock him.
Hey, listen. Hopefully he does get his shit together, but he doesn't. Hopefully your daughter gonna see that it's gonna be issues long term, and hopefully she can figure it out. No, but hopefully he does get his shit together. Even if your daughter and him doesn't end up together, hopefully he figure it out as they both do.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, but yeah, you're right. She needs to see it for herself.
He'll get it together.
And she's just young and gullible, and she believes everyone's good, and she just hasn't been in the big world enough. And we're in a very small town as well. We got like 3,000 people, so she just doesn't have the experience, the life experience.
Is she like a high school sweetheart?
It comes with time.
No, my kids didn't really go to school. Yeah, they've worked like full time in family businesses and stuff like that since they were young. So, no, it was someone she met here.
Well, like in the community, right? Like, so they've known each other for a long time, like their whole life, or?
No. We've only been living here for about 6 years now. She's been with him for about 2. So he was actually mates with my son first, and then he sort of started hanging out with her, and he ended up with her, which we weren't happy about because for me back in the day that was a no-go. Yeah, you didn't date your mate's sisters or any of that sort of shit. You stayed away.
Yeah,
from
you don't do that.
Mate, and
yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, so my son is pretty pissed as well, but there's someone he hung out with, but yeah.
That's literally how murder happens.
Yeah, it sounds like the good Lord is going to work this whole thing out where he can't fucking follow. So that's a good sign. But yeah, I mean, good on the young man. I hope he does sort his life out. And he most likely will. He's only 18 years old. He'll figure the shit out. You got to fuck up a few times for you to learn, like, oh, this isn't working.
Hey, listen, hopefully he makes it, right? But if not, at least your daughter has you, his mom, her brother, and you guys can at least plant the seed to see, hey, this guy, whatever, you guys are gonna be there to support her, and hopefully she can see the light, and hopefully the guy as well can, step up to the plate.
Yeah, well, if he comes, he's going to have to, because he's going to have to rent his own house, and he's going to have to get his car organised, and he's going to have to get a job and all that type of stuff.
Good. I would be extraordinarily shocked if he could accomplish all that. That shit's not easy, dude. Like moving from one place to another place and securing all those things, like on your own, like that's a daunting task. Like serious, especially for an 18-year-old. Because he's never done any of that before, right? So you have to go look at apartments and freaking go do job interviews and have utilities turned on and furnish the apartment and like all the stuff that goes along with that. It isn't just like, get a bus ticket and go there and everything's all set up. No, it takes work to even make any of that happen.
Yeah, and he's not working towards it right now. So we're going in a few months, and it's probably 3 months or so, and yeah, he's definitely not working towards that.
Yeah, this ain't something you can do. This ain't a last minute thing you can do, man. This isn't like, oh, I'm gonna just do it on the last 3 days. No, you can't do it that way. It don't work.
Well, but if he has the goals and if he wants to be with AJ's daughter, and he has the goal to, I want to be with her and long term and have a family in the future. Who knows, right? He has to set a goal to, I have to get a job, I have to do this, but he needs the goals first and to be able to be motivated to do that stuff. If he's not motivated for the goals that he set for himself, he won't do anything.
Let me ask you a question. Has his drinking increased lately? Did his drinking increase since he knew you were moving and knew he was going to have to get his own stuff?
I don't really know, because I don't see him enough. So she goes and visits him and all that sort of stuff. He hangs out with his mates a lot. But I do know that prior to meeting her, he was into all the drugs. He was drinking. He was like pretty bad, yeah. And my son actually saved him a couple of times, because my son doesn't drink like that or do that shit. And found him in the parks, found him in the toilets, all sorts of different stuff. And when they started dating, she made the deal with him that he wasn't meant to be doing any of these things. However, from what I can see, he still is, because, Jaden found him, and that's it. I don't know. But the rest of the time, I don't know. But he's got no self-control.
Yeah, I think I figured this. Your daughter is very, compassionate and altruistic, and she's trying to fix a bird with a broken wing. And, sometimes you just have to put that horse down. I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I went out on my own at 18. I made a lot of, bad choices when I was a kid, taking my parents' car out, wound up getting my license suspended when I was like 13 years old. And so by the time I was eligible to get my license, it was already suspended for like fucking 4 years or some dumb shit. So I didn't get my license till I was 22. So I was out on my own, had to pay for rent, and I had to walk to work. And it was crazy. So yeah, I mean, it was hard, but I did it all with no license for like 4 years, getting to and from work. It was a pain in the ass, man. But yeah,
but you had to, right? You were in a situation where you had to, as do or die, and you did, right?
Oh yeah. Well, my whole life was like that. I worked since I was 13, so I always knew like I'd be able to make it, but it was just like, yeah. So I mean, it's doable, but you got to want to do it. You got to know you can first before you got the drive. But yeah. I mean, so I would say, yeah, he could definitely do it, but if he's still got mommy and daddy holding his hands, it definitely doesn't look good.
Yeah, I think she feels sorry for him. Like you said, she's trying to help him out, trying to fix him. She tries to get him straight, and he does his thing, yeah. And I have spoke to him and said, what are your goals? What do you want to do? And believe it or not, he wants to be a cleaner. That's his goal. He wants to be a cleaner. And I've never met an 18-year-old dude whose goal in life is to be a cleaner. I find that really strange.
Does you mean like cleaner, like hitman cleaner, where you clean up the crime scene, that type of cleaner?
No, just cleaning houses and buildings and shit for people. And so he did start a little business here where we are, and we're in a ski resort town. So there's hundreds of jobs that come up on the notice board for cleaning units and, Airbnbs, and she sends them to him and says, look, you could get some work here, cleaning here and there, and he just never takes it up. It seems to be just all talk. He just can't put the shit in practice. He can't get his shit into gear and actually get out and do it.
Well, I think he had the goal, but if you say he was doing drugs and drinking alcohol, oh my gosh, hopefully he can get away from that stuff. Pray to God.
Yeah, look, I want the best for both of them. I mean, he's only a young guy. I don't wish anyone any, ill harm or anything like that. I hope he gets his shit together, and I hope they can be happy. But at the moment, it's just not going that way. And yeah, I feel like she's there trying to help him and fix him up and whatever. Because, like I said, she's organised, man. She works 2 jobs. She's bought her own car. She's got a lot of drive. She wants to get somewhere in life. When we get up there, she's going to do real estate. So she's doing her real estate licenses and courses now here where we are, so that when she gets there, she's ready to go. And they just don't work together because, like I said, she's got this drive. She wants to be somebody. She wants to be somewhere in her life, and he just sort of wants to hang out and go for the ride. But it is hard today, like you were talking earlier about trying to find a girlfriend or a wife or whatever. I mean, yeah, it's terrible the way that society's gone. And even my son, I don't know how he's going to find a decent girl. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. It is. It's a needle in a haystack, yeah. And he learnt that early on. He had a crazy girlfriend and drove him mad, wouldn't let him do anything, fight with him, all this sort of stuff, just a nutter, yeah. And once he moved on from her, he hasn't bothered again. He's like, nah, I'm going to go play golf. I'm going to go do the things that I want to do. I'm going to work, get my house. But, it's not good for any of the kids these days.
Yeah. You said that about your daughter. It sounds like eventually it's going to click on her, because if she has all these goals and she's getting the license for real estate and stuff, she has the right mindset at the moment. But obviously, she's young. Obviously, girls want boyfriends and boyfriends want girlfriends. So that's part of the whole equation. But if she has this drive, has jobs, driving, real estate, that eventually it's gonna click on her. And if the guy doesn't step up, she's gonna dump him like women do to men.
Yeah, I feel like that's what's going to happen. If he does make it, I think she's just going to end up leaving him behind.
Yeah, sounds like it to me, actually.
Yeah, usually that's the best thing. If she starts having a better lifestyle, she'll drop him.
Yeah, but I've never intervened from the start. Maybe I should have. My wife wanted me to, but they're 17, 18, 19. I think that you just got to accept that this is life. And, I got mates that say, oh, if I had a daughter, I'm going to fucking do this and this. If the boyfriend turns up, you got all those old movies and stuff where the dad answers the door like a lunatic, and you just can't do that. Yeah, it's just life. Of course they're going to find a partner. Of course they're going to find a boyfriend. You've just got to try and give them the right advice, but not push them away so that you can be there when the shit falls apart and they come to you.
Yeah, you would have turned her away if you would have did what you wanted to do and put your foot down and tell her she can't be her own person. Then she would have turned to him. You know what I mean? Ran away or some dumb shit, Yeah,
that's right. That's when they're sneaking out the fucking window and doing all this sort of shit. At least I know what's going on, yeah? Like, I've got rules in place that they respected, and Yeah.
You end up with Romeo and Juliet or some shit.
Yeah. No, it's not easy, eh? You think you got rid of, like, the kids have all grown up. It's not like they're little kids anymore. They're not so reliant on you, but they are. It's just in a different way.
Well, I'm sure it'll all work out. Hopefully with minimal
I got 3
heartbreak.
little ones. I won't be going through what you're going through for quite some time.
I got 2 grown ones and a middle one.
Andy. AJ, I gotta tell you this, bro. You are with the mother of your children, right? And you guys got that going, and you have this, still have this relationship with. I mean, you guys got the family in place. Now the branches of the tree and the seeds of the tree are expanding, and that's just part of the game, But the mother and the father are still together, and that's pretty amazing. So you guys got something good going there. That's good stuff. So you still have that foundation in place. Your son is doing his own thing. You guys and your daughter doing all that. I mean, it sounds good. It doesn't sound as bad as many other stories. So props to you and to your wife.
Yeah, no, we've got it good here. Yeah, it's not bad. So I got 4 kids. I've got 3 daughters and 1 son. So my son's the oldest. He's 21. And then my next oldest is 19, and then 18, and then 16.
That's awesome, man.
You guys are dope.
God bless you, man.
And they're all flat earthers.
That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. We need more people who know the truth.
And Christian.
Less easily manipulated. There you go. That's even better. Good morals. Good foundation.
Yeah, and that's what happened here. My wife manages a big bakery here, and there's 3 stores. It just happened. It wasn't what she wanted to do, but she was working over. She didn't have to work. She was working over there for something to do during the day because the kids are a bit older now, and they couldn't find a manager. So she said she'd do it. So the kids basically all went and worked with her, and my 16-year-old manages a bakery on her own now. So she's been doing it since she was 15. They're all pretty good. Not what they want to do when they move, but it's given them good experience dealing with people, ordering stock, just management in general, yeah.
Yeah, man, you can't beat that type of experience. That's better than any school is going to teach you. You're learning from real life, doing inventory, checking the books, counting the registers, all that good stuff. Plus, it teaches you responsibility and the Christian tradition, keeps you from being dishonest and stealing and all that good stuff. So you already got that good moral compass leading your way. So that's, sounds like you're batting 1,000.
They all got to work with their mum as well. So my wife's the one that sort of taught them as well. So that's really good. All the girls work with her together. So it keeps everybody close as well. It's been pretty good actually being here for that situation.
Yeah, I got 2 boys and a girl. Boy's 9, and my 7-year-old will be 8 next month, and I got a 4-year-old daughter who will be 5 in December. So ways to go, but yeah,
goes really quick though, man. It goes so quick.
I know. Yeah. I know, man. It just feels like my oldest was just a baby, was just born yesterday, man. It's crazy. But yeah, it's just it's expensive here in the States. I'm sure it is out there too, but
it's probably worse here, yeah. I don't know exactly what the comparison would be, but it's like you're purchasing, like what you're buying over there is a lot cheaper than what it is here. Everything's expensive over here. Fucking crazy, actually. Just to fill up my car with petrol.
Food is outrageous
diesel
right
cost
now.
me fucking $250 a tank. It's
Holy shit. All right, yeah, you got it worse. If that's the case, that's crazy.
Man, you go to McDonald's for dinner, or like McDonald's or something like a fast food, just to get a burger. A burger's now nearly $20 at McDonald's, I think.
What the fuck? What? I mean, what are you bringing in a day? I mean, if you're paying $20 for a fucking burger.
It is. It's crazy. If I go down to the supermarket to buy everybody dinner, unless you're doing something like spaghetti bolognese or some big meal like that, but if you want to go and buy meat or steak or anything like that, it's $100 a day at the grocery store.
So what are you making a day? Are you bringing in like 400 a day? I mean, like, what the fuck?
Well, we probably need to be making, to live comfortably, around $3,000 a week, three to four, probably $4,000 a week.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's wild, bro.
In 1965, the average family income was $6,900 a year.
Yeah. I was freaking out when I went to the US because everything was so cheap, yeah? We could go out for a nice meal at a pub or somewhere or a restaurant and pay $100 with tips. That's, like I said, that's what you'd pay here to go to McDonald's. Fuel's like, where I am, it's, nearly $2 a litre for fuel. It's, everything in Australia is just really inflated, yeah? And it's gotten worse.
Yeah, but what are the wages like? I mean, can you make enough money to, like, at a regular style job? I mean, do you need to be like a special tradesman to be making like any type of decent wage?
I think most families, that's why, like, both people will work, the husband and the wife, and even then it can be a struggle. So my wife makes good money managing those bakeries now, and I make pretty good money trading, so that's what we're doing at the moment. But we've always owned our own businesses up till this point. So prior to this, we owned a big security company. We had a lot of employees. That made us good money. We had about 140 casual employees and 40 full-time. And then when we sold that sort of set us up where we didn't have to work as much. And then I bought another business, a rundown signage business that I got back to put it all back together and got it turning a profit. And then I sold that. And then I bought some land, did a bit of a land development, subdivided the land and sold that off. So, but if we didn't have that business to begin with, we definitely wouldn't have been in the position that we're in today.
Yeah, so it was years of hard work and just staying on top of the ball that got you to where you're at. All right. Yeah, I mean, I've been learning the trade since I was a young kid, so I do all types of construction and stuff. And yeah, it's tough. It's definitely tough if you don't have your own business and living the life of a guy who's working from job to job, just doing like these menial jobs or whatever, like contract work. It's tough to sell stuff when you're competing with. There's a lot of illegal workers in our country, and it's tough to compete against their pricing when you're trying to do things legit. So it's been a rough ride trying to get the money that you deserve for the work that you're doing when you're competing against such cheap labor and stuff. But yeah, hats off to you, man.
They do the same thing here, not to the extent of the US. When I had my security company, that was always a big problem. They'd be trying to pay people as contractors and paying their staff $20 an hour. And then, they're going into jobs at $30 an hour. and my guys are getting paid like $35 an hour, and I'm going in at like $45, $50 an hour. So at the end of it, it was hard to get work, but then once we got the work, we always did a really good job, yeah? And it was more word of mouth then, and when people were having problems, they knew they'd come to us. And then once we got the work, we always kept the work. But it was very difficult in the start to get it in the first place. You just had to be the best at what you did, and yeah. But that wasn't easy either. That was years and years of working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I've done a lifetime of work in the last 25 years, I can tell you that, 30 years.
Yeah, I bet, man. It sounds crazy. It's like 7 days a week is what I've been doing recently, and it's like, it ain't enough. Like, I feel like I need like 2 of me working just to be able to say, yeah, I'm making enough.
Well, see, the benefit I had was although staff are a problem, every person I had working out on the ground, I'm making $25 an hour out of those guys, and I got 100 guys out working. So, but in the beginning, it was very difficult. I did it all myself. I started by myself, and we gradually built up to that, obviously, but that was me and the work that I had to put in to get it there.
Well, trying to find young men out here that are willing to learn these trades and do this work is tough. Everyone wants this like dream job where they could just sit back and fuck around half the day and make a good wage. And I'm looking at them like, guys, you're not living in the real world. And like, I couldn't tell you how many times I bought on a new guy and they ain't even worth trying to train because their heart ain't even in it. They're just like, well, can I get paid? You know, it's like, dude, you didn't even pay attention. What the fuck did you even do today? You know, it's like, so I've just lost hope with just finding good employees.
Yep. And it's probably getting worse. I think they're doing now that quiet quitting where they come in and they do as minimal as they possibly can to get their money. And I've always taught my kids the opposite, yeah? You do as much as you can, go to work, you do the best you can, yeah? Otherwise, you're never going to progress. If they ask you to stay back, stay back. If they ask you to do something you don't want to do, go and do it because you're the one that's going to be recognised, but it takes work. Looks like we got someone new in here, John Luna. How you going, John?
That's me, man. That's who you've been talking to.
Oh, shit. I didn't even realise who I was talking to. Sorry, I've been on my phone. I wasn't looking.
Yeah, pay attention, AJ.
Yeah, sorry, man. I just seen your camera pop up and I thought, oh, someone new.
Yeah, we've been talking to John for a while. Yesterday I confused him. I switched him. I thought it was AI Overlord, and now AI Overlord is here in the same room, so now I can check if it's not the same person. So AI, just open your mic, and you both speak at the same time. So I can.
They do sound the same, actually. I had that the other day. I thought it was AI and it was John. Sorry, I wasn't on my phone. The names don't pop up unless I touch my screen, so I was just looking at the picture, not the name, John. And then when your camera came on, I thought, oh, look, someone's popped in. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, we still haven't confirmed that it's not AI. They have to speak at the same time. So we can check that box.
No, when AI speaks, his microphone's a wreck.
Actually, that's correct. Yeah. That might be the thing.
Yeah, my first time in the VC was at the home server, and actually the first time, the first person I really got into a long conversation with was AI. So I thought that was kind of funny when everybody was like, "Dude, this guy sounds exactly like you, AI." That's exactly what everybody was saying in the VC that day. That was probably about like 7 months ago.
So were you into flat Earth prior to that, or is it sort of new for you the last 7 months?
Oh no, I've been a flat earther since. I mean, I never really truly believed in the globe as a child, and I kind of got, suckered into it, and basically in college, it was just like kind of fell in love with the outer space story. The more I learned about it, and like kind of became like a fucking nerd about it too, like just learning as much as I possibly could, watching as many documentaries as I could to try and figure out like what the fuck it was talking. I mean, I studied a lot, and what wasted years, but it was probably around like 2000, right around the time like Eric Dubay came out with his books and shit. Probably 2014, like early 2014, something like that.
Rookies.
Yeah, it was probably about the same. Oh, no, it's probably 2010, around that time, I reckon. But there wasn't really much flat Earth info out there.
I think I first heard about flat Earth back in 2004.
Yeah, righto. There'd be nothing out there then.
Yeah, there was a radio show, and it featured the guy who was the current president of the Flat Earth Society.
Okay. And then I told my wife about it, and she was like, well, of course the Earth is flat. I'm not hanging off the bottom of no ball, you idiot.
Yeah, we grew up reading the Bible, and my whole family. It was a family of 7 kids, and my parents would read the Bible to us every morning at the breakfast table. We'd read like a couple chapters every day, and just the first couple chapters, they basically covered all that, and I was like, okay, well, obviously, the Earth is young and made by God, so I wasn't really questioning any of that stuff. It was only like kind of like a peer pressure type thing, it was like all the academics in my school, in high school, were like, well, obviously all my teachers and shit were pushing this stuff, and I'm like, okay, well, you guys are supposed to be the experts, so a classic case of appeal to authority, and just going along to get along really kind of swayed me away from my foundational belief system. But in the back of my mind, I always knew, like, well, there's got to be something more to it, and we'll find out eventually. But it was like the long distance. It was the long distance observations that really hit home for me. And and the other thing that never made sense was the vacuum next to no container. That was a huge one for me too. Like, I always thought about that. What the fuck is keeping the vacuum of space out of here? And gravity just didn't really seem like, it was so selective. It really didn't seem like something that was like rock solid to really put your faith in. So I always, in the back of my mind, was like, nobody fucking knows, it's like nobody knows any of that shit. But all these years later, feels a lot better to know that I was right. My gut was right.
Yeah, nice. So you've only been on Discord for the last 7 months then? Were you involved with anything prior to that?
Yeah, I was playing a stupid mobile game on my off time. Like, I had a boring job where it was like I didn't have shit to do, and I was just like sitting there just killing time. And one of my buddies was like, oh, check out this game. So I checked out the game. They're like, well, you got to join the Discord. So I joined Discord. I didn't even know Discord existed. So that's how I got on Discord. And I was watching one of Eric Dubay's interviews, and Flat Lloyd came on. He did an interview with Eric Dubay. I saw that, and he was like, yeah, we got a Discord group. And I'm like, oh, I'm on Discord. So I was like, yeah, maybe I'll check that out. So I had put it on the back burner. I'd made a note in my phone to check out the group. And maybe like 5 months after, I checked out the group. And that was 7 months ago.
Yeah, nice. Definitely a good community here in 24/7 and a great bunch of people, yeah.
Oh, I'd say so. I mean, I don't believe in coincidences. So, yeah, I definitely feel like there's a reason for everything. And yeah, I mean, after meeting everybody in this VC that's here on a regular basis, and everybody over at the home channel, I was just like, yeah, for sure, everybody here's solid. And I like the fact that you guys don't get into all the speculative crap. It's nice to speculate, and you guys welcome a good discussion when it comes time. But when it comes down to brass tacks, it's like, no, we're not playing these fucking games where we're gonna like try and explain the whole fucking universe. I love that too. Like I was saying, I had a 15-minute call with Flat Earth Dave one time, and I told him, I was like, bro, you don't have to explain everything. Like you don't have to try and explain everything. Like just stick to the stuff you could prove. You'll fucking win a lot more debates that way.
Well, I'm interested to see this debate between Whitsitt and Jaron. That's going to be interesting. I'm definitely not paying for it. I'll wait to 2 weeks, but I'm going to be interested to see what happens there.
You know it's going to be nothing new, dude. I mean, Jaron's coming from a place of complete, like, nothing burger, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I saw the 24-hour sun, so I'm going to throw away all of my last 10 years of fucking work. It's like, it's just, he just seems so disingenuous. Like, the whole thing just seems like a fucking total farce, to be honest. And Whitsitt, I'm not a big fan. I mean, the guy's sharp, but I mean, he just seems phony as shit too.
Yeah, I don't normally watch either of them, yeah. I definitely haven't for a long time. I watched Whitsitt quite a while ago, but not really since I've been involved with 24/7, but it's going to be interesting how they nut it out together because they're supposed to be mates, I think. And what points they're going to bring up and how they're going to be rebutted. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm being quiet. I'm like sneaking around my house because everyone's asleep. But no, I'd say like it was a pretty short debate based on when it started and when it finished because I think Elbow caught a bit of the end of it. And I mean, I was talking about it with just by the price tag on it and the fact that they're close buds. I feel like the fact that Jaron hasn't been making as much money, that this is just a grift, and that Whitsitt is just trying to help him get some money in his pocket, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a good point. Looks like we actually do have someone in the room now. New, Ashuka. How are you going? What brings you to 24/7 Flat Earth?
I don't know. Looks like they got some advertising thing or something.
Yeah, I hadn't opened the stream yet. I'm gonna.
Looks like it's an Xbox video game. Might have got booted out of one room into this room for spamming.
It seems to happen a bit here. I've noticed quite a few people that roll up in here and they're like, oh, sorry, I was just in another room and they kicked me to here.
Yeah, I've been seeing that too. I think it's just with this room in general. Like they want to keep people in the politics server, so they just try and keep them in. If one group kicks them out, they automatically forward them to another group in the room, one of the guest rooms. So
I don't know if you're there, T-Dub, did you? Sorry, go ahead.
So AJ, so you've been in Australia your whole life. What's the wildlife like out there? Is it a dangerous place, or is it not as bad as the Nat Geo documentaries make it out to be?
Yeah, it's nowhere near as bad as what they make it out to be. I feel like it's just as dangerous in the US. Yeah, you go out in the bush, you guys have got bears and fucking, I don't know, moose and all sorts of crap out there as well. Crazy snakes.
Yeah, I grew up in New Jersey, and there was practically no wildlife left in that freaking place. I mean, you had black widow spiders, but I hadn't seen any my whole time there. I mean, I lived there most of my life. I recently moved down to Georgia, and yeah, they had me thinking there's all types of snakes down here, all types of fucking spiders and shit. I'm like, dude, I haven't seen much of anything down here since I moved down here either. So I'm just like, well, where's all the fucking danger at, you know? I feel like half the programming is all about instilling fear into people.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Like, I got a fairly big property. I got 200 acres that I've got to weed spray every year. So I've got to walk through all this long bush at like days and days. It takes me months, yeah, to spray. And I think in the last 5 years, or maybe 6 years, I've had 2 king browns that I've run into that have just taken off, yeah. I grew up in North Queensland, so a lot of saltwater crocodiles, probably a little bit like Florida. We still swam in the rivers, we swam in creeks, we did all the normal things. Yes, crocs were around, but you're aware that there are certain places you just didn't swim, yeah? You don't roll up to some random water hole and just go for a swim. So, I mean, there's snakes, spiders, whatever, but I've never had an issue, and I've pretty much grown up in the bush all my life, yeah?
If you ever come to Canada, AJ, best look out for them beavers. Pesky beavers, man.
And the moose.
Believe it or not, they're fucking dangerous, man. You ever see those choppers on those things?
Oh, yeah.
Moose kill people.
Actually, I've seen moose when we were in Colorado. I was in Breckenridge, man, and there was this massive moose just walking down the main street when we were parking. It was nearly the height of a street sign. Its back, it was huge.
Yeah. My uncle hunts moose, and yeah, there's many stories of them they just walk out on a dirt road or something like that. You don't see it, you just smash right into it. You know, either kill it or don't, but your car is certainly finished, you know?
Well, usually the people die from the moose because the legs are so high, then the weight of the body's up high, so it comes across your hood, slides right through your windshield, and crushes you. Because moose kill people.
I don't doubt it, and it would definitely suck being stomped by one of those things with those big long legs, man. I don't know if you'd get away.
Yeah, people sleep on bears too. Bears are fast as shit, dude. People sleep on bears.
Did you need me, AJ? Yeah, I heard you say my name.
Yeah, I was going to ask you whether you got that snow you were waiting on the other day. Did it come through?
Oh yeah. Got about 5 or 10 minutes of soft flakes. Yeah, just real light. But yeah, we did. It didn't settle. But yep. Warmed up a little bit now. Sort of like it's gotten a little bit warmer. But I think we're going to get another cold front.
Yeah, it's warmed up here a little bit as well, and that's what usually happens. We normally get a bit of warm weather before the cold front, so I'd say it's coming back. But they keep saying it's going to be the warmest winter warmest winter in history in Australia. And I'm sort of hoping, because then they'll close the season early and I can get out of here and move to Queensland.
Yeah, right, yeah. We're still getting cold mornings and nights. Like we had -5 a couple of mornings ago. Yeah, it was pretty cold.
Oh, disgusting.
But today's like nice out in the sun. It's like not too bad, not much of a breeze. It's actually sort of moderate.
Yeah, it's pretty good here too. I'm only wearing not one jumper, not two. Yeah, and Mick, I did go to Canada, but I only stayed in Toronto. I didn't go anywhere else. Oh, sorry, that's not true. I went across to Niagara Falls and went back across to America.
Yeah, Niagara, I mean, it's a few hours from Toronto, like 2 or 3 or something like that. But, yeah, my neck of the woods, maybe it's just me, but kind of just perceive Niagara as, it's near Toronto, it's the Toronto area. Same general kind of region, you know.
Yeah. I was actually really surprised, yeah, because if you go to anything like that in Australia, there's no town around it. Like if you're going to go to a big waterfall or you're going to go somewhere along those lines, you sort of drive out into the bush and then you're driving on a dirt road and then you're sort of out in the middle of nowhere, yeah. So I'm looking for Niagara Falls, driving into Niagara, and I'm following the signs. And then we get there and we park. And I'm like, we must be in the wrong place. This can't be Niagara Falls. Like that was probably the most thing out of anything. How the city was built right up to the waterfall.
Yeah, I don't know the history of it, but it probably had something to do with the trade and shit, you know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built it there. Like, you know, it was a good way into, you know, the other part into the U.S., right? Yeah, maybe not the falls themselves, but you know.
Yeah, I think there's a big old power station there as well, right near the falls. So it was probably handy having the hydro dam there, the hydro.
Yeah.
Yeah, those have been shut down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, they moved that power generation to different plants. The one plant was doing a very strange 25 hertz electrical power.
So they had hydroelectricity before and said, fuck that?
No, like they moved it to the Sir Adam Beck generation stations, but there was one right next to the falls. And that one was generating like 25 hertz for some industrial use. But they just moved that production out of there.
Okay.
Now it's a tourist destination. You can go into that old plant and view everything. Even go down into the tunnels where they used to exit the water. Walk down the tunnels there as well.
Yep. Or you can stand there and look at the waterfall with the view of the casinos on the opposite side in America. So that's what tripped me out the most. Like, it'd be such a beautiful place, but it's just bam in the middle of the city, and then you look across, and all you can see is casinos.
Yeah, Niagara Falls was a nice trip. I went up there. I actually, went to Toronto just for a little bit. I think it was like a day trip with the ex's family when I was about like 23 or so. But yeah, we got Twanger. We got Twanger in the chat. He's always around.
I think he just left, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah.
He didn't want none.
Flatman's joined us, so how you going, Flatman?
What's shaking?
Not much.
Right on, right on. Just about to hit the sack myself right now.
Oh, have a good one.
Right on, ladies and gents. Take care.
Cheers, man. So AJ, how big is this move? How far are you traveling?
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Said how big is this move that you're making? Like how far are you guys traveling? Are you selling everything, or are you keeping property where you're at now and just buying new where you're going?
Yeah, we're just buying new. We're going about close to 3,000 Ks.
Holy shit! So you're going to be flying back and forth to manage the property and shit?
We've sold everything here. So then, yeah, we're buying up there, but I'm still stuck here for winter. So yeah, I don't know if I fly. I'll probably drive and do a couple of trips and take stuff up with me. I'm driving up next week, actually. I'm leaving next Thursday, so I've got to be there by the 23rd. And I'll take a heap of stuff with me then, and then, yeah, we'll just see how we go over winter.
That is one heck of a road trip, brother.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one. I'm going to try and do it in 3 days, try and do 1,000 Ks a day.
Well,
but
that's a lot of work, man.
A lot of stuff.
Yeah, moving is fucking tough work, dude. It's a lot of bullshit. You got to box it all up so you can unpack it all.
Yeah.
Then comes the decorating, right?
Yeah. This will be the last
Putting
one.
all the furniture back together. All right, that's good.
Yeah,
I got to do one more because I'm renting and we got to get out of this place. I mean, I lost my mother-in-law last year, and so we're in a place that's a little too big for our family now, and we're just kind of overpaying. We've been overpaying ever since she's been gone, and yeah, so got to move the whole household, and it's just not fun.
We were trying to move to the US originally, so we're up in the north of Australia in North Queensland, and then my kids were snowboarding and doing all that, and we were going over to the US for competitions and stuff like that. So when we sold our business and sold everything up there, we'd put a deposit on a business in Colorado, and we were supposed to be moving there. So the last step was it took us nearly 12 months, and the last step was just visa interviews in Melbourne. So we're in Melbourne for our last visa interviews, and then that was in 2020, and you know what happened, and they closed the embassy, and we couldn't move. So we ended up coming to where the snow is here in Australia, so they could keep on training here, and they're done with that now. So back up to the warmth, get out of the cold.
And whatnot, supposedly. So yeah, I find it interesting. So I like to use it because, there's maths and numbers and shit.
Well, I just noticed that like they like this refraction thing's again tossed back and forth. So like we always go, okay, what's your evidence that something we picked up around the curve? And then they'll show like there's the clay in the butane tank, and then there's like the dry ice, and then there's like they have to. What I noticed is they have to make an extreme condition with some substance that has a refractive index that's like 30% higher than air to even demonstrate it, that it's even possible, right?
Did you see the
refractive index of 1.4, and CO2 it has a refractive index of like 1.3, and when they're using it, it's super cold, right? So it's like this isn't a natural condition.
Another one that's really interesting. Another one that's really interesting that came about not long ago. I think it was Mez who posted it. You ever see that one where the guy takes out a laser, he points it at a white wall, and he takes out a hot iron and approaches the laser's path and deflects? That's another one. But that's like what, a difference of 300, 400 degrees Celsius or something? Whatever.
Like 1 inch. In like 1 inch, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's very interesting because one could suppose that of differentials lower than that over longer periods, the minute shift could, compound and then yield something. But then you're still faced with the empirical evidence, which they don't have. So there's a bit of an impasse in the entire thing still.
It's funny that Malcolm 2 left. He doesn't even want to listen to what he didn't understand.
Oh, Charlie left like 10 minutes ago. I know.
That's what I mean. Hilarious.
Oh, did he just leave voluntarily? Is that what happened?
Oh, Charlie, I heard you on Ladies' Night with Charlie. And I heard you say that you've heard him before. Yeah, he's a disingenuous schmuck, dude. Totally.
Yeah, I mean, you totally exposed him. He really didn't want to talk to you, Indio. He was like, "Can I talk to Mick, please? I don't want to talk to this Indio guy."
Oh, yeah. I've smacked around a few times, dude.
That was pretty comical.
You stole my smack.
Lights away, right? And like, he cited some guy, and then I went and found the guy, and I got a video of him saying that light's a particle, and he freaking spazzed out. It was pretty funny. So I used his own citation to prove him wrong, and obviously he's a condescending fuck when you do something like that. He's like, he freaking went nuclear.
That's
yeah, he exposed himself. He exposed himself.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to investigate the article, because I was sure there was going to be something in there that was going to be juicy, and I think we found it. Seemingly contradictory stuff, or just more theoretics that have yet to be mapped onto reality and demonstrated to actually be valid. So I kept probing him for a model. He's like, "Oh, you're an idiot. I got the indexes. That's all we need." It's like, no. How do you plug those in? Like Snell's law, you have your indexes and then you plug them into some, multiplying by, sine theta and shit like that, dividing by other stuff. Great. Now what do you do with these ones that you provided? What happens? He couldn't do it. He couldn't answer. So that was fun.
Yeah, it always was on the same thing. Okay, the science empirical, like that's what I was trying to get out of them. So that they'll say yes, because if it's not empirical, then what are you talking? Then you're violating the entire philosophy of science, or the whole foundation of science is empiricism. So if you just go into explanations and models and theories, that's not science. That's just storytelling. And so you got to have the data to back it up. And like if you're gonna say, my model predicts this, okay. And he said, yeah, we can do this. And he kept, and this is what Charlie does, right? He always says, yes, I have the information. I just can't show you because he wouldn't believe it. All the time. And he's never shown anything.
He seemed to have almost tried to get away with another one of those when we were asking for him, like, do you have the data? He said yes. And he was about to produce a table of different indices of refraction for different, things. That's fine. And those presumably were determined empirically, like in a lab setting. Fine, but that's one little bit. We're asking for the full context. Data on the output of some sort of test, in the larger context, using these things that are supposedly empirical.
Knowing index of refraction is fine, right? You can test, so what they tested was temperature, humidity, pressure, CO2 content, and there might be one other thing. And they tested at a bunch of wavelengths. So it's been tested up to not all the way to infrared, like maybe 790 nanometers or something. But they tested at each of these, right? So there's two different formulas that they have. But that's fine. But But that doesn't tell us how the light propagates through air. That always tells us what, the refractive index of air is a certain temperature, pressure, humidity, right? That's all that tells us. It doesn't tell us how the light's going to travel through air. It doesn't tell us how that air is distributed through the earth, right? It doesn't tell us any of that.
Exactly. Yeah. Like at one instance where you have air that's like super cool or standard, and then another little pocket right next to it of said temperature and whatnot. Yeah, you can expect that to behave in a way that you're maybe getting in this setting, but how does that extend to the larger context? Because they don't have the data on, what the conditions were, they can only guess that, oh, well, it must have been like what we see in the lab because of all these other things that they basically assume. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, their model assumes like a spherically symmetric atmosphere, right? That extends out radially, right from the center. That's their model. Spherically symmetric atmosphere that's radial. Like, there's no evidence that exists in nature at all. So what are they modeling exactly? They model something that don't exist. They model an ideal system that doesn't exist.
Wait, can you repeat that last one? What is it? What was it?
Spherically symmetric atmosphere. So there's a vertical gradient, right?
Oh, right.
Okay. Right. So the atmosphere is spherical. It's a spherical atmosphere. It's atmosphere, right? So it's a curved atmosphere, right? So let's say we had a Snell's law gradient, right? So let's say it's 1 degree Celsius for the first 1 foot and 2 degrees Celsius at 2 feet, so on and so forth. That layer is going to be curved itself.
Yeah.
So think about that.
Yeah, I got that. But in that sort of setup, these are discrete.
The light ray can't go straight. It can't. It's literally impossible. If your model is like that, even Andrew Thomas Young says this. The ray in a spherically symmetrical gradient atmosphere can't go straight, no matter what, because the atmosphere is curving.
Wait, even if the light is passing through at the same altitude, whereby it's kind of sandwiched in between two different layers.
Well, because if it goes straight, then it'll be at a higher altitude.
Oh, eventually, yeah.
The atmosphere is turning down, right? So.
Right, it's true.
So the laser ends up going into space, right? So like.
Oh, right.
It has to curve.
So what is it like? Light would bend towards
the lower density.
Towards the lower density. Okay.
Yes.
But in what direction, up or down? Like if you have two parallel, let's say you have two walls of gas, sandwiched in between glass or something like that, and you pass light into it from one side, from the higher density to the lower density, it'll bend towards like what the normal, or does it go down or up?
It should bend. Well, what actually happens, without getting super technical. So, I'm sure you've seen diagrams of waves where they extend out like circles, right? So what happens is when there's a gradient, that wavefront ends up twisting. So the direction of the light changes, right? So the phase front gets tilted. So let's say it's going horizontal for a section. The lower part of the wave will be in the denser part of the medium. And like say you had just for Haas, say the wavefront was a foot long, and the top part of the foot is in a lower density, and the bottom part is in a higher density. That end will end up twisting it, right? Because the bottom part will end up going slower than the upper parts. So that turns it. You understand what I'm saying? So it'll turn it down. The wavefront, yeah. So it'll twist it down. It's like trying to catch up to something. Like, say you had a ruler and you're making it go through water, and the water was thicker at the bottom than the top. But it always goes only one speed. So the top part of the ruler would go faster than the lower part because the liquid on top is less viscous. So it would end up turning the ruler. You get more drag on the bottom than the top.
So what would that create? Like instead of just a ruler that just inflects at the surface, creating like a bent ruler, it would create like a U shape.
It ends up rotating. It ends up rotating it, right? It's because the bottom part can't keep up with the top part.
What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, so that's basically what's happening because the denser air at the bottom, right? So the bottom part of the wavefront goes slower than the top part of the wavefront, so that wavefront ends up turning. And because it's turning, and it always goes normal to the perpendicular to the wavefront, right? So as it turns, right now the direction of light ray heading would be down, right? So over in a gradient medium, it'll turn, like it'll make a curved path. That's the idea, at least.
Okay.
But in a spherically symmetric atmosphere, then it'll always turn, right?
Hey, Charlie's back, by the way, I just noticed.
Yeah, I was kicked for pointing out somebody here likes the N-word.
I didn't kick it.
That's not the topic. Don't bring it up again, or else you're getting kicked forever.
Yeah, I know it's defamation.
We're moving on. Yeah, don't bring it up. About the
Sure. Would you like to continue our conversation?
Yeah, the
I'm
actual
happy to.
conversation, which isn't about that. The one that's about the room topic.
Yeah, we were talking about refraction, right? Right. Mick was like,
well, I know.
demonstrate to me that that the proper conditions have been measured that can generate a refraction coefficient of close to 1. Right. That was the question.
Right, in the black swan scenario, yeah.
No. He added that afterwards. Let's work towards it, right? Let's first accept that it's possible, and then we can see if it applies in the black swan scenario.
Yeah, accept the claim I'm trying to prove, and then we'll move on. Fuck you.
Yes, as I said, baby steps, right?
It was a two-part.
Accept the claim you need evidence for, and then we'll move on. I don't think so. Get the evidence.
What? Accept the claim you need evidence for?
Yeah, prove it's possible.
I'm working towards that.
Not
I don't know
in
if you know.
theory,
I don't know if you know what a
nature.
reconstruction is. Yes, sure, whatever.
In nature.
So, Mick,
in nature. Repeat back to me what I just said.
Do you accept this as the formula for?
Repeat back to me what I just said. Repeat back to me what I just said.
For a medium.
Yeah,
Or if
listen,
you
I don't care about your
then let's
mouth.
go into that.
Bro.
Wow, you really love inserting yourself.
Repeat to me what I just said.
Mick, are you there?
Is this equation in Charlie? Is this equation in nature?
Mick, are you there?
Yes or no? Is this equation in nature?
Nature's not math. Mick, are you there?
Okay, cool. So we want the in nature.
Do you accept that this equation accurately models?
No, I do not. Do we need the evidence?
Are you Mick? Are you Mick?
Doesn't matter.
I mean, if you don't accept it, we can go into it. If you do accept it, then I can move into my next point.
In the panel, then just don't talk.
Charlie, should you accept it without
I'm happy to
evidence
talk to
verify
everybody in
that
the panel,
equation is-
but this guy just like fucking jumps at the chance to interrupt you.
Charlie, should he accept that if there's no evidence to support the equation is accurate?
Okay, if he doesn't think that the equation is accurate, then I'm
Why
happy
can
to
you
present
never
the evidence
answer
that demonstrates well, it's difficult for you to comprehend that the question is being answered if you interrupt me halfway through it.
It was a yes or no question.
Or
You didn't
actually,
say yes
honestly,
or
I
no.
don't even know that would make a difference for you, but
You didn't say yes or no.
I would have asked.
Do you accept the equation, or do you not know the equation, or can we talk about it?
Why are you asking if he accepts it when you haven't presented the evidence, dude? Why are you doing that?
I think he's a big boy and he can answer for himself.
Yeah, you try.
I mean, I'm gonna ask something similar, dude. I don't know enough to accept this outright. I've never seen it before. Where did it come from?
Excellent. This comes from a 1936 paper on the study of refraction of air under different atmospheric conditions. And if you don't believe me, I can paste the paper and we can go through it.
That would be interesting.
Excellent. So here is the initial reference where I found it. The P is pressure, the T is temperature, and the delta T over delta Z is just the change of temperature over per unit change of elevation.
Hold on. Here we go. Okay.
But let me go to the actual paper, 1936.
1936, bro. Not even close.
87, dude.
I read this paper I don't know, 6 years ago.
It's 1936.
Reciprocal Z-net angle paper is 1936. That's the link we posted. Monitoring the refraction coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous vertical angle measurements.
Hold on.
Yeah, dude, this was first published in 2010, bro.
No,
they
it's
cite
not.
That's
Yes,
what it says at the top.
this paper cites the equation, right? The paper, excuse me, not 1936, 1939.
39.
Right, but since you don't believe the equation that they're citing, I guess we have to go back to that, right? See, this is what you're doing. You're like asking, you're introducing an infinite recursion of doubt. That's fine. Let's do that. Let's do it.
It's not infinite. It's not infinite, dude. Things have a start at some point.
So let's go to so does the sequence from 1 to infinity, right? Brock's 1939.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in German. Let's see if we can get a nice translation.
Shit.
Every paper you look up, sorry, I've already read it. Even the German one.
That's great. You got a big brain, buddy.
He just
you're trying to play catch up, dude. You're just a pretender clown.
Yeah, he just figured out it's in German. Has to translate. He didn't know that before.
Correct. No, you're correct. I tend to believe physics papers that have been published and
you're just reading them now
are over almost 100 years.
Yeah, he's
correct.
Just reading it now.
You haven't read it.
Yeah, so you take them on faith at face value initially.
No, it's not faith. It's not faith.
Yeah, you just said it, dude. I tend to believe.
No, it's not faith.
You just said it. You just
Listen,
said
if you want it, I don't want to get into an epistemological, philosophical discussion right now. but I can. Do you want to have the conversation? Or would you like to have the conversation about the physics?
Hold on, Mick. But Charlie, you didn't read these papers. So you're not basing it upon the peer-reviewed research. You didn't read these.
I have enough confidence that the paper is correct.
What? Did you read the abstract or the conclusion? Which did you read? Did you look at the data? What part of the...
What does it matter?
What did you read? Well, how do you know what it says? How do you know what to believe? Charlie, when I'm asking, how do you know what to believe in if you don't know what it says?
Okay. So it sounds like you want to get...
It must agree with my delusion.
It sounds like you want to have a conversation about the epistemology, which I guess we're going down that route. Then why are you asking me that fucking question, you fucking moron? All right. The reason I believe peer-reviewed papers. All right. The reason I believe peer-reviewed papers is because from when I was a little kid in science class, right, I would read claims in textbooks that my teachers would tell me, and I would go, "That can't be true. That's bullshit." So then I would look into it myself. Great. I would do my own research on that subject, and then I would find out, holy shit, they're actually correct. Then times later, a similar thing would happen. Teacher would say something. I'd be like, okay, that sounds about right. I would read something in the textbook, and I would be like, that sounds about right. That seems plausible. Then I would read something else that I would think, that cannot be true. That really can't be true. And then I would go and verify it, and then I would do my own research, and I would see, holy shit, it works out. All right, so in order for me to not be catatonic, all right?
Okay, that's enough, Charlie. Enough. What I asked you was, you said, I tend to believe peer-reviewed papers. Well, you didn't read these peer-reviewed papers. So how are you tending to believe them when you don't know what they say? Every word could contradict what you believe is true.
Now you're
going to address what I'm saying?
Do you not accept that the very first paper that I pasted agrees with the interpretation of that equation and that paper is peer-reviewed?
No, it does not.
It does not. You think the paper disagrees with me?
Did you read the paper? Did you read the paper?
Yes. Yeah, the first one that I pasted, absolutely, yes. You think that paper disagrees?
You didn't even know what the title was. You told us from the 1930s.
No, you fucking moron. I'm talking about the initial paper that I pasted.
I'm going to go from memory. I'll just go from memory, okay?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Why would you ask me about the epistemology if you're not interested in it? That's so fucking dumb.
No.
Anyway, if you don't accept
epistemology, but you.
Yes, you did. You asked me what it is that I believe the paper.
You've never read the paper, and you know it.
And I'm giving you the conclusion. So, by the transitive property.
The conclusion.
I know the transitive property is difficult for you guys to understand, but by the transitive property, if peer-reviewed long-standing paper A asserts claim made by paper B, and if I believe paper A, then I must also believe paper B.
Believes it.
No, it is.
Oh, please. Yeah, I know you guys also struggle with language and definitions, right? So,
but you don't know what it says in paper A or B. What agrees with what?
So hold on. Do you at the very least? Do you at the very least agree that the initial paper that I cited takes that equation to mean what I say it means? Meaning it is the equation that will tell you the refractive coefficient for an atmosphere at a particular pressure, temperature, and change in temperature over elevation.
No, what it tells you is if you have a spherically symmetric gradient, right? How the right way will deflect based upon pressure, temperature. That's what it tells you. Doesn't say anything about the Earth in its meteorological conditions at all.
Correct. I never said anything about the Earth with respect to this.
And why are we care? Why
you just agree with me? Okay, excellent. So you agree with me that this equation gives you the refractive coefficient for the atmosphere, giving a pressure, a temperature, and a rate of change of temperature with a Z value. Right? I mean, that's what you just said. Nothing said about necessarily about the shape of the Earth.
It compares the radius of a ray to the radius claimed to be Earth.
Dude, that was the fucking most retarded straw man I ever heard.
It can be seen as that.
The radius of the ray.
Can you point to me in the equation here where the R is?
God.
503 p over t squared, parentheses, 0.0343 plus delta t over delta z, parentheses close. I don't see anything about an R. I'm aware that there is another equation that equates this to the radius of curvature of the ray and the radius of the Earth. I'm aware of that. But because what is at contention here is the shape of the Earth, let's dispose of that for a second. All right? Because that's unreasonable to you, Indio.
So what's the formula for? You said it was for the K value. What's it for?
Yes, it's for the K value. In the first paper, it's
is the K value the reciprocal of the radius of the Earth? Yes or no?
It can also be equated to that. Yes.
Okay, that's what it's used for, right? When you get the value, that value will give you
the
radius of the ray.
What are bananas for, Indio?
Yeah, so you're contradicting yourself now.
What are bananas for? It's not a contradiction at all. It's not a contradiction at all. I know
The
you
K
think it
value
is,
is
but
reciprocal of the radius of the Earth, right? Yes or no?
it can be equated to that, yes.
Okay, what is it if you don't equate it to that?
It can be defined as, for example, 503 times the pressure over temperature squared, parentheses, 0.0.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Plus delta T.
Yeah, what does that mean without a radius? What does that mean without a radius?
It is a measure of how much. It is a measure of how much a ray curves.
Oh, and curves. How do they? What is the value it's used to denote the curve?
You don't need to assume any particular value.
The radius of a ray.
For example, you can assume
the radius of a ray.
For
the
example,
radius of a ray, Charlie.
You can assume a flat Earth. Oh God, Indio.
No, dude, you know I'm right. Dude, you're cooking yourself, dude.
Do you agree that you can assume a flat Earth and still have a useful value for the for this K?
Yeah, but you're using the radius of a ray.
Of it?
Yeah, but it's still a radius of a ray, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the K comes out of when you compare the radius of that ray to the Earth ray. You take this.
No, in this example, no, it comes out of multiplying 503 times pressure and some specific units divided by temperature square in Kelvin times 0.0343 plus dt over dz.
Yeah, that's fine, but
it feels like you accept this equation, right? I don't know if Mick has.
Yeah, that's fine, but it gives you the radius of a ray, and it assumes a spherically symmetric path of light.
Mick, do you agree with
me? Yes, it assumes a spherically symmetrical path of light which don't exist.
Mick, do you agree with Indio?
Dude, I'm going to have to be non-responsive. Are you going to keep being non-responsive?
Mick, do you agree with Indio?
Continue with Indio, dude. I'm reading. I don't know enough about this to actually agree or not. How are you asking me for? I've never seen this before.
Because you're the one who asked the original question, right? Of what are the necessary conditions for atmospheric conditions for you to observe an atmospheric refraction coefficient of near 1.
Great. So this supposedly would model that. And then the second question is, does it apply to what we were looking at?
Excellent. So the question has been reduced to, is there a value of P and a value of T and a value of delta T over Z, right? That would produce a refraction coefficient near 1. Are you happy with that reduction?
That's the question.
Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
It's not the question, though.
I know it's not the question. I'm working towards it. After that question is answered, right? Because if he answers yes, right, the question has been reduced to that. Then we can go and see, okay, where has there been in the atmosphere a temperature of T with a pressure of P with a change in temperature over altitude of a specific value, right? Right?
Yeah, cool. But this assumes a spherically
excellent. You do agree.
Atmosphere.
Mick, do you agree?
It just assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere.
Mick, do you agree?
This assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere.
Excellent. All right. So now we just need to look for particular values of P, particular values of delta T over Z, right?
Okay, I'm muting you. Okay, that's it.
Charlie,
you're going to address this. You're going to address this, Charlie. There's no way out. Okay, you can jerk off about your equations and explanations. Okay, this equation assumes a spherically symmetric atmosphere. You don't have that. Nobody thinks they have that. Doesn't model anything. That's why we asked you, do the meteorological conditions exist where you could get the appropriate value? And you pointed to an equation that doesn't imitate nature. And said, hey, I can manipulate the equation to give you some equivalent result. So if it predicts that, hey, something will be lifted up 10 feet, I can give you a spherically symmetric atmosphere model that'll say that it's picked up 10 feet. But so what? That doesn't model anything in nature. So address the fact that this equation models a spherically symmetric atmosphere. Do you understand? Oh, he deafened? No, Charlie's out of here.
Yeah, anyone that's interested, just look in the chat. K value equals the radius here divided by the radius of the curved ray of light.
Yeah,
that's a wrap.
Imagine struggling so hard not to present evidence. Dude, that was like an hour.
Yeah, it's crazy. Even if we had this model and we tried to plug in some values that applied to the black swan, we're still missing that. That's the second part of my question to him, which, if we let this continue, he's probably going to skate around that, never producing any numbers that we can actually plug into these models. So, complete waste of time. Sorry.
Hey, I tend to believe the physics papers that I never read.
Lasu has put in the chat there, globe because information I can't disclose. Yeah, I heard his whole routine. Like, I don't know when that was. Then he tried to come in here and do that with me. Like, I've got top secret information that if I could show you would totally prove the globe. Like, oh my gosh, guy.
Well, that's not as absurd as the guy that came out from Ladies Night that said he can see that the stars are giant balls of fucking plasma millions of miles away.
Yeah. And you can see that they're helium. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny too.
Yeah, that's a golden globey for sure.
Now, India, I'm actually looking into this paper thing here, and I see, okay, what you were talking about, the ratio between the radii, that's in section 2.1, right? You got that. But then looking down...
That paper is, listen, you should read that paper, because it goes over it in like the beginning of the paper, goes over the so-called terrestrial refraction, quote-unquote model, whatever you want to call it, in pretty good detail, like historical review, different experiments people did, different values they came up with, right? In the variation in values, so like you'll see some crazy variations in values of like different, like they'll cite the paper, right? And they'll say, well, this guy measured over grassland and got these values. This guy measured over ice and got these values. But they're using this K coefficient value. But that's just matching, right? So like it's just matching it to the model, right? So you look through the theodolite, the little freaking crosshair you think you're supposed to be, or the little marking you think you're supposed to be zoomed in on is moved down like, 3 inches or something. So you punch it into the model, like, okay, what is, like, assuming this model is correct, what would the radius of the ray have to be to move that? Me citing that in 3 inches down. And then they'll say, okay, well, the refractive index was a K equivalent to, 20 or something, whatever it is. So it's not even testing the model, really. It's doing observations and retroactively fitting the model to the observation. If that makes sense.
I was just trying to find where this K equals R, like capital R over R, ties into the point number 2, what Charlie was going into, the X equals 503, et cetera, et cetera.
Didn't you say he pulled that out of one of the citations?
Yeah, so he was trying to dig into the second one, the X equals 503, et cetera, et cetera. But right above it, that's where the ratio between the radii comes in. And I think he was trying to point out that these are two distinct things. Right? Because like the K is not brought into that equation anywhere. Neither are either of the R's. So like you were saying, this thing kind of goes into like a historical breakdown of different things. I think that's what I'm seeing here in 2.1. It's like they're saying, oh, at this point in time, these guys did this and they came up with this model. And then later on, these other guys did this other thing. They came up with this other model as distinct from this first one. I could be wrong, but I'm just trying to reconcile that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it says this K equals R divided by R, right? This definition is based on a circular arc used to model the often irregularly curved path of light. They're even admitting that it's not. That's just a...
Exactly. And then below that, right, 2 paragraphs below, that's where the equation that Charlie was trying to expound upon comes in, that doesn't use the K equals R over R.
Yeah, of a particular point in literature commonly referred to as local record, denoted with X, is connected to the vertical temperature. That just, from what this says, tells you the refraction coefficient at a particular point.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So in the vertical temperature gradient, so it'll tell you a point in the gradient from wherever the origin of coordinates, say ground level is where you start, right? So based upon this formula, if you plug this formula in, you want to know the temperature, say 5,000 meters. The X will be the refraction coefficient at like 5,000 meters, right? If you punch it in. Yeah. Because the delta Z is the what do you call it? Is the altitude, I think, right? Yeah, K per meter. Yeah. So X is connected to the vertical temperature gradient. Delta T divided by delta Z. That's K per meter. So that's temperature per meter. That's in the parentheses, right? So that's going to tell you so this will calculate, if you want to know any point, you could figure out at any altitude what the refraction coefficient is if you have known pressure and temperature values.
Exactly. So that's what Charlie was trying to dig into, right? And saying there's no R in that. I mean, granted, Charlie did a poor job in presenting it. It was confrontational shit. I mean, of course, it got heated and stuff. But I think later on towards the end, he was trying to emphasize that there is no R in this particular equation. That was the point. He kept asking for
Can I hop in here for a quick? Hey, what's up, Mick? How you doing, buddy? What's up, India? How you doing, buddy? I just posted a video in the side chat. This video is of me on Lake Ontario, on the west side of Lake Ontario. Wicked conditions, wicked conditions, right? And I'm in Toronto, right? Obviously, I'm not in Mississauga. I'm literally in Toronto, and I'm panning the camera from my right to my left, right? And the reason why I'm doing it is I'm emphasizing that you're going to be seeing the lights, right close to me, and the distance is going to vary as I start panning the camera because it's literally the bend of the lake, right? So this is like a 30-mile bend, right?
That's 30 miles away.
Well, yeah, at some point it gets even further depending on which lights you're looking at, because that whole span of lights are all different, distances.
Yeah, so the part where you zoom in, there's a little
that's like that's the furthest. That's like right straight across. That's like from north to south.
Okay. Which lake is this again?
Lake Ontario, friends.
Lake Ontario, okay.
Yeah, if you Google it, you'll see the size of the lake, right? And then you'll see what I'm talking about.
And how high are you off the ground? 6 feet or something?
No, a little bit higher probably because I'm on some rocks or some shit, but yeah.
Okay.
But you can see how high I am off the ground, kind of, sort of like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I try to...
Let's say less than 10 feet.
Because before I zoom in, like, I think I show you what I'm standing on, kind of, sort of.
Yeah. There's about let's say 3-4 feet of rocks and then you standing. So let's say less than 10.
And here's another crazy part. There's like a wave breakers, like they built these wave breakers, or I don't know where they built these things, right? And see how they're like below the horizon?
So you're looking right above them there? Right over them?
No, but yeah, it just emphasizes the perspective, right? How like it's how
like distance markers.
Yeah, Indio, you could populate this Muzox 2 audio player with any uncopyrighted videos that you have on YouTube. So I think Sporadic started that one. He usually keeps the dead air filled. But the gentleman who invited, I think it was Wolfgang or Cyclone over here, Vivek, he's been very accommodating, and he's the guy who set that all up for us. So it's a pretty cool tool that we could use. But there's a list of bot commands that anybody who's a mod in the channel can operate. They could operate that based on the bot commands for this specific audio player. Yeah, just figure I'd just give you the rundown on that. I'll resume it if you guys are cool. I just wanted to make sure for clarification purposes. But yeah, it's just an old restream. I don't know where Sporadic got the restream though. If you scroll up the chat, you should see where he started it, and if it was a YouTube link or if it was a link from, New Perspective or something like that. I don't know whose channel it's from. And I don't know if Sporadic can get on. He might be able to tell you in text chat where it came from.
Hey, where did you get this audio from? Anywhere there? Okay, never mind. I can see it.
No, I'm looking. I'm looking up in the text chat.
Just scroll up. I can see it. I can see the source.
Yeah, it's New Perspective. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll go ahead and resume. Yeah, dude. Dude, I mean, wow. I can't understand how he gets so upset when somebody else interjects. It's like you're talking to a whole panel of people. If you want to talk to, if he wanted to talk to 20 Cups by himself, he could have gone ahead and just reached out to him in a private VC. You know what I mean?
He was trying to bamboozle him,
but
man.
If you're going to be on a panel, huh?
Charlie was trying to bamboozle him, though. I couldn't stand by and let that happen.
Oh yeah, there's no
You know
doubt.
what I mean?
Those guys are always, they're always trying to find an angle for a gotcha, and it's usually not even a gotcha, but they just want to run away with their little like fake victory, you know. But that's why it's helpful to have different sets of ears around that can pick up on these little nuances of like, oh, okay, I see the angle he's going for, and you know, Mick doesn't see it, so let me jump in and stop it, nip it in the bud, right? You know, stop it before it even becomes an issue. Yeah, no, you could tell he doesn't like talking to somebody that's going to call him out on his BS. But no, it's an enjoyable.
He got me kicked out of off the politics server for saying the N word. Snitched on me, but there's hundreds of people that come in and say the N word. He's never snitched on, right? So he's just a piece of garbage.
You're kicked off of politics, or you were kicked off?
Yeah, I got like a 2-day ban. I got like a 2-day ban before, a couple times.
Oh my god!
For saying the N word. How many people come in the chat and freaking spam the N word, right? Like,
oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'm not complaining. I did what I did. Like, I'll take my freaking licks. I don't care. But I'm just saying, like, like he's never reported anybody. Like, you know, goddamn well, he's never reported anybody for the N word ever.
Oh no, he's out. He's out for blood, man. He don't like you. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, because he's a liar. Okay, did you see what I posted in the chat? The screenshot. K equals radius of the Earth divided by the radius of the curved ray of light. That's what it's defined as. And he's saying it's not that. He's saying it doesn't use the radius of the Earth. That's absolute horseshit. It is going to be the value is the comparison, the ratio of one to the other. That's what it means.
You can't explain certain things to these guys because they just don't grasp it. It's either they don't grasp it or it's willful blindness. It's one or the other.
He's trying to avoid the argument that they presuppose the radius of the Earth, right? So you have a paper, the paper spits out a K value that says there's a bunch of refraction going on, and then they don't want you to be able to counter it with saying you're presupposing the radius of the Earth. Right? They don't want you to be able to say that. So they what Charlie did was just deny that the K value uses the radius of the Earth. And that, like, it's just a bunch of made up horseshit. It uses the radius of the Earth. Sorry, it does. Yeah. It's a comparative. It's a coefficient.
There's so many of these things that the radius of the Earth is baked into it. And these guys definitely don't want anybody knowing that, because it throws off all of their bullshit math equations.
Well, it throws off any logical statement. That's the problem. It ends up being circular logic, right? You assume the thing that you are trying to prove is true, and then use that assumption as the evidence that the thing you're trying to prove is true.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It throws out the logic, like you're saying. It's circular reasoning. Yep. Well, it's the same concept. Like, even the concept of gravity is only necessary if you have a sphere, and that's the whole thing. Like, when you're looking up and you're doing this whole heliocentric model of the solar system and the universe. The only reason why you would even think of it, it's like you would need gravity both ways, right? You wouldn't even think of it without gravity, and without gravity, you couldn't even think of it. You know what I mean? It's like you need it for both. It's required, but it's only required because of the model itself. So it's weird. It's definitely that same type of thinking.
Well, there's no observation of the formation of planets or stars. No one's ever seen that happen. So saying gravity causes that's unjustified. You're just saying it. Gravity causes that. How do you know gravity caused that? You weren't around. Nobody's observed it happening. And even if you did observe it happening, you can't see gravity, so you don't actually know what caused it. You still, even if you saw it happening, imagine someone looked in the sky with a telescope and they saw a bunch of shit form into a ball. They wouldn't know why it formed into a ball by just looking at it.
That's for sure. 100% they wouldn't know what was causing it. But that's the whole problem, man. It's like Mick said, I could say it's invisible unicorns, and the math would totally work out just the same. You know, it was a great discussion he had with this one gentleman in here. I think it was maybe 3 weeks ago. It was pretty funny. But yeah, they don't see the circular reasoning behind it. Did you want me to resume that conversation so you can?
Oh yeah. Jog your memory for it. I mean, I get it. I don't need to listen to it again. We don't have any
Globers that. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, you already know, right? I just figured if you wanted to jog your memory. A lot of the times we get people hopping in here and they don't say anything, and then you'll even welcome them to the room, and then they even leave even faster. So I don't know. It's like a catch-22. It's like if the thing is playing, people won't want to talk. But even if nothing's playing, then they're like, well, why are you guys all sitting on mute? You know what I mean? It's like, well, we already know the Earth is flat. So, I mean, unless we're going to talk about something else, there's really not much for us to discuss about the topic.
I understand why they don't want to talk. I understand why some people don't want to talk in this Discord, and if put on the spotlight, they bounce because they're not competent in their English, and they're kind of embarrassed. Because if you compliment them on their English, they freaking fall head over heels in love with you for some reason.
Oh, that is true. Got to stroke the ego. Yeah, that's a popular tactic these days on YouTube. Those videos tend to do very well. There's a lot of ego stroking going on.
Oh yeah.
If that's your content, if that's how your content is geared, it's just yeah, you're going to be successful. You're going to make it. You know, everything's about to work out in your favor. Those videos are trending right now. Maybe that's what we have to do. Flat Earth is going to make you a millionaire. You're going to drive a Tesla. Yeah, members of the opposite sex are going to start falling head over heels with you as soon as you accept the reality that the Earth is not a spinning ball in outer space. That'll get us some hits. But yeah, I'll go ahead. You're moderator, right? Indio, you're modding this? All you got to do is hit, see the arrow that I used? Arrow, pause. Yeah. You just hit that same arrow and hit resume. And then it'll start the recording that's in the queue.
Okay, cool. I've seen that thing in here. I didn't realize it was a music bot until now.
Yeah, now you can put on all the not copyrighted music that you have access to. Anything else could get strikes on the channel, but if it's fair use stuff, you could play whatever you want. For people who aren't going to mind, New Perspective and stuff like that.
Oh no, he definitely.
I'm driving, so I'll throw myself. Yeah, no, he's cool. Yeah, I'll definitely throw myself on mute.
We should copyright striking him.
Fair point, dude. Yeah, I'm on my way to another job, so I'm off.
I consider our content public use, dude. Do whatever the fuck you want with it.
Yeah, it's a public service.
Speaking of that, shout out Helio, dude, for fucking carrying the boulder, man. You've been carrying the boulder freaking our live stream for so long, man. I appreciate it so much. You don't even know, man.
Yeah, Helio's
done so much. Underestimated how important he is to all this, right? If he just stopped streaming, I mean, yeah, we could find somebody else, but he's fucking on point with this shit. Always on point, right on, man. Much love, Yo-Yo.
Oh yeah, yeah. Seriously, much love. Definitely. A second that.
Yeah, yeah, like you said, stroking. Yeah, I'm stroking fucking Yo-Yo.
Yeah, and I third that as well. Well done, Healing Skeptic. Haven't seen you in a while, but if you're out there, we appreciate all that hard work you've been doing over the years, right up until the present day today. Thank you.
Jen, you gonna be around for a minute?
Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I gotta go do something for like 5 minutes, but I gotta read that link you sent me, and then if I see
Yeah, that's okay. You take your time with it. I mean, we can talk about it now, later, whatever. But
Okay.
it seems very interesting, and yeah, talk about it whenever you're ready, man.
Why'd you say it was the first Japanese flat earther?
Well, because we hadn't heard of anyone talking about the flat Earth until this point. This guy.
Yeah, but like Shinto, so they got the Shinto tradition. That religion, is that like a flat earth religion? I'd imagine it is, right?
Well, it's very earthy, isn't it? The Shinto religion deals with the life forces, you see, Shinto. Understand?
Yeah, but that has like that heavenly mandate, and they must have a cosmology behind it, right?
Yes, but he was a Buddhist. This guy was a Buddhist monk, you see. That's what I remember. His name is Sata Kaizeki. That's his name. Born in 1818, died in 1882 at the age of 64. Okay, but he was at the age of 15. He read Confucius, so he got into it that way. But he was a Buddhist monk, born from a monk in a temple. Okay.
Cool.
And
I gotta go do something. So I'll read it when I come back, and then
yeah, no
talk about
problem.
that shit. All right, man.
Yeah, if anyone was wondering, India, I think 3 days ago, introduced me to this Japanese character, but everything was written in Japanese, you see, so I had to try and get it translated. And then on Monday, which was yesterday, I managed to get it partially translated. And then I searched online, found the guy on Wikipedia, and then read about him properly and got a fuller understanding of this Sata Kaizeki, who was born in a temple in the Kumamoto prefecture, which is where you have Nagasaki, where they dropped the bomb and all that. That's where he was born. Place called Kumamoto. Nice place, beautiful place. And he turned out to be into the flat earth, you see. That's the thing. Because we didn't hear much of any Japanese person talking about flat earth until now. My students were ready. I said, yeah, I got this from a flat earther from the 24/7 because they're interested. Wow, they were saying like, wow, you know. Yeah. Right, and if there are any Globers in the house who may have any questions regarding the heliocentric model, the globe, flat Earth, anything, please don't hesitate to ask. We might be able to help you and answer your questions. Okay? Go ahead.
So this is, in my opinion, this is how they hide the distances, right? They interpolate the error throughout all the measurements by doing repeated curvatures of the plumb line. So the globers say, oh, if you project a globe onto a flat surface, it'll be distorted. Well, yeah, we know that. And the reason why it's not distorted is because they're not doing a projection. A projection is just a ray that AE projection is a ray that passes through the North Pole onto a plane that goes through the equator, right? So you take a point that's on the surface and you project it onto a point that's a plane that slices the equator in half. But they're not doing that. They're not taking a straight line. They're using a curved line, right? So it's a mapping. It's not an actual projection. And the globers just don't understand this, that they're not actually doing projections. They're doing mappings, mapping functions the same way in 3D graphics, right? You make a wireframe. And that wireframe, right, you make a skin for it, a texture. But you have to wrap that texture around this a bunch of triangles. That's a wireframe 3D model. Like, how do you do that, right? So you basically make your little image, right? And you draw it in such a way that when you wrap it around this, right, it maps to the surface, so it looks like some guy in frickin' Call of Duty, right? But if you had access to that part, right, you could remove the skin, you could remove the texture, and you would just see a bunch of triangle wireframes. They're basically doing the same thing. The surface of the Earth is the texture, and they're mapping it to a wireframe reference ellipsoid, but they're not doing a projection. The projection thing, that's an after the fact thing. So they take the celestial sphere, right? They take the surface of the Earth, they project that onto another surface, right? So you got three surfaces now. You got the celestial sphere surface, the inner surface of that. You got the surface of the Earth. Then so it starts off as a projection, the astrogeodetic. Then it goes to the geodetic. That gets projected onto a reference ellipsoid, right? But that's not projected, that's mapped, right? So they go from projection to mapping, right? So because if they just did projection to projection, you'd be able to tell that it's not a globe because all the distances would be distorted. But if you do a whole bunch of measurements and just have a little bit of error in between each measurement point, then you can't tell that there's an error in the distances. And this is what Chris Lemaitre talks about. If you actually go to like a particular location like Australia has their own custom datum because none of their mappings, right, none of their celestial sphere, and this is also where they have the greatest deflection of the vertical and curved plumb lines, as great as like 0.71 degrees, right? So that's greater than the diameter, that's the angular diameter of the sun, right? This is a huge deflection, right? And what I mean by deflection is, imagine I set up my surveying equipment and I can look directly at zenith, and there's supposed to be a star there directly at zenith, directly above my equipment. But I look and the star's not there, it's somewhere else. But I look at the freaking, the ephemeris data and I go, well, that star's supposed to be directly over my head. Gravity must be tilting my level, right? Because I leveled the instrument. When I leveled the instrument, it's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. There should be a star directly overhead. It's not there. It's somewhere else. It's off at an angle, right? And in Australia, like I said, it's like as great as 0.71 degrees, right? So when I align it to that star that's supposed to be there, now I have a tilted vertical, and now I have a tilted horizontal. How do I correct that? I have to correct it by curving the plumb line, right? So there's a bunch of these little band-aids and tricks in surveying that are like, they exist because they can't actually measure a globe, right? If they could measure a globe, they wouldn't need a reference ellipsoid. And this is like my gotcha for globers. I just ask them, if you're measuring a globe, what's the reference ellipsoid for? Why does that even exist? Because you wouldn't need it. Right? You wouldn't need it. A globe, we don't need a reference. Right. Yeah, it shouldn't even exist.
But they keep showing us these spherical ball images, and they're not ellipsoid at all, are they? So yeah, they're in trouble all the way. The globers, right off the bat, they're saying it's an oblate spheroid, but you're getting spherical ball images. Right there is your first discrepancy. Right there. Thanks.
What's going on, gentlemen? How are we doing? Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. Everything good? Or nothing new to report?
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. Yeah, everything's going all right here. You know, we're just waiting for some Globers to come in and inquire as to why we are saying the Earth is flat, and we can explain to them why, and then we can ask them what is their best proof that convinces them that they're on a globe, for example. We just had a great explanation from Indio on how when they are mapping the Earth, like, for example, when we flew on holiday and we're looking at the heads-up display that's on the back of the headrest, they always show us a curved trajectory on the map, but that's just software, apparently. Isn't that right? It's not actually showing us the real shape of the Earth.
Oh yeah, that's well known. amongst our community anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Because most people think that when they're looking at the globe, they're living on a globe and it's actually taking that path. But actually, it's not. The aeroplane is not flying in a curved trajectory, and it's just the software giving you that image that you are. But in actuality, the image belies the actual action. The action is actually horizontal. Yeah, if I remember rightly. But that's it. We're just waiting. How about you, sir? How are you doing?
Doing good, man. Just driving around the beautiful state of Georgia.
Okay.
In my area, around Augusta National Golf Course area. Yeah. Doing some
that famous song.
clients and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that famous song, Georgia on My Mind, comes to mind. Yeah, you're on your way to another job, was that? You were saying earlier?
Yep. Always going to look at stuff or going to do different projects for this new company I'm working with.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's rewarding, you know. Get to help people in their homes or in their businesses, tackle little projects here and there. So it's cool. I enjoy it.
Yeah, nice. Yeah,
maybe
and you get to do.
Maybe have a flat earth discussion here and there.
Yeah, that's good. That is, yeah. And I can see you enjoy it because you do get to go to different places, which is quite therapeutic in itself, isn't it?
Yeah. Being always a change of scenery. Always a new challenge, always a new problem to solve.
Yeah.
You know, those of us with the engineering mind, we know how things work.
Yeah.
We know how water travels.
Exactly.
I have so many skill sets. I'm the guy who assesses the properties, right? I assess the buildings. I design the systems that keep the roofs out. I know about positive and negative pressure systems. I know about all of these things that are essential to keeping a house efficient, right? So very important stuff to know.
Yeah, I've often said that as well, that engineers are the ones that should understand this flat earth at the drop of a hat like that. It shouldn't be difficult to get on board, right? It's taken a little while for engineers to come out and speak, and especially concerning 9/11. I won't say any more than that, but the engineers have now come on board in the last, since 2006 anyway. They've now got themselves together, and there's a massive number asking for a reinvestigation into that. But yeah, I know what you mean. Engineers should get this. And also, as an engineer, you know how to keep your house running efficiently, maintenance, not using too much energy, etc., etc. Yeah, very important to know, as you said. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the amount of wastage people do. Yeah, because they don't understand.
I'm sure you're familiar with Dr. Judy Wood, right?
Oh yeah. Yes, of course.
Yeah, her presentation on that event was amazing. It's good stuff there. If anybody hasn't seen it, check out Dr. Judy. Yeah, check out Dr. Judy Wood's presentation on that specific date, because it was. It's understandable why people had no idea what they were looking at, because they've never seen anything like it happen before. So it was a culmination of two separate happenings taking place at the same time, and because of that, the logic didn't really click in. That, like, wait a minute, there's supposed to be two towering mountains of debris here, and they don't seem to exist where they should exist. So yeah, for certain, there's a glaring problem and what was actually witnessed on that date. So, yeah, oh yeah, that definitely needs some reinvestigation. But yeah, but more to the point of the discussion, yeah, for certain, an engineering mind can tell, well, if there is no curvature in this small area, then there can't be any more somewhere else right adjacent to it without there being some type of hard line, right? Some type of more of a dramatic drop somewhere else, right, to compensate for the levelness of this one area, right?
It would be counterintuitive to it being a globe, because you can't have flat spots. It's just wrong, isn't it? Couldn't be a globe with so much horizontality on it. It's impossible. Yeah?
Yeah, that's precisely right. They'll tell you, oh no, it's too big. It's just too massive. I mean, I couldn't tell you how many people have tried to use this argument as a rebuttal to the lack of measurable curvature or drop over distance from the observer's position as an excuse for there not being any measurable curve.
Yeah.
They consider 20 miles by 20 miles as to be some drop in a bucket, when at the end of the day, it's a necessity. It's not a drop in a bucket. It's a requirement. You can't just have flat areas, completely horizontal areas that are that massive and walk around acting like everything's been adequately expressed or explained. Just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, we had a young lady here 2 days ago, and I put that very fact to her, that it cannot be so big that we can't measure it. And I had to get her to concede that if they've given us the numbers, then we should be able to measure it, shouldn't we? Okay, it cannot be that we can't measure it because it's too big. If they measured it, we should be able to measure it, right? And she agreed with that. Then I showed her the image of the aeroplane where it's meant to be following the curvature of the Earth here. An aircraft traveling at 600 miles an hour would need to nose down 1 mile every 2 minutes to follow the curvature of the Earth. I've shown her that image, and she's trying to make it like it's gravity that's pulling the aeroplane round, right? So I let her get that all out, and then I gently said to her, look, gravity has nothing to do with aviation or avionics. And she didn't know what avionics was. I said, it's just a study of aviation and how planes fly, okay? So you can't have, gravity has nothing to do with aviation at all. Nothing. When you mention gravity, it's like chalk and cheese, oil and water. They just don't mix. They're just not related. So she had to get that in her head. Eventually she kind of did. She was half getting it. Purely because she thought gravity existed.
Now, was that Galaxy you're referring to?
Yeah, that was Galaxy. Yeah, that's right. That'd be Galaxy, correct. Yeah, well remembered. Yeah, Galaxy. Yeah. I didn't catch her name, but I remember it now that you mention it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my sponge, man. Just soaks this stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I remember the name as soon as you said it. I recognized it immediately. Yeah. Like I came in after everyone else was trying to help her along. And then we had an Indian guy come in doing the same thing, gravity, and I said it's got nothing to do with aviation. You can't talk gravity and talk about flying. They don't match. You must follow the curvature. You cannot be flying horizontal on a ball. It's impossible. Cannot be. A straight line and a curved line are very different. So you cannot be flying horizontal and say you're on a ball, because you can see the difference clearly. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, I mean, certain people, they get it right away because it just clicks. Like, wait a minute, that makes perfect sense. Others, they're always looking for some reason for this argument to be false, right? Because they just can't wrap their heads around. There can't be this much deception going on in the world, which is, as they say down here in the South, bless their heart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For having such faith in the powers that be.
Yeah.
And their honesty.
Yeah. True.
Couldn't be that. There couldn't be that big of a secret. There couldn't, like, what are the great arguments that we hear? Oh, you couldn't keep a secret this big, right?
That's right.
As if
that's right. When you give them the numbers, 400,000 were involved in the Apollo missions, and not everybody knew what was going on. Only the upper echelons knew what was going on. Everybody else is just doing their job and going home. And then they see the thing assembled somewhere else. It's gone into the sky, and they think they took part in it. That's all there is. Simple.
Yeah, but none of them know. A very small fraction of them know about what happened to Gus Grissom.
Yeah.
So, and his crew, right? So.
Yeah. Chaffee and White. Yeah. Grissom, Chaffee, and White. Yeah. Poor men.
Yeah, exactly. Poor men, exactly. Poor families.
Yeah.
How easily that stuff gets forgotten and left out of the mainstream narrative.
Yeah, and the other guy as well, the guy that was commissioned to oversee the whole mission and to put a report in as to how it was going, that would be Thomas Ronald Baring. He died as well with his wife and daughter-in-law. His real daughter survived, but his daughter-in-law from his second marriage and his wife died at the level crossing. The train was owned by NASA, by the way.
What?
Yeah,
That's
the
wild.
train. The train that took him out. Took out.
Yeah,
Thomas.
just a strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a strange coincidence, I'm sure.
There you are. Okay, and then his 500-page report was missing. Although Bill Casing luckily had a copy of the report, so he managed to keep that section alive. It's in his book as well. Yeah, Bill Casing, the guy who worked for Rocketdyne and wrote the book "We Never Went to the Moon," because he witnessed so many rockets blowing up and vibrating themselves to pieces due to what he called combustion instability, where the engines would vibrate the whole rocket and the whole rocket would just disintegrate. And he saw many of those going on, that him and his colleagues did the maths as to whether or not it would be possible to take a rocket to the moon and return with astronauts. 0.01% chance, he said. That would be Bill Casing and his colleagues working that out. And if they never went to the moon, they could never have taken a picture of the Earth from the moon or from space, because they never went, you see. That's the whole point. We're bringing it right round, just in case you were wondering. If they never went to the moon, then they could never have taken any pictures. So all imagery we know are fake anyway. And if they're not fake, then they're composite, photoshopped, CGI images from Robert Simmons, who works for NASA. Just in case you're not aware. I know I'm talking to the converted already. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, there's that one famous fake one. That one famous fake one, the original Blue Marble from 1970, which shows a completely spherical Earth. Perfect sphere. And their argument for that is, it's only 13-mile hump or 14-mile hump at the equator. You wouldn't see that. You wouldn't notice that. It would look completely, perfectly spherical from space. But one of my favorite images that Indio shares is the one that highlights that in the Blue Marble, the 1971, that the rest of the land masses would all have to be on the two sides and the rear of that sphere, which didn't leave enough room for all of those land masses to be on the rest of that sphere, which is a great point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, shout out to anybody who's listening on any of the YouTube channels. If any of you guys want to become part of the discussion, or you have any globe evidence, or even any flat Earth proof that no one's heard of that you think would be helpful to the audience, go ahead and follow that link in the live chat. Hop on in and let us hear what you got to say. Be nice to hear from any of you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Come in, join in, and contribute your knowledge, because it would be very welcomed here. Definitely. Or if you just have any questions, that's also welcomed, of course. With every question we learn.
Yeah, well, since it's quiet, I don't know if you want to throw back on that new perspective clip that he took out to hear the rest of that conversation. I think you just got to hit resume.
Really? I thought it was done playing. Maybe not. I got some free time. I mean, may as well start yakking. Something that I seem to find over and over again when talking with these people. I mean, they're highly educated, right? They might be good at their jobs. They know what they're doing. They know the information, but they don't think about it. They don't think about what they're doing or what the process is that went into obtain the information that they're working with. So, India was earlier talking about the reference ellipsoid, and they use this in geodetic surveying. We were talking about this yesterday. So something to ask globe surveyors is why do you have to have a reference ellipsoid, and what purpose does it serve in the first instance? How did you get it, and then how do you use it for your surveying? So somebody who might be self-taught with this information and hasn't put it together properly, they might think that surveyors go out and they start measuring shit and things just magically start to fall into place like a globe, and they can't help it. And that's not the case at all. What they do in reality is they go out, they do all the surveying, they measure angles, they calculate distances, and then they use the reference ellipsoid as a reference so that they can fix all of their positions 2 points on that reference ellipsoid to the coordinate grid on that reference. And they do their best to make it match what they were surveying in reality as closely as possible. I think a lot of modern technology kind of conceals this process from the end user. So the surveyor goes out, they set up their equipment. The reference ellipsoid might be chosen for them or might be part of some greater project that they've been working on. It was all decided ahead of time. So they're out there surveying and they think that they are mapping a globe Earth the entire time, and that's not really what's happening. So, like Duncan Darth, who's a surveyor, he comes in every now and then. Usually comes in the mornings on the U.S. East Coast time. And maybe not this server, but other servers were in, right? And he thinks that he's mapping the globe when he goes out there. He thinks that he's measuring globe angles and measuring positions and calculating distances all on an actual globe in the real world. So if you were to ask him to swap the reference ellipsoid in the equipment that he's using, I don't know if he's really thinking about what that means. Like when you can go into settings somewhere, whatever the hell you're using, and you can say, I don't want to use WGS84, I want to use a state plane coordinate system, which is a flat grid. He can go ahead and he can make that change. And if you were to swap to a flat grid or any other kind of coordinate system, it's going to conform all of his readings. Everything he's doing will be conformal to that coordinate system. So the computer is going to handle all the transformations that take place. So you may run into a key issue here where these people, like, they get their license to do surveying, and they may not understand some of the mathematics, some of the processes that go on behind the scenes. So if you were like a civil engineer, gone to some school, to some civil engineering program, you would have had potentially like some GIS course where they go into some of the calculus, they go into the history of all this and how it works. And he might be armed a bit better to start thinking more critically about what he's doing and what he's working with. You know, it's very much the same thing when we talk to navigators, people who understand and actually do celestial navigation. A key person might be Prototad. Prototad is a fairly polite man. He teaches celestial navigation, and he says he built software too that deals with celestial navigation. But what they've begun with is a reference ellipsoid. It's not necessarily a globe that they start with. They start with a reference ellipsoid in the sky. They construct a coordinate grid out of the stars, and they use that. What's really funny to me is astronomers, honest ones, right? Globers, they'll tell you that, yeah, the celestial sphere, that coordinate reference grid in the sky, that's not reality, because they don't even think that the stars, the sun, the moon, and everything are like lights that are superimposed on the inside of a spherical surface that rotates around them. They believe in the outer space Big Bang cosmology, and that the Earth is spinning, and it just creates this illusion of a celestial sphere, even though that's not really what it is. So they begin with the acknowledgement that, yeah, the celestial sphere is a model, it's a choice. A lot of choices went into the construction of this, but it's not reality. So knowing that, then what problem do they have of conceiving the globe as just a model too? And the globe was created to be conformal to the topology of the celestial sphere, the coordinate system that came out of that. Because in order to preserve the mapping, the projection, to ensure that there are no distortions, you got to treat the Earth that you're doing celestial navigation from as a sphere too, just like you're using a spherical grid in the sky. That's all it is. It's a useful convenience and convention. So if you begin with a model of the heavens and you build a model of the Earth out of the model of the heavens, you'd be honest and say, hey, look, this is just a model. The globe is a, and I don't mean a scientific model. The globe is just a way to conceptualize how to map the sky.
Even if we're to behave the old form in that fashion that it's observed and thought to be functioning as it's observed, it doesn't have any bearing on how you measure the surface of the Earth itself. something that I'd like to see are actual measured distances over vast tracts of land that don't involve use of stars. So this would negate any possibility of using some reference frame that we can't really measure or test, and instead use the ground, the surface itself, as a base of reference.
If I was in charge of a multi-billion-dollar project to do an independent survey of the United States, like let's say Donald Trump nominated me for the head of the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Agency, NOAA, whatever it's called. I say, sir, I need like $2 billion. I'm going to develop my own independent survey of the United States. And we're going to do it without latitude and longitude. I propose maybe something like a network of emitters and beacons that use infrared light. And so this way a passive sensor could pick it up. And I'd put something on it so that an active, like a hyperspectral sensor, could see it by beaming something at it. So I'd probably arrange all these beacons and I'd have them surveyed at angles to get distances using trigonometry. And I'd set these up all over the damn place. I mean, we could even like reuse maybe existing cell towers. But the point is we could build a network, we could survey it, and we can use planar surveys. We can use actual triangulation. We can get the true distance and dimensions of features all over the country. I got to think, I'm just a dude on the internet. Certainly somebody at some point has thought of this. And for all we know, something like this already exists and has been done, and we just don't know. We just don't know about it. There's something else I was thinking about the other day, regarding Earth being a globe and satellites. So, suppose a minute for a minute that Earth is a globe, and you've got a big web of satellites forming a massive network around it. Now, each of these satellites are supposedly communicating with each other through line of sight. But the path that each satellite is going to take to get to the location of its previous satellite is not a straight path, it's going to be curving. So this means if you're trying to measure, as satellites are claimed to do, measure their distance using lasers to do station keeping, that means there's going to be a difference between their line of sight propagation, their measured distance, and the quote-unquote actual distance that they travel along a geodesic arc to get from point A to B. So the difference is basically a chord length versus an arc length. So where's all that data? Where's all the information that would be required to provide those adjustments? Not only adjusting for the length, but the rotation that's involved over the arc. So satellite A can shine a laser to satellite B and says, "Hi, satellite B, I'm satellite A. Here's where I am at this point in time. Where are you?" And satellite B says, "Oh, I'm here at this point in time. Where are you?" And now A and B figure out where they are relative to each other. But that distance is not the same as if Earth was a globe and these satellites had to adjust their relative position to one another, because they're following a geodesic arc around the globe and not going straight line propagation from A to B. Another thing too is how do satellites measure their altitude above like sea level? I mean, do they just use a barometer? I don't think so. So how do they measure their altitude, and how do they measure when they're wrong? We get so many globe earthers coming in here claiming to know what satellites are. It'd be great to have some of these questions explained. In my research about how satellites work, I remember looking up GPS. And every few hours, a ground station in Colorado beams information up at the GPS satellites and tells the satellites where they think they are. So the satellites seem to inherently know where they are, except based on prior calculations from previous information. But there's a celestial almanac that's beamed up to them, as well as an ephemeris. Both are used jointly together, and the ground station computes where the satellites should be based off of coordinate reference systems. In one such instance, it'll be like the Keplerian orbital elements. Satellites are told where they are within their orbital path by the ground station. So if satellites were really measuring their position and station completely, why would they need to be told where they are in their orbital paths from the ground station? Why does a ground station have to do the tracking and say, hey, satellite, I think you are here in orbit. Not there. I think you're here. I can see you from down here. You should be there. So then you look at what these ground stations are doing all over the world, and they're taking azimuth angles and elevation angles for optical tracking, even for signal tracking. They take these angles and they timestamp it and they send it to the central computer brain in Colorado and say, I saw this satellite at this location in time using these angles. And we will put this location in latitude and longitude, assuming a globe, using WGS-84. And the main computer brain ground station says, okay, great, thank you, got it. And then it receives all the same information from all the tracking stations. The computer brain crunches the numbers, solves for the mean anomaly in the Keplerian orbital elements, and then sends its packet up every few hours to all the satellites and said, hey, GPS, you're supposed to be here right now. And then the GPS satellites say, thanks, got it. And meanwhile, they're just sending out their beacons, bleeping and blooping to everywhere. And all the receivers are picking up the time-stamped bleep and bloops. And all the receivers are coordinated using the same coordinate reference system. And everybody thinks that Earth is a gigantic ball. That's how this works. Then we get some Glober that comes in and says that they know exactly how GPS systems work. And I'm here to tell you that nobody really does, except for maybe the people that work at that Air Force base in Colorado. So how do they work? They say, well, it only works because Earth is a globe. GPS can only work if Earth is a globe. Because if Earth was any other shape, all the pseudo-ranging, all the timed packets based off of the speed of light and time of flight, transmission, and reception, all that data would be off. The only way the systems could work is if there's an actual globe underneath everything. The GPS networks are all bouncing signals off of each other, and all the packets and timing and size or a bigger size, or if it were anything else other than a globe, then the entire be able late compute, all these. I'd say, well, that's not. Tell me if you really understand how GPS works, because I have this article here from NASA. NASA says they successfully acquired GPS signals on the moon. Did this really happen? I don't think so. But this is what they say, right? So NASA says that they worked with the Italian Space Agency and made history on March 3rd of this year when a lunar GNSS receiver experiment became the first technology demonstration to acquire and track Earth-based navigation signals on the moon's surface. Well, gee, that's interesting. Earth-based navigation signals. Huh. This program was called LUGRA, L-U-G-R-E. The LUGRA payload success in lunar orbit and on the surface indicates that signals from GNSS, that's the Global Navigation Satellite System, can be received and tracked at the moon. Well, who knew? How does that work? These results mean that NASA's Artemis mission or other exploration missions could benefit from these signals to accurately and autonomously determine their position, velocity, and time. Oh, so wait. The receiver on the moon can take these signals and determine where they are, what direction they're headed, and how quickly, and what time it even is. Huh. So the quote says, on Earth, we can use GNSS signals to navigate in everything from smartphones to airplanes, said Kevin Coggins, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA's SCAN program. Now LUGRA shows us that we can successfully acquire and track GNSS signals at the moon. This is a very exciting discovery for lunar navigation, and we hope to leverage this capability for future missions. So how does this work? Well, with the receiver data flowing in, anticipation mounted. Could a moon-based mission acquire and track signals from two GNSS constellations, GPS and Galileo, and use those signals for navigation on the lunar surface? Well, they did, they said. So folks, what's happening here is the receiver for signals is programmed with a lunar datum, a lunar reference ellipsoid. So take the size of the Earth, the globe Earth, and scale its dimensions down to about 1/5 the size, redraw the wireframe coordinate mesh, and boom, plop that thing into a receiver, and suddenly you've got a lunar-based datum. Suddenly now you can use these signals and trilaterate your position on that lunar ball. Isn't that interesting? Same signals, different receiver software. So all these globe earthers come in and say, I've built my own GPS receivers and I'm taking that raw RINEX data and it's crunching the numbers and it's telling me that I live on a ball and the only way this can exist is if Earth is a ball. I've built these GPS receivers myself. And I've interfaced with these GPS satellites. I've received their signals and I converted those signals, sir. I converted those signals into a globe. Well, this says that you can use these receivers up in a different reference datum and you pretend that you're on the moon. I mean, doesn't this fit in with everything we've been saying? Coordinate reference systems are arbitrary. As long as you pick one and use one, and maintain internal consistency with its use, you can pretend that you're on a freaking dinosaur chicken nugget. Yes, that's right. You can pop in a coordinate reference system. It scales up a dinosaur chicken nugget. You can scale that up to about 25,000 miles in circumference around the radial edge of that dinosaur nugget. And you can plop that into your GPS receiver and you can use that. You can use those coordinates and it will get you to where you need to go reliably every single time. The receiver software is taking those signals and is converting them to a chosen coordinate reference grid. That grid could be Earth-shaped, moon-shaped, flat, locally curving just a little bit, could be a bowl-shaped, could be concave, folks. Could also be a dinosaur nugget coordinate wireframe mesh grid, too. It's going to work. This goes to our earlier conversation today, yesterday. If geodetic surveyors are actually measuring a globe Earth, then why are they using a reference ellipsoid spherical in the very beginning? Why did they have to go through a process of choosing a coordinate system and choosing a topology that they believe makes sense to them? If they were doing an actual measurement independent and free of all these choice biases. You know what I mean? If they're actually measuring lengths, arc lengths around a globe, then freaking by all means do it, and don't do it using a reference ellipsoid. So we're here as flat earthers asking for people to provide us those measurements. Show us those arc length measurements over surfaces. You can use water. Water should be easy, right? Because gravity is conforming water to a nice, smoothing, convex surface around a globe. That's what you think. Well, show us that that's happening. Show us with that measurement. Earth is a globe. You should be able to do that. You should be able to do it without using a reference ellipsoid, like latitude and longitude. I have to step back for a while. Just wanted to banter. Listening mode.
Awesome, Amish. That was good. Thanks.
Glad you liked it.
Oh, this is hilarious. I just got a voicemail from Darlene, a recruiter, trying to sweeten up a deal for me, and her area code is 304. Literal 304 called me, wants me. That's funny.
Busy night in here tonight. No one's talking again.
Hey, sorry about that, Sporadic. Didn't mean to miss your little talk. I was dealing with clients, so. Have we had anybody in here yet, or no? Not really. Hey, 20 cups, you around, bro?
Yeah, bro. What's up?
Not much, man. It's been a minute. How you been?
Not too bad, man. It's really hot up here, so I mean, kind of taking it back. You know, it's like shit. Y'all listen, but they engage. You only get, keeps you up. So doing well, man.
Yeah, man. Try doing it. Try doing it for 6 months instead of a few.
What, this type of heat? Oh, man. It gets humid.
Yeah, man.
That's the problem. It's the humidity.
Oh, dude, it's like that. It's like that down here for like 6 months straight. I mean, in Jersey, it wasn't. Well, I'm from New Jersey, so it was like not as bad. It would always get humid when it was hot, just because. But down here, man, it's brutal. From like,
where you at?
Yeah, it can start as. I'm in Georgia.
Georgia. Okay.
Yeah, so it's really, really humid down here. It's really hot down here for a long period of time.
You don't get any snow, right? Where you're at in the winter?
I think we got like a little sprinkling last winter, but it was like barely anything. Didn't stick.
Okay.
It'll never stick. It doesn't get cold enough to stick.
Yeah. I guess that's the trade-off, right? Because up here we'll get the those spurts of snow will last for this year in February. We got like what, between 2 and 3 feet in a matter of like 2 days. You know, something like that.
Yeah.
4 days.
Yeah, you get like down here. It's like you get your little bit of winter, right? I think it starts like really getting cold, like probably January, like December. You could get some, but it's really not that bad, man. Like I could only count like a handful of times where I actually was like, you can work outside all year round. Like if you're me, anyway. I grew up in Jersey where we'd at least get down to like single digits a few times a year, and it would be like, maybe get under zero a little bit, but yeah, for the most part, like really mild, but still like 10 degrees, you're in trouble. But down here all year, you can ride all night as long as you're dressed like decent. You don't even got to be like bundled up like crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I mean, I've only known this all my life, so I'm used to it. But this humidity these last 3 years, they're kind of weird, a bit different.
Yeah, it takes a lot to get used to. Like if you're going to be outside for long periods of time and your body just ain't used to it, you'll sweat like profusely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's only like 5 degrees Celsius for the temperature.
Bring like three changes of clothes to work if you want to be presentable and you're outside all day. Yeah, you'll literally sweat yourself till all your clothing is soaked.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have that problem.
Yeah, it's pretty gross.
Very good
in that regard.
Very good.
Yeah, man, it's been kind of quiet in here. I don't know what's going on. I think all the Globers are. I think they've realized like not to come in here.
Did we win?
Are we? Yeah, they don't want to get. I think we're winning. They don't want to get flat smacked. Yeah, usually it's like they'll call you names, and then the moment you start presenting any like data, they're like, "Oh crap, I don't know anything about what I'm defending," and then they just like tuck tail and run.
Classic.
Yeah, we had one guy in here came in, called us a bunch of retards. We asked him what the radius of the Earth was, and he's like, "I don't even need to know that." I was like, "Oh yeah." then Sporadic came in and chimed in and said, "Oh, that's hilarious! You don't even know the radius, or you don't even know what you're defending, and you're in here calling us retarded. How retarded is that?" You know, the guy wound up just leaving. Yeah, we get a lot of that.
We're in the English hub right now, right? I always get confused. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you usually got to start an event to get them in here. Then they trickle in, but we got hit with we got hit with a lot of drive-bys yesterday. People coming in with like sounds playing, just like repeating the N-word.
Yeah, I heard some of that in the evening.
It's pretty wild.
In the English hub, of all places, I'm used to hearing that in politics, not here. You know. It's a shame. We got Kev QC in the house. Good day, sir.
Hello.
Have you been here before? Haven't seen you around.
Yes. I do have a question. I have another question for you guys.
What's up, man?
I'm just trying to find. Okay, it is. So, I'd like to have an explanation on this video. If you guys don't mind to watch it, it takes like a few seconds.
Give me a minute there. I'm just putting a coffee on. I don't know if anyone else wants to grab that quickly.
John, maybe? Oh, John is mute.
Give me a second.
What's happening? What are we talking about?
I'd like to have an explanation on the video I just sent in the chat.
What's it about? How long is it?
It takes a few seconds. It's nothing.
The ancient Greek knowing the Earth is round, right? I guess this is an Eratosthenes overview.
Yes. You watched the video before?
We've heard the Eratosthenes argument hundreds of times, dude. Some thousands.
Okay, but not me. So, like, what's the problem here?
With Eratosthenes? Oh, he begged the question of a globe. He measured a flat Earth. Then he inferred that he was on a globe. He pre-assumed the distance to the sun. He reified rays and that they're parallel. Should I go on?
Yeah, I don't understand the problem.
So you don't understand the problem with measuring a flat Earth and then inferring that you live on a ball?
No, I don't see it.
Okay. So you think it's okay to measure the Earth flat and then just infer that you're on a sphere?
That's not what he's doing.
Really? So he wasn't taking elevation angles using shadows to the sun?
I don't understand your point, man. Like, when he curved the thing that he has in his hands, he just make the...
He didn't curve anything. He measured the Earth flat using elevation angles by way of shadows.
At the end, when he curved...
At the end, so he measured a flat Earth, and at the end, he just said, well, since I measured it flat, it must be a ball. I see a problem with that.
Essentially, hang on, Kev. What Kev's referring to is in the video of Carl Sagan doing the explanation. He does a little demo, sort of like Bill Nye the Science Guy, right? Where he takes a little model of some sort and illustrates how, if I bend this piece of cardboard,
that's what I'm referring to.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, so he gets different lengths of shadows on a curved surface, but you can get different lengths of shadows on a flat surface. So what? What do you mean how? You have a table in your house?
It didn't. It
Do you
didn't.
have a table in your
It
house?
just did. It just did it.
Do you have a table in your house?
Did it in the video.
Okay. So do you have a table in your house?
At the moment, no, I have no tables in my house.
Holy shit, really?
Yeah.
You eat on the floor?
Yes, I do.
Great. So on the floor, do you have a light centrally located in that room?
Yes.
Okay. Get some Legos or some dominoes or some sticks that were equally length or something that stands up that's equal length and place one right below that light. And then I want you to progressively put, so then I want you to progressively put same height objects away from that central object underneath the lamp and tell me if they have different lengths of shadows.
Almost none.
You haven't even done it, bro. You haven't done anything.
Obvious. That's obvious because if the lights is very far away from those objects, there won't be any shadows because the object, which is the sun, is very far. You
don't know the sun is very far away, bro. Relax. The sun is not very far unless you can give me the distance to it. Can you give me the distance to the sun? Give me the distance to the sun, please, and what it's made of.
All right, let me check.
You don't even know?
Why would I know? It's up there. It's very far away. Why would I mind?
How far?
Know that.
But why would I mind? It's far away. That's it. That's it.
How
It's
far?
away.
This is part of the action. This is part of Eratosthenes. I don't know why you don't understand. This is having to do with Eratosthenes. It's very important.
You can't compare the distance of those objects in my room with the light up on my wall or whatever with the distance of Earth between the sun. You can't because the light will be very, very far away above from
That
this object.
is your assumption. Friend, you are assuming that the sun is very far.
Why wouldn't that be you?
Bro, I'm not making any assumptions today. All I know is that we have different lengths of shadows for sticks in the ground. And after that, you're going to make an inference. You're going to make an inference based on lengths of shadows. That's fallacious reasoning.
Then explain me why in this video there's no shadows when he demonstrated it. Why when he shows it? Why there's no shadows when he do it?
What do you mean there's no shadows? So now there's no Eratosthenes didn't find any shadows.
There's no shadows when the Earth is flat on the video. Why there's no shadows? Why?
What Earth is flat? Listen.
No, on the video when it is.
There's a missing piece. There's a missing piece to that. Does he, or at least there may be. Does Carl Sagan tell you how far the light source is?
Well, what do you mean? Why is it relevant?
In his illustration, right? I guess he's using a light source to cast shadows onto this cardboard surface, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's using something.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. So how far is that light source? Does he tell you?
I guess he's using some lights. I don't know. Why would that be relevant? He's using a light that is at some distance of something. Who cares?
Well, see, that's where you're mistaking, sir. In this equation that Eratosthenes works out, okay, basically he has 5 or 6 variables, a bunch of them, right? Which, some of them are interrelated, but suffice to say, more than one or more than 2, okay? He's got an angle from a shadow length or an angle for one object, a shadow length or an angle for another one. Okay. In these angles is the baked in assumption that the lights are coming in parallel. Now, if you have a sufficiently far enough light source, you can approximate parallelism in these angles.
Yeah, because it's very far away. Yeah.
Exactly. So there's an underlying assumption there to begin with, and that's what
There's an underlying assumption. What do you mean?
Okay, so if the sun is super, super, super far, we can just go ahead and say, the lights are coming in parallel enough for our purposes, right? But how do you know that is the big question, right? So in this equation, you have one assumption there, and then number 2, there's also the baked-in assumption that we are on something that curves in the first place, okay? So you have an equation with a set of variables. He's worked out a few of them, distances and angle measurements and all that. But there's two unknowns basically, right?
So
you can't solve a math
the
equation
distance
with two
between.
unknowns.
So the unknown is the light that he's using in the video.
The unknown is actually basically the distance to the light source, right? And whether the surface is curved in the first place.
So you don't believe in? Okay, so you're sorry, my English isn't my first language, but basically you don't trust the guy in the video.
No, because he's not proving anything, dude.
That's fine.
What he's doing is showing what Eratosthenes did. Okay,
Basically,
and that's pretty accurate,
wants, right? He shows what he wants, and we don't have no proof of those things, right?
No, hang on. No, check this out. What Carl Sagan is doing is illustrating what Eratosthenes did, what his thought process was that led him to his conclusion. When you analyze Eratosthenes' method, right from the get-go, you recognize that there's some faulty logic in his reasoning. The faulty logic is he assumes that we're on a curved surface in the first place, and he's assuming the distance to the sun is far enough such that we can infer parallel light rays. He don't know that. Now the math would check out if indeed we do know, or if indeed it is the case that the light is coming in parallel. Okay, but he has to assume that, and then on top of that, assume what the radius or the circumference would be.
Yeah, so if you do this in real life, would you think that this happened?
What would happen?
The thing in the video. So you would have different shadows.
Yeah, because for sure. Because check this out. This is the dilemma. Okay, you have two scenarios. Okay, two scenarios. One, and this is I think this is what says who was trying to get you to see, right? In scenario one, you have a local light source, quote unquote local, and a flat plane. You get the same results as if you have a far enough light source and a curved plane. Same thing. So how do you know which one to pick? Which one actually best describes reality? The first or the second one? How would you know?
Sorry, I was not listening. What you said.
Dude, hold on, Mick.
Yeah.
Why would you just straight ignore somebody when they're trying to have a discussion with you?
I'm trying to understand what the guy just showed in the chat, and at the same moment, I was listening to the guy that was talking.
Why? The question remains: why would you not focus on the one who's taking his time
I have
to speak to you?
so it's very difficult for me to listen.
Well, knock that shit off and just listen to people.
I'm not talking to you.
Knock that shit off and focus on people that are taking time out of their day to speak to you. That's incredibly rude.
Shut the fuck up! I didn't even talk to you, man. I was talking to the guy.
It doesn't matter if you're talking to me or not. I'm talking to you now, pointing out that you're a rude asshole when this dude clearly, and he left.
It's all good.
Jeez. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear a thing that you said because I'm going to focus on something else. That was rude.
Yeah. Now, fortunate, at the very least, presumably he was looking at what Platter posted, which is exactly what I was trying to illustrate. So it kind of works out, but that was definitely rude. So. Fun stuff.
I mean, that's what they do anyways. Like, that's why you can tell them 20,000 times over years and they still don't get it, because he just proved why. Like, they don't listen. He was busy doing other stuff, didn't care what you were saying. Even when you're talking to them, they don't listen. They don't care. They're waiting for you to stop talking so that way they can throw out the garbage that that we obviously walked away from and they're stuck in. But that's what it really comes down to. But he's just waiting for you to stop talking. So while you're talking, he's like, whatever, I'm going to pay attention to this over here, reply over here. Like, they don't care, dude. People like that don't care. Those that are actually looking, searching, asking questions, like engaging, want to know, like those are the people that we have good conversations with. Guys like that, he was here to tell you the same crap that you know, that you also once believed it, but you know it's now wrong. I mean, that's what it comes down to.
It's all good.
I was looking through the side chat, like what all's been posted, like in argument, like just things that are shown. Like, dude, I don't know how indoctrinated you have to stay stuck in the brainwashing after like seeing and reading and listening to the things that have been presented. Like, dude, like I guess it's easy for us because we broke free from the lies. But I'm just saying, dude, like, how are these guys not getting it? You guys have been smacking them in the side chat, like, it looks like all day.
Some people are just here to argue, man. It's a sport. You know what I mean?
True. They can care less either way.
It's a misuse of the tool, right? Communication. And you want ideally you want to take away something from it, from a dialogue, not just dialogue for the sake of dialoguing. If that's a word, So
I get what you're saying.
I remember it was, and I'm not just guessing, right? What was his name? Britnat? What was his other name? You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, he has a bunch of names.
Word for word. I asked him at some point, I'm like, why you keep coming in here, man? Like, you're here like during the time, at the time he was in here like every day, just fucking around, right? He's like, oh, I like sparring or something. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, just like it's arguing. I mean, at that point, like, it is Discord by definition. That's kind of like just what this is.
Yeah. That's yeah. There you
go. This platform might as well be named I love to debate or I love to argue. For them, at least.
Well, at least it was something, right? I think not 15, 20 minutes ago, John was saying, oh, it's quiet, everything's cooled down. Then boom. Okay.
And he came in, huh? What was his proof of globe?
Cordial.
What was his proof of globe?
Eratosthenes.
Table. Sticks and shadows.
Well, he was really impressed that he could. So Carl Sagan had this poster board, and he put two little obelisks on it. And if he tilts the thing up and kind of holds it, let's say perpendicular to the sunlight, there's no shadows. And if you lay it flat, then the shadows are the same length. And we're talking about these two obelisks being like a foot apart. So then he bends it and he's like, see, now the shadows are different lengths. So he bends it really hard. And I'm like, there's the magic trick, right? Meanwhile, people are measuring angles to the sun on the earth, and they're measuring it flat to figure out their position as to where they are, because you're going to have a different angle to the earth, 60 nautical miles per degree, that angular relationship to any of those celestials. So it's like, yeah, you got tricked. You want us to all be tricked with you. Sorry, we're not retarded.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about that, like looking into it, you learn that so this 60 degree or 60 mile 1 degree, like that linear math, if you will, like on a curve, that's not 1 degree. It gets less and less and less of a degree the farther away you go. It decreases. So but like here's kind of the weird thing about it, but globers will use the 1 degree every 60 miles or 69 miles, and that's a linear thing though. So they're using the flat reality, but saying it's a globe, and not even using their own globe math, because on a sphere, that math, that 1 degree is decreased over distance. So it'll be like a point, like 0099, like it won't be a one, or sorry, it'll be a 0.99. Then like farther away, it could be like a 0.98. Like it's not 1 degree though. It gets it on in the math of a sphere. So when they don't even use their own globe math and they're using the flat Earth math, like that planar, linear math, dude, like I don't know, like I mean, hate to break it to them, but if you guys are saying it's 1 degree every single night, they'll walk on the flat Earth, because that only is on that linear measurement. Because if that's the case, then you have a problem, because on that globe, on that drop over distance, that angle decreases. So I don't know, kind of interesting. I mean, that they shoot themselves in the foot, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles or 69 miles, that, like, mathematically speaking, I've understood it. It is consistent in abstract if you're taking an angle measurement directly from the center of the point of rotation, right? But as you were kind of pointing out, we're not actually at the center of the point of rotation, right? We're closer to the object in question, so it's not going to be a perfect 1-to-1.
Yeah, it's not.
But if it's close enough, then I see they're arguing. But even then, dude, I think I tried bringing it up to Elder Bear or Bev or whatever, because they're in here arguing this now. This so-called 6,000 mile radius, if you do the math, right? On a flat plane, you draw, from the center of a circle out to the equator. You have 90 degrees, so 90, slots of 60. Excuse me, 90 degrees and 90 blocks of 69 or 60. So you would expect a radius of whatever 6,000, if that were the case, because 60 times 90 is whatever, 69, right? But we don't have that, so they're in here bitching. Oh, you guys have a contradiction. It's like nobody who's actually claiming. Who's actually claiming this constant 1 degree per 69 nautical miles? Us or the ballers? When was that actually measured? Right.
Yeah,
that's the big
globers. I think they use that.
Yeah. But when was that actually ever measured? All right, because Bear was in here saying, "Oh, I went outside and did the measurement." Okay, so you got one instance of 1 degree per 69 miles. The question is it uniform throughout the entire trajectory from the North Pole to the equator? Who's done that to see that it's actually uniform?
You should have told him. You should have told him. Okay, do that 4 more times, and see if it's a 5 degree change, because it, like, mathematically it wouldn't be, because it'll get less the farther away you go.
It would. So the more they do it, the more they can be confident that it'll continue, right? Let's say they're within they have no error in 3 attempts, right? Okay, it gives them confidence, but they would have to do the entire thing
and if they want to avoid extrapolating out. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Right. So the big question is who's actually done it to confirm that it's actually uniform, and they can't. So why are we running with it? I don't know. I don't know who is running.
At the end of the day, it's just it's a calculation. It's not even like, I don't think something that's ever been like actually observed, and like it's just a mathematical construct at the end of the day.
My understanding is what is observed is there are instances of it that are approximately 69 miles or 69 nautical miles, or what, I get confused by those two, excuse me, and they see 1 degree change, you know. But to say that that's everywhere is, you know, a bold claim. You know, that's the big issue.
Yeah. Yeah, that it's going to be 1 degree every 69 miles. Like, and then, but see, that's the thing though. Like that would be a linear calculation. That wouldn't be on their curved ball, because mathematically that's not even what it would be. That's not the way there. But they just make it, like you said earlier, like, but they just call it 1 degree. And like you said, they just say, well, it's close enough. Like, wait, hold on though. Like, so we're just like willy-nilling this math here, you know? So imagine I'm this like NASA engineer, and I'm just like willy-nilling the circumference here, but I got to get it down to like, you know, if I'm going to orbit around a ball and slingshot off of it, like if I'm off by a fucking inch, like I could be, you know, and you multiply that by hundreds of thousands of fucking, you know, miles, like I can be off way farther than an inch that I thought I was going to be. But you know what? I actually brought that up one time to them. I think, I forgot who it was, one of those boneheads like Zanuck. And they said, well, you can be off because the gravity just pulls you in. I was like, oh my God, bro. Dude, I mean, okay, so you're just going to willy-nilly it and just fucking, don't worry, gravity will grab us. Yeah, it's like, okay. I guess that bending of space and time is gonna, you know, you're gonna lock in there, I guess. Don't even worry about it. Fuck the math then.
Wait, what does it mean? You can be off what? Like in a navigational sense? Like you're off angle or something, or off?
Yeah, you know how they like mathematically calculate, okay, we have to be at this degree, like this angle, and like it with this much thrust in order for us to hit the, you know, because they calculate, it's all math, right? They're like, okay, if the moon's going around and we're going around, like it's all like, and by this time, by the like in the amount of time that it takes to be there, this is where it's going to be at that point, and then to be able to get into its little orbital gravitational pull, we have to angle ourselves at this position, and then it has to be like fucking dead on, because it's all math. Like you can't just willy-nilly math, like 2 + 2 is 4, right? Like you can't be like, well, it's okay if it's 5. No, like that's not okay. It needs to be like absolute. So when they do the math, and they're like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was thinking you were talking about like for whatever reason, like a celestial navigation, right? If we get our heading in a certain direction, we're off. You know, we're gonna be 1,000 miles away. Oh, the gravity is gonna pull me in. What? The gravity of like the city is gonna like, you know, pull you towards it or something. I was like, what the fuck?
No. Yeah. You know, I think it was Kosho. I'm trying to remember which one of those bonehead globers. They're like, oh, it's okay if we're a little off. You know, it's because I'm like, wait, hold on. Like, I mean, did we calculate it as a perfect sphere, or is it a oblate spheroid where there's going to be different amounts of gravity mathematically because it's not as much mass on one part to an. I was just like, you know, I was just like fucking with them, going down their paradigm. And then I think it was Coach. He's like, "Oh, it's negligible. You know, it's very, very small change difference." I'm like, "Dude, you're just an anti-flat earther, bro."
Yeah, they're
just making stuff up as they go.
It's like the issue is if you can account for an error, right? You've got a margin that you're capable of working with. You know, that's fine, but these guys, they don't even speak that. They just hand wave it. Oh, well, we're off. It's okay. My excuse. Invisible fairies and leprechauns will fix it. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, it's a Band-Aid patch, ad hoc. You know, on the.
But it's not in their favor, though. It's not in their favor when they try to say it's so See, here's the problem. When they say it's so small, it's insignificant. Okay, maybe for a short distance, but when you multiply that error, when you're 240,000 miles or whatever they think it is, like, dude, that little, 1/8 of an inch off of a degree angle, dude, you'll fucking miss it completely, bro. You'll be so far off because over distance, that error will, it compounds. Like it's just exponentially, it'll grow, and you're going to be that far off. You get what I'm saying? Maybe I'm just.
No, I hear you, dude. But the problem is they're not quantifying it by any means. Right? So.
Wait, hold on. What does Spreadick say? You get it. You really get it. What do I get? I don't know what are you talking about, Spreadick? What do I get? I missed it.
Yeah. No, he's right. Absolutely spot on. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
69 per 1. Yeah, it's the exact question I was asking Bev for.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, it has it. It's just, like, again, it's just a mathematical construct, which is wrong in their position. It's off, and the slightest offset turns into a big, exactly, like over distance. Like the further away you get, like that will increase. And I don't know. It's just weird how we've just accepted it. Even Globers are like, we don't have to worry about it. We'll just call it 1. Well, hold on though. Like if you're just calling it 1, like that takes away from your circumference that you think it is, and then all your math goes out the window. You know what I mean? Because you're off, and you're not going to be off by a little. See, that's the thing. They try to make it like, oh, it's insignificant, dude. It's insignificant and it's little when it's convenient for them. But then, then it's really, really big numbers also when it's convenient for them.
Well, so Mick, what is Elder Bear's point? Because they're the not flat earthers, right? And they're also like the not globe earthers. So what is the point that he's trying to make?
Yeah, so the biggest beef now, it's really funny. Okay. He's pointing out that we're claiming the 69 to 1 degree thing. Now, I don't know who's actually said it in like affirming it as to be true. Okay, but whatever. He's claiming that we're saying that. Now, with that math,
that's a straw man, right? Because we're not making that claim.
It absolutely is. But he's been in here for like a month reiterating the same thing, and his math checks out, right? The issue would be a real one if people were claiming this, because the math checks out so that rather than having a circumference of 24,000 miles at the equator, the math checks out such that we would have a 39,000 mile circumference. So are you guys saying that it's one or the other, or is it's so stupid? At one point he boils down to say, you guys must be saying that pi equals 2 as opposed to 3.14, because you have a radius value, you get a circumference by 2 pi r, right? You have this radius calculated that comes up to like 6,000 with this 69 per 1 degree bit. And then you have 2, and then you have pi. So it must be the case that pi is not what we think pi is, so as to get 24,000 miles in circumference using this 6,000 mile radius bit. It's such a stupid argument, and he's putting the onus on us to justify it when none of us are actually saying, making these claims. It's just dumb. It's so dumb.
Well, that's where they like to argue in kind of that minutia BS place, where, because at the end of whatever it is they're trying to, to be a not flat earther and a not globe earther, it's like, what are you making a claim, Bev, or are you just kind of like poking holes in these ideas or these arguments, which, by the way, we are not the ones making the argument that it is 69 statute miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree. That's not our claim. So if you have a problem with that, take it up with the people that made the manuals for celestial navigation. Don't come at us. But meanwhile, Elder Bear whistled past the graveyard and told you that he measured an elevation angle, so he treats the Earth flat and got a value. right? He got an angle to the sun or whatever he was doing.
Yeah, they try to. I mean, the way they try to spin it, and they speak on it like flat earthers are stupid because they can't grasp that if I'm at the 35-degree latitude, that means Polaris is 35-degree angle to my position. If I'm at the 45-degree latitude, then Polaris has a 45-degree angle to my position. So that's giving it the one-on-one, like the 1 mile every, or 69 miles every 1 degree every 69 miles. And again, it's just a mathematical construct where they've now taken a linear position. Because when you're at here's the point. When you're at the 45-degree and you're still saying, oh, it was a 1 degree every 69 miles, and my distance at 45-degree latitude is a 1 for every 69. But then again, think about it. If you go to the first one, first degree, and you work your way all the way to the 45, that isn't going to be 1 degree every 69 miles. Again, as I said before, mathematically, it decreases over distance. So you wouldn't have a 45-degree angle to it at that distance. This is the problem. But they just completely overlook that. And like, no, 1 degree works. But it's like, okay, but hold on though. But then that's a linear measurement. That's the only way you're going to get that, because if it's curving, if it's drop over distance, then that decreases. So it's not going to be, so I don't know. I'm just like, what the fuck? 18-to-1 relationship. Yeah. It's the tiny move. Yeah, you're right.
So Mick, I'm sorry, did he give you a distance to challenge the degree per? Okay, so what distance did he give you, and how did he get that distance?
Yeah. So again, he's challenging rather the entire circumference conclusion. Starting from, we start the North Pole and we go down to the equator. We would have traveled 90 times 69 equals 6,000 something miles, right? Because you have 69 miles, you get 1 degree elevation change. Right. If we go from the North Pole, where we have the Polaris at our at our zenith, we go down to the equator. We would have noticed a rotation decline of 9 degrees, right? And then therefore, if you traveled 69 miles per degree, you traveled essentially 9 degrees, so you would have traveled 6,000 something miles for that to happen.
Okay, so did he actually consider that we don't take elevation angles 15 to 20 degrees above the surface?
Yeah, he's been told multiple times that nobody in here is asserting this 69-to-1 as absolute, God-given, right? He's complaining that, oh, well, there are citations to people who are talking about the 69-to-1 degree in our main server resources and stuff. So, because we have it in our library, we assume it to be true, or we make that claim, and therefore, we have to back it up. The problem is, no. That's not necessarily the case, right? No one's necessarily touting that, Well,
there's two caveats. Number one, this is not our claim. Number two, this holds true for measurements taken anywhere between 75 and 15 degrees, respectively. So that holds true within a range. But, the angle measurements typically, for a purpose, because of this thing called celestial refraction, that once those stars get closer to the horizon, they don't use them. So whatever the distance ends up being, however the angle is going to change in that 15 to 20 degrees above the horizon, well, everything falls apart. And I think there's a reason for that, because people probably tried to take elevation angles, let's say 10 degrees above the horizon, and they were way off. So we're consistent between 75, consistent-ish between 75 and 15. Okay.
Yeah.
So the other 30 degrees that you guys aren't measuring, well, yeah, there's going to be a margin of error in there, and it could be vast. So don't shoot the messenger. But meanwhile, you're measuring the Earth flat. Don't know why you're going to just kind of ignore that part.
Yeah, it's very silly because that part alone, right? What you're outlining, that part, whatever 30, 25, or range whereby it doesn't hold true, this perfect 1-to-1, 69-to-1 relationship. For all we know, and I haven't seen anybody do the math or anything, but that alone probably could account for this discrepancy he's talking about, because that range alone demonstrates a non-uniform relationship. So if from 75, from 90 to 25, you have approximately 1, but then you have from 25 to 0, significantly less than 1, right? There could be some mathematical relationship in that kind of trajectory that would lead to, someone doing some math and 24,000 miles in circumference would come out of it. But they're not interested in that. They're just not.
Right. Well, whatever to keep the distraction from the main points going. Well, yeah, because these guys, to put forth actually no claim whatsoever, which is essentially what's going on with the Bevites, is to come along and say, all of it's completely bullshit, and we don't know if the Earth is flat or a globe. And it's like, is that your claim? What are you looking for? An absolute here? Or I'm trying to figure out what they're actually doing, or if they're just trying to throw a wrench in everything and take it into the minutia. It's like, bro, I don't know what we're going to do about water being flat. Okay, like level on its surface. What do you want us to do with that? We can always come back to that very solid base, which I think is probably the best thing I've liked about being in these branch out servers, is like, oh, we're going to keep it really simple. Water's flat, and you guys are just going to have to argue with water from here on out. And they can't do that. So if they don't have any answers for water being flat, yeah, you can argue the minutia of celestial navigation, I guess. But the water's flat. So what do you want to do?
Yeah, but even then they'll argue and say, "Oh no, water's not flat because look, there's waves and currents, tidal tides and shit. Yeah, there's undulations and shit, but it all averages out, and that's what they don't want to accept, right? Because they're claiming that it's a like the function of the surface of water. If you map it, they're claiming that it's curving globally, like throughout its entire domain, right? We're not that to say that like we're not disputing that at any local part of that domain that there's undulations. Yeah, that's fine, but to say that it's wrapping around under itself, that's the bold part, But they want to dig in. Oh, well, there's one molecule, higher than the other, so it's not flat.
Yeah, and there's just nothing you can do with these people. Like, if you had to guess what their motivation was or what they're trying to accomplish, is just to kind of muddy the waters for everybody, And I don't find that to be a noble cause. Just to throw a wrench in stuff for the sake of doing that. Come on, man. Like, what answer do you have? Do you want to put something forth? You want to make a claim? Do you want to give an alternative idea? Then do it.
Some people just like to spar, for the sake of it.
Yeah, and I hate that too, because it's like, there's one thing, if you're a contrarian, some people are contrarians because they want to challenge the status quo, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as they listen. Contrarians should be people that listen as well, because if you're going to put forth an alternative, but it is obviously false, then you're going to have to concede that. You can't just say, no, I'm going to stick with my contrarian position, even though it's untenable. It's like, well, then you're just not worth talking to. You are a rage baiter. You are somebody who doesn't want to have honest conversation. You want discord. And the society could use a lot less of that. You know what I mean? We don't need people making waves for the sake of making waves. Just concede. It's like, oh yeah, okay, you're right. I didn't consider that, and I just wanted to pose a challenge, and it's obviously not tenable. So you're right. Go ahead. Those people I'm cool with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a real energy sink, man. Think of all the time spent, in aggregate over the years. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Hang on.
Hello, may I know what's the topic going on here?
Flat Earth.
Oh, how many of you do support the Earth is flat?
I would say most of the people in the VC right now.
Why?
Well, because it's measured that way. And if you want it to be really simple, water always sees its level. And supposedly 70% of the Earth's surface is water. So that's 70% level Earth. And all that water is connected. All those oceans are connected. They're not ponds. It's all one big lake. So that huge lake is level. And then the land that rises up above that is all measured in relation to that level surface. So the Earth is flat, and everybody measures it that way, and everybody uses it that way, and they travel on it and navigate it that way. And the idea of the globe is just propaganda and essentially mind control given to you at a very young age.
Well, but it is proved from the space, from the photographs, we can see that the Earth is not flat. It is simply a round.
Well, there's two problems with that. Number one, the only photograph that we have of the Earth being a sphere has apparently been taken from the moon in the 70s. And so if that is the sphere that we live on, when we measure the Earth directly, that we're on it, there's no curvature anywhere. So that photo must be, or seems to be, fake.
The fact is interesting then.
Oh, it's interesting. Yeah, because at the end of the day, the facts are what we can measure. So when we measure the Earth, it's always flat. So like I said earlier about the propaganda and the mind control, if you were to just kind of regurgitate the ideas from space and stuff, that's part of the propaganda, part of the mind control, the imagery that they showed you and essentially hypnotized you with, and you're just giving that back to me. When every day you experience the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. I mean, I don't like to tell people that they're victims, but most of the Western societies have been victims of, propaganda and mind control since they were very little, using things like imagery, videos, and shame. Shame's probably the most important one. If you didn't get the answers right on the test, they would shame you, both your peers, your parents, and your teachers, typically. So you were coerced with shame to believe an idea that you do not experience in reality.
Experiencing is in reality it's quite very hard, but if you can take the theory of Eratosthenes, using just simple trigonometry, he calculated a circumference, not a perimeter.
Right. So he didn't measure anything. He made a calculation based on multiple assumptions. And those multiple assumptions were inferences based on his flat earth measurement, angles to the sun using shadows. So Eratosthenes measured a flat earth and then created a great circle and inferred that that circle was around a globe earth, which he had no evidence for.
Okay, then what do you think? Light goes straight?
No, that was his claim that the light was parallel. He had no evidence for that either.
No, it's not about Eratosthenes. It's just the ray of light. Is it go straight?
Well, rays are reifications. Rays don't actually exist in reality. All we have is light. So ray tracing and the idea of rays is just a mathematical construct. There's no such thing as a ray.
No, there is such things as way. If you can.
Okay, can you show me a ray in reality?
Look, we can't basically feel. We can feel air. Okay, we can't see it. So it doesn't mean that air does not exist.
Yeah, that's a false equivalence. I'm asking you to show me a ray in reality. You know, air is real, light is real. I didn't say either of these things aren't real. But when you start to reify things like rays, mathematical constructs, that's when you get into trouble. So can you show me parallel rays or rays at all in reality?
Okay. Let's say the alpha rays, the gamma rays, the cathode rays. Light is beyond that thing. UV rays.
Friend, you're not hearing my question. I'm asking you to show me a ray in reality. Do you know what a ray is in mathematics?
Yes, it has a initial point, but it has no end point. It goes straight and straight and straight.
Right. So it's a line. So it's a reification. It's treating the abstract as concrete.
It's not a line. It's not a line. No.
Oh, it's not.
It's not a line.
So show me a ray in mathematics. Show me what it is.
Okay. Let me clarify. You can't basically have a line in real life because line has no initial point or not an ending point. Okay. A ray has an initial point. Has an initial point.
Oh, okay. Show me a ray in reality then.
I have just asked you that is light goes straight?
I don't know. I'm not going to reify it. In reality, I see light, but I don't see little lines going in all directions.
You don't see light. You don't see light. You see lit up.
I see what?
See light. We can't see light. Which objects is being lit up? We can see that. We can't see the light.
Are you telling me that the light that hits the object is not making its way to my eye to tell whether or not it's a certain shape, size, distance, and color?
The light hitting the objects, if the object reflects the light to my eye, then only the object is visible to my eyes. Otherwise, it's not. Because
dude, I see light. I don't know about you, but I see light.
No, that's not light. The light in the sense, if you tell that you are switching on a switch and
so what am I saying?
That's not light. That's a noun thing. I'm not saying that.
What am I seeing then?
You are seeing objects which are reflecting lights.
So am I seeing the light that the object is reflecting?
Exactly. You are not.
Thank you. So I'm seeing light. Dude, I am seeing light then.
No. Listen, you are not seeing light. Okay.
Oh, I'm not seeing it. So when I just asked you, am I seeing the light that the object is reflecting to my eye? You said yes. So I said I am seeing light that. You said no.
I didn't say in that way. I said that suppose let's consider sun. Okay. No, we're not taking sun. We're taking a torchlight because you don't believe in sun. Maybe.
Anyways, I say I don't believe in the sun. Hey, asshole. When did I say that I don't believe in the sun?
So what do you think? A sun is a pothole in the space or something?
No, it's a light in the sky. Isn't it a light in the sky to you?
No, you are. We are in a discussion that Earth is flat, and I have asked a simple question: does light
It's in
go
people's
straight?
mouths, bro.
And you
Stop putting words in people's mouths.
No, I'm not putting any words.
Yeah, you did. You said that I don't believe in the sun, and I absolutely see that the sun is a light in the sky.
Then
you see the same.
Okay, then I'm withdrawing my words. And let's take another example. Like I have a torchlight, okay, in a black room, okay, in a dark room where I can't see anything. Now, if I turn on the torch on some objects, like here, I can see a bottle, green bottle here. But in my bag, I know that there is something. Is it visible to me?
Wait, behind you?
Behind you, beside me, anywhere. Where the light does not hit. Where the light of the torchlight does not hit. Can I see it?
Obviously not. You want to know why?
Yes.
Because the light is not reflecting off of it going into my eye.
Because the light is going to the object I am projecting to it, and the object reflects the light into my eyes. That's why the object is visible, not the light.
No, you told me earlier that it is the light reflecting off the object going into my eye. Do my eyes see light, or do they see objects?
I see object. If I see light, then what's the point of it? If we see everywhere light, then why?
Light is required then to see an object.
Yes?
So no light is required then to see an object, right? We're not seeing the light reflect off the objects. We're only seeing objects. So light isn't required?
No, you are now twisting around the topics. I am saying
I'm asking you a question.
No. The light is going to the object. The object, some part of it absorbs it. Some is refracted, and other half is reflected to our eyes. Okay?
So stop seeing light.
What?
You just said that it's reflecting the light to our eyes so we can see it. Yes, you see light.
We see the object. We are not seeing the light.
Is anybody else just like beside themselves with this stupidity? I can't even take it anymore with these people. Like, dude, it's light that you're seeing.
You can search it into Google.
No.
You just Google it and see it.
It's okay.
Oh, the object is reflecting the light into my eyes so that I can see the object. Without the light, I would not see it. As example by before, the things behind me that aren't receiving the light, where the light isn't bouncing off of them and going into my eye, I don't see those.
The light has two natures. Okay, it has particle nature and it has also wave natures. When I'm projecting a light in straight ways, it doesn't mean that the light should go in the straight way only. Okay?
That wave is mathematical probability.
No. That's not
It's
mathematical probability.
Yes, it is. It's a wave function.
That is beyond this discussion's thinking, which is not be understandable for here because we are not discussing anything in the world which has previously proven, and we are arguing on it that no, it's not.
Holy cow, dude.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're talking about wave function?
Yes, obviously.
And that's reification. You can't say wave function, which is a probability distribution, and then all of a sudden call that mathematical probability something like a wave, like an ocean wave. That would be reification.
Yes.
Same as the ray. It's a reification fallacy. Right. So stop using reification fallacies to back up your point.
Okay, then what's the probability that then if every 70% of the Earth is not flat or anything else you have said before? That's also
probability. It's not a probability. It's a measurement.
Okay.
Okay. So what we need is curvature measurements if we think the Earth is curved. Where are those?
How it can be measured?
Huh?
how it can be measured? Any idea or something?
Well, the best thing to do is to see if drop over distance, that's vertical drop from the plane of your feet, and a vertical drop over distance. So where is that?
A vertical drop over my feet.
No, vertical drop from your feet over the distance that you're observing. Where do we have those measurements at?
Okay.
That's what's required for a globe.
Okay.
Where are those?
Okay. It is now, I think, clear. Let me tell you. Let me ask. Can I ask you something? Just simple things.
Holy cow. I'm asking for drop over distance, and you want to ask me something different? The only thing that you need to prove that you live,
I will get to the point.
something different.
I will get to the point for sure. Just a discussion. Little.
Go ahead. Ask me the question. If it's non sequitur, we're going to go back to drop over distance.
Okay, obviously. Okay, can you first thing, you obviously know the difference between distance and displacement?
Distance and what?
Displacement.
Displacement in what context? Volume?
Oh, wow. You're not in elementary school?
What do you mean by displacement? There has to be a context here.
Okay. Distance, let's see. I am moving from point A to point B. Now, there is many other ways. Okay, I take streets, I take gullies, I take here and by, and then I reach at a distance. Let's say the Google Map says you the distance. Like you need to cover up this distance to reach the point B from A. Okay, but the displacement is, it is simple that if you have to connect A and B with a straight line, and you have to measure the distance, we measure the length of that line, that is called displacement. Okay,
okay,
so
fine.
displacement
Whatever.
and distance can be equal. Displacement and distance can be equal when we are moving in a straight path. Okay,
Sure.
Okay, I'm taking back to very previous one. Do you believe in Newton?
He existed as far as I know, but I never met him.
Okay, I did not meet him either. And do you even believe his theories?
Which one specifically?
Okay. Can you tell me the dimension of work done in physics?
Of what?
Oh, very good. Work done. Can you tell me the force?
No. Can you tell me the? No. Hold on, bro. Don't go. Listen, I asked you. I didn't understand the word that you said. London. What are you saying?
What I am saying, work done.
Work done. Oh, okay. So work. Okay.
Yes.
What about it?
Okay. It's the dimension is m into L square into t to the power -2, which is m stands for mass, L stands for length, and t stands for time. Okay.
Define mass, please.
Hello.
Define mass.
Yes. Define mass.
Yeah.
The mass is the amount of material in the body. Anybody it can be. Okay.
You have a problem with that because there is actually no value for mass. Mass is ambiguous and basically not described or defined.
Mass is undefined.
Yep. You want a citation for that?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. Give me a second. Just a second. Almost there. All right, so I have 3 citations in the side chat refuting your claim that mass is the amount of substance in a given area. I'll read them out. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further, the concept of substance is considered to be self-evident in physics. However, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. This is, of course, Max Born, Nobel laureate. We've also got nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. Okay, the historian struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, or by counting by any other method to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Okay.
Studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. So in your equation that you gave me there, mass is undefined and unquantifiable.
No, exactly not, because anyways, you have given the last image like mass equals to 1 kg, and the weight changes when the reference frame changes from Earth to Moon. But weight is different thing. I haven't said weight. I said mass. Okay, next.
I just put that as icing on the top. Don't focus on the small things. I put that as icing on the top. So we don't have anything that we can use to define mass, certainly not the amount of matter. So your entire equation falls apart unless you can provide for me a citation that refutes what I've posted. Mass has no meaning.
Mass has no meaning. Okay.
As cited by me.
That's very like you are too good in debating.
Right. So, did you want to continue down your stream, which was non sequitur about Newton, when what was the subject that we were talking about before?
The subject we are talking about
that's right.
mass is defined. Okay.
Reification. That's what it was. So we're not going to reify sprays. We're not going to reify. What was the other thing? Anybody remember what else it was he was reifying?
Okay, I am searching something on it. Okay, I'm searching something on it. But here m L square t to the power minus 2, which I was saying, L is the displacement measured. Okay.
Friend, you don't have m, so whatever you're talking about is non sequitur at this point.
I am fixing the m like you are carrying a brick, the mass of brick. It doesn't change on Earth from one point to another.
What definition are you using for mass?
The mass is what amount of elements are there in an object.
Elements, right? We've already debunked that, so we don't have to use that now. You can move on to do something else. Mass doesn't exist or is undefined.
Okay, then how the time created?
Time is also a mathematical or reification fallacy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's no such thing as time.
Okay, how
it's
gravity
a concept.
created? How gravity created?
Doesn't exist. Gravity doesn't exist.
That will require harder explanation you to understand. Anyways, so let's just take another point. How gravity is made?
What's gravity?
Yes, what's gravity?
Yeah, I'm asking you. You brought it up.
In the space-time curvature, if I put a mass, then it creates gravity. More mass, more gravity. Okay.
Great. So show me space. Give me a sample of this space-time. Do you have some?
Okay, you can't see anything. It doesn't mean that it's not there. Okay?
No, I'm asking you, you made a claim that it does exist, so I want the evidence that this space-time material does exist. I want you to get me a sample of it. And we'll see if it has any
We are
physical
living on the
effects.
space-time material.
Yeah, that's,
There's
once again, a
literally
baseless claim. I don't need your baseless claims. I need you to go ahead and get me a sample of the space-time.
I'm not
You can use
claiming
it as an
something.
experiment.
I'm not claiming something. It's already
Oh,
there. You can't see, and that's why you can't put anyone's make anyone's thought baseless.
so, yeah, so it's baseless claim because you haven't shown me any evidence for space-time. It's a reification fallacy. Time, a concept. Space, length, width, height, also mathematical concepts. So this is a reification fallacy, turning something into a fourth-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian geometry, and then calling that reality is another reification fallacy. Do you have anything that's not a reification fallacy for us today?
You really want to know something?
Not really.
My native language, we call you Pagla Choda.
Somebody who's intelligent and can refute every one of your reification fallacies? I guess that's what that word means. Did he call me a name in the foreign language and then run away?
Yeah. Pagala Chota. You are a big Pagala Chota. That is what you are.
Everything about the globe, as far as I can tell, is a begging the question fallacy, and affirming the consequent, and then a reification fallacy. That's what I've observed. Now, if anybody has any evidence to the contrary, by all means, please enter the dojo and prove me wrong. Now, that dude interrupted the young lady that was in here. Is the young lady still in here?
I can start an event if you want some more people to join. I think. Let me check.
Well, as much as I would like to have discussions, I'm kind of working, and every time I try to get moving, I have to stop and talk. I can't multitask. I am a man.
Yeah, me neither. I'll just start one anyway.
All right.
I'll just call it Flat Earth 101.
Say, guys, I have a question for you. How come globies always say it's a globe over and over again, just as their only proof of the globe, just saying it is a globe. The Earth's a globe. So some of them, that's the best they have.
Yeah, they don't even usually say that. They just say it's round. They didn't even get the word right.
You're right. They start out with that. We correct them, then they stick with it. They'll go from saying it's round, and you say, yeah, round, flat like a pizza, and it's like, no, it's spherical. It's like a ball. It's a ball.
Yeah, it's that's what happens when it's 100% indoctrination. You don't even have to understand why you believe something. Just second nature to defend it because you've been accepting of it for so long. It's like, well, you have to be stupid. Because not only has the Globers been conditioned to accept information without understanding why, right? They've been taught to not even think about it, right? So it's just like, and they've been taught like subconsciously to look at flat earthers as unintelligent, right? So just hearing somebody say the earth is flat is automatically like a knee-jerk cringe reaction. And it's programmed in. It's not even like them thinking. It's a subconscious programming that has been taking place for such a long period of time. So it's understandable.
Yep. When you tell them, I used to grow up believing in the ball also, that they just say, oh my gosh, you must really be stupid. Like, if you're a ballie, how could you possibly be a flat earther? They think we all just grew up thinking this, and we're just stupid. They say, I even had them say, just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. When I show them 700 miles to the horizon, 40 miles of missing curvature, it just goes in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, well, that's the hardest step would be getting someone to accept the possibility that they've been misinformed, right? So that would be like the first step, is them to even accept the possibility. And then they'd be able to look at information critically. But until that takes place, you're going to deal with just straight up irrational thought, right? Because they're not even thinking about it from a rational perspective. They think that this thing's already like 100% been proven to them 1,000 times without even thinking about it critically, right?
Oh yeah.
Why? Because they have a whole lifetime of pictures, right? The ISS, all the news stories, presidents of the United States like giving speeches since like well before they were born, right? JFK talking about going to the moon, Nixon's famous phone call, Barack Obama saying we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. They have all these like key points where they're talking about, when you learn about Christopher Columbus discovering the United States, right, or the Americas, again, that's reiterated there. Oh, they thought the earth was flat. They thought they would sail off. You know what I mean? So they would sail off the edge. All of these things are just little pieces of the programming. And now more modern day examples would be like Elon Musk and his SpaceX. And so you have a whole lifetime worth of just little micro nuanced stuff that's just been added to the memory banks of each person that's been half paying attention, that you have to like basically get them to dismiss all of that to even look at it, right? because they're like, well, I wouldn't even start to even entertain the thought of looking at it until I have good reason. So that would be the best place to get them, right? It'd be like, hey, if you're interested in learning why people believe the Earth is flat, then, right?
Okay.
You're dealing with people who don't even want to hear the conversation start in the first place. Better off just nipping it in the bud and not even be like, yeah, if you don't want to know, that's fine. I won't even tell you, you know?
I don't have that luxury. I'm dealing with loved ones.
Yeah, well, when you're dealing with loved ones, you're going to have people that flip-flop. They want to listen. They half want to listen, right?
Yeah.
It's tough, man. It's tough. I got plenty of siblings and family members and even ex-spouses, best friends, you know, at different times in my life that I've talked to about this stuff. And you get mixed results. I mean, depends on the individual. It's a case-by-case basis, how people handle new information, how they handle this topic. You just have to be gentle in the way that you describe it to people, right? You got to know what type of learner you're talking to. That actually helps, right? That way you know how to present the information. Some people, they need to see it. They're visual learners. In order for them to comprehend something, they need to see a diagram. Some people are audio learners, right? Auditory learners. They need to hear it. They can comprehend it just if you explain yourself correctly and in a concise manner. Other people need to be hands-on, so they need to go out and do some measurements, right? So it depends on the person you're dealing with. Each one's going to be different. Yeah, I still have people in my circle that they don't want to hear it. They shut down the moment the conversation starts. And with those people, it's fine. They don't need to know, you know? They're happy living in the lie. They're happy not knowing. They don't care. To them, it doesn't matter. It's not going to help them catch a larger, you know, largemouth bass. So they don't give a crap. Not going to help them hit a 350-yard drive. Not going to help them get a new Corvette in the driveway. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
You don't care about truth, and you're not going to. They don't have a dog in the fight, right? So if they don't have a dog,
I'm never going to stop trying.
If they don't feel like they have a dog in the fight, you're just wasting your breath, and you're probably pushing them away because now they're like, oh man, the last 5 times I talked to old boy, all he wanted to do was talk about how the Earth is flat, and I could care. So I really don't want to talk to him because I know it's going to go to that, or he's going to start talking about something that I don't care about, right? So you got to be, it's a slippery slope, right? You don't want to push your loved ones away because, you know, you're doing what you feel is right in your heart, right? So I've had that same kind of thing. And I've experienced the other side of it too, right? Where someone calls you and all they want to talk about is their religion, or they're trying to convert you to their religion or something. It's not a comfortable conversation if you just don't want to hear it, right? You're not really like excited when you see the name on the caller ID. Oh shoot, it's them. They're going to want to tell me about how much Jesus loves me again, you know? If you're not into that kind of topic, you've heard it 1,000 times and you're not interested, you're just going to push the person away. So it's important to just plant a seed. If they're interested, they'll come back and ask you about it. I've planted seeds sometimes that took 20 years to germinate. Then I get that phone call. Hey, dude, you know, I finally looked into it. And you're right. The Earth is flat. Like, oh, cool. That's awesome. You know? So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it wasn't about the flat Earth, actually. It was about a conspiracy involving the United States government. Some declassified documents I'd found back in the day and told people about it. They wrote me off as a conspiracy nut. Then years later, they wound up doing their research and found out I was right. 20 years later and called me up and apologized. It's fine. 20 years later, 20 years late, the apology, but not a big deal. But that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes it takes a long time for people to be ready to hear it from you. Like, if they heard it from somebody that they trusted on a academic level, they would be more receptive, right? But it's all about how they view you, right? So
it has to come from a priest. If it doesn't come from a priest, then you don't know what you're talking about. You mentioned earlier, you're kind of right. A lot of people don't have a dog in the fight, but most of my experience has been they have a dog in the fight. If you bring up flat Earth, they want to defend the globe and tell you how stupid you are, right about up until the point where you show them how they're wrong in their thinking, and then they say, I don't care, it's not important to me. So they'll defend it until they're proven wrong, and then they find out they're very ignorant in the topic, and they just say, well, it doesn't matter to me, I still got to go to work in the morning. Even with people that I know.
Same thing. They say, even after telling them all the measurements of the globe that they have no idea about, like the radius, the circumference, the diameter, all that stuff. How much it is tilting and wobbling, how fast it's supposedly rotating, how fast it's supposedly following the sun through the Milky Way, all these motions. And I say, how come I know your globe better than you do and I don't believe in it? They just, like you say, they just reject it.
Well, that's about the time they're like thinking about what they're going to eat for dinner. When you start rattling off those numbers, they're thinking about what their plans are for the weekend. Anything but what you're talking about, So don't take that to heart. They're probably not even hearing the information half the time. But the other thing is, like, they'll hear the information and then assume that, well, you're obviously not smart enough to figure out some other unknown variable that's being left out of the equation, right? So they're automatically like doing damage control for the information that's coming in if they're paying attention. So you got to remember that, like, if you're not a respected source on an academic level, they don't give a crap how intelligent you may come across or how well articulate you are, So it doesn't. It's tough, man. It's about how they know you. If you're just you're the guy who comes by to have some beers and have a good time, right?
Guys, do you know the radius of the Earth? It's super.
Who's that? Who's talking?
The Earth would have to be a ball for it to have a radius. But the claimed radius of the ball that doesn't have any measurements is 3,959 miles.
It's 3,558.8 to be exact, but we usually round it up at 0.2 of a mile.
Who was asking? The individual who asked the question, do they have the courage to stand up and say, yeah, it was me that asked?
No, they just left. They had a Minions emoji. Yeah, they had a Minions profile picture.
Well, that's PL. Is it PL down there?
What's that? I don't know. Somebody just left. So whoever just left probably is the one who asked the question.
So to any of the newcomers, because I do see some new people in here, the newcomers, does anybody here have any globe evidence that they'd like to put forth? Because the silence will be evidence that there is no evidence for the globe being a sphere. That's sort of redundant, but you know, the Earth being a sphere. It turns out that the flat earthers were right all along, I guess, since there is no evidence for the Earth being a sphere. Well, there you have it. Flat earthers were right all along. That was easy.
Yeah, I usually like to reiterate at this point in time that if you don't feel comfortable miking up, you don't feel confident in your ability to have this discussion with us due to your English not being 100% reliable, you could go ahead and post your questions or globe evidence in the side chat. One of us who is not predisposed or driving and is able to look at their phone screen or computer monitor will be able to address your questions in the side chat. Thanks for being here.
Guys, why don't we talk about the moon landings and how they didn't happen? Like how we got the negative or some kind of levels in saturation and ISO and aperture all changed, and we can see the shadow of the lunar limb on the top of the studio from their studio lights projecting beneath it.
Yeah, I mean that's interesting enough topic, but it usually
usually
like no one really knows because nobody really knows what the moon is. It's not exactly like a great.
Yeah, but nobody knows what it is, but we know the studio they filmed it in.
We went, that's all gravy, but we don't even know what it is. We don't even know if it's a physical object or not. Right?
Oh yeah.
So, because there's so many question marks surrounding the moon itself as a luminary, it's not really productive. I mean, like, I would say the fact of the matter that we should stick to is the surface measurements. Why? Because that's what's important, right? That's what's important to the argument.
My favorite surface measurements are, I think it was from Taboo, but he said there's a frozen lake test over 20 miles, and his camera was not even 2 inches off the ice, and you could see every light he had on the ice, and they even drilled to the water to make sure it wasn't over height or propped up. Familiar with the frozen lake tests?
Yeah, that was a cool one.
Another one is how you get these people like Felix Baumgartner, who went up like, I forget how many miles, but it was like 28,000 feet up and dropped for like 7 or 8, I don't know, at least 7 minutes. He's going like over 700 miles an hour. And number one, so much for the terminal velocity. And they see gravity's proof of terminal velocity is proof of gravity, but Felix Baumgartner threw that one out the window. And he landed right about 200 miles in the wrong direction of where the globe was spinning. So there's no Coriolis effect for that. Also, nobody feels the centrifugal force of the Earth spinning. I tried to explain it to my little brother. He said, "Yeah, but I've seen it all in animation in real time. It's so slow, we wouldn't feel it." I says, when you're really far away from somebody, like 100, like 50 feet away from somebody, and you see them spinning you on the end of a 30-foot rope, so you're just really light, they can do it, or they're just a strong person. And you're going like 50 miles an hour in a circle on a 30-foot rope. It might look like they're not spinning you that, not 30-foot rope. Let's just say, you know what I'm saying, like a long rope. It's gonna look like they're not spinning you very fast, but you're gonna feel the centrifugal force like nothing ever before. Like hanging onto a giant tire swing when it's spinning. You wind it up, you let it spin. So you can't escape the centrifugal force you'd feel on a ball that's supposedly on an elliptical orbit, speeding up and slowing down and spinning and wobbling. Every time we felt a wobble, it'd be like another twist in the centrifugal force. It'd be pulling in other directions even.
Yeah, those forces from all the different motions would definitely have to be felt. Yeah, you would. There'd be no way to protect yourself from a curved motion like that. And not only that, the effects would easily be witnessed to the gases, unless there was some type of actual unless there was some actual containment, and the only motion was going on outside of the containment, and the actual thing that's moving was not spinning itself. So you add the rotation to this thing in question. Yeah, it messes up the whole notion that it's just too slow for you to notice. It's like, okay. 1,000 miles an hour is 1,000 miles an hour. 500 miles an hour is 500 miles an hour. You ain't getting away from it, buddy. I don't care how big it is. Well, relative to its size, that's not that big. It's just 1 revolution per day. It's like, yeah, the whole surface of that is moving, boy. Like, your feet, every time you jump, when you go to land, it would break your ankles.
What I like to talk about is how we got the sunset, and how people say, oh, through a lens it doesn't get small. It damn sure does get smaller when it sets. Because
it depends on where you're at. Depends on where you're at, man. I mean, appearances and actual observation are two different things.
I'm talking about the actual size.
You would need to have
angular.
Well, put it this way. Depending upon where you are, you're going to have atmospheric magnification based on humidity in the air, stuff like that, right?
Yes.
Not to mention, there's plenty of places that have a lot of tall trees and stuff. Like, once the sun gets low enough in the sky, you don't even see it. But what I've noticed is different footage from different parts of the map are. I see a huge difference, right? Like I've seen sunsets, filmed in Antarctica. I mean, not in Antarctica, in Australia, South Africa, like Chile, different parts of South America. The sun's path and how fast it moves seems to be a lot more dramatic, right? Especially in the way that it appears in the footage, right? So, I'm from North America on the East Coast, like, so when the sun sets over by us, it's like you get more of a magnified looking sun. So the sun doesn't really appear to get much smaller when it's setting, if at all. Sometimes it looks even bigger than what it did while it was overhead at like high noon. So, and that changes, of course, at different parts of the year while the sun's on a different part of its circuit, right? It's running a different circuit. Now, and this is just an apparent position of the sun. But the sun appears to be coming from different angles depending upon the observer. You have two observers within a close proximity to one another, and what the sun appears to be doing seems to be unique to each observer. So it's very, very funny thing the way that the sun behaves, especially when you go ahead and compare notes and observations to what's happening on SunCalc. So Q and Phi really broke it down good with Jake the asshole. They did a good job breaking down that whole subject. It's pretty interesting stuff. But the more you look into this topic, the more questions you're going to be left with at the end of the day. And that's if you're being honest with yourself, you know? So, and that's good. It's fine. It's fine to not know things that aren't knowable. Huh? What's up?
What about that point where the sun's overhead? Does that change too?
What do you mean? They
call it something like the solar hotspot over your head. Yeah.
Oh.
Where the shadows are kind of like.
Oh, like you're talking about. Oh, okay. You're talking about
some
like
solar point.
The crepuscular rays, like shining off of that point, and then if the sun's directly overhead, you have no shadow because it's like right above you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You're talking about angle measurements to the apparent sun's position. You'd be able to try and figure that out based on if the sun was close or far away. See, the problem with trying to figure it out, you'd have to know how big the sun is, right?
Yeah.
To try and quantify any of that positioning. But there's plenty of people that think they could do it based on the light angles. And I would venture to gather that there's too much margin for error, right? But some people claim that they figured out that the sun's a certain distance away, claim that it's like 3,000 something miles away. But yeah, I wouldn't hang my hat on it, you know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say, oh yeah, that's good. That's good data. We could trust it 100%.
Have you seen
Not
how
for a second would I say something like that. Huh?
Have you seen how different the sun looks from like high altitude balloons?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Seen some of the high altitude balloon footage. There's a lot of it.
Is it just me or does it look like? Is it just me or does it look like the sun's like more alive? Like it's got little.
I think it'd be cool to see it with like a solar filter, you know.
Okay.
Feel like there's a lot of cool like high altitude balloon stuff that could be done that hasn't been done yet. So yeah, it'd be neat. But
It'd be really neat is if they just let us put a better antenna on our quadcopters and soup it up with battery capacity and send it up there. Wait, when do helicopters give out? Like how high can you fly a quadcopter?
they need air pressure.
I know.
They need something to push off of. So the thinner the air gets, the less their capability to keep moving upward. And you have pressure pressure fluctuations the higher you get up there, which is the reason why you experience all that turbulence. There's several causations behind this stuff of what would change atmospheric pressure, why there'd be pockets of like different atmospheric pressure in certain areas. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of variables to take into consideration. Yeah, that stuff causes turbulence, and if you get too much of a flux, like an area that has different pressure in it while you're flying at these high speeds, the plane can drop so dramatically, something gets damaged in the process, and that's what causes, some plane crashes anyway.
Yeah. Tell you what, every time I've been flying, I got my bubble level. I got my rosary because I had turbulence one time and it shook a little bit. Not like the movies, but like maybe 5% of the movies turbulence. I was scared. I was like, "Oh, this is the end."
No, I've had some serious turbulence with certain flights. Yeah, I was flying every weekend for work a couple of years ago. Well, probably like 8 years ago. I did that for at least 2 years. I was flying across the country once a week. That wasn't fun. I hate the airport.
What happened to the
Such a
airport? I heard
process.
there's like you, even if you take off your belt, they still pat you down.
I'd rather get patted down than have to go through radiation treatment every time I go.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they like x-ray your whole body if you don't elect to not do it.
You talk about the machine where they scan your whole body when you walk through it?
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate those things. I mean,
put
you
on a
feel bad.
specific. Yeah, you have to ask to be on a specific line to get patted down to not have to go through that thing. And even if they see something they don't want, they pat you down anyway. But usually they make you wait a little bit longer, and it's already such a process to get through TSA. It's not even funny. So,
Well, I know you guys probably feel the same way too, but I prefer not be treated like a criminal when I want to go to Denver. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Gee whiz. Yeah, I was about to say.
You could thank the Patriot Act and the Homeland Security Act for that. Thank our trusted representatives that threw us all under the bus back then.
I think those people that put in those
that's United States folks. Yeah, that's just for us United States folks anyway.
I think those people that put in those radiation machines, the Zappia, I think they get a penchant because at the jail where my brother was, I had to walk through it every time I wanted to visit him upstairs, and they'd always say, "Come this way, I got your ID." No, come this way, I got your ID. You left it down here because you gotta give them your ID, you know. And I'd always go through the side door. I was way out of the way because I wasn't walking through that machine twice a day. But yeah, I think they get a pension because she's always emphasizing you go back through the machine, like, oh, you like trying to like, make me feel weird about it, like not want to go through it. What do you think? Do you think they get paid for every person that they get through that machine? Kind of like how COVID get the.
Well, it depends. It might just be a metal detector that you were going through in that one. So you got metal detector. The difference between metal detector and like a freaking X-ray.
Oh.
Yeah, the one at the airport's an X-ray. Not saying that the one at the, incarceration center that your brother was in was not an X-ray, but pretty sure they don't have those at those facilities for if it's just like a not maximum security or something like that.
Well, I am in California, so they probably have it.
If it's just a county place, it's probably just a metal detector, dude. It's like a county holding facility or something.
Okay.
Yeah, most likely just a metal detector. But yeah, at the TSA though, yeah, that's a straight up X-ray.
How about the dentist when they stick your head in that X-ray machine?
Oh, the people who work there long periods of time, like work around those machines, yeah, they oftentimes have health problems.
I'm saying there's a machine that x-rays your whole
It's a coincidence, though. It's just a coincidence. Nothing to see here. Wow, man, how many people just joined? It sounded like.
What's up, boys?
Sounded like something out of Super Mario Brothers. What's going on? Who are we talking to today?
What's up, boys? I'm back. How we doing?
How is it? Is that Stormzy?
Yeah, that's
Welcome
me,
back,
man.
Stormzy.
How are you?
You know, living the dream, man.
Nice.
How's life on the other side of the pond?
Oh, it's all right. It's all right. I'm actually I'm in Thailand right now. I'm on holiday. Yeah, it's nice.
Watch out for the dudes in disguise, bro.
Oh, I'm watching out. I've got my eye on them. I've almost been tricked. So now I'm extra paranoid.
Hey, you said, you know, it goes with the territory. You got to know where you're at, right?
Of course.
When you're in the middle, when you're in the middle of a frozen land, you're not worried about snakes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you gotta watch out. Yeah. Because some of the girls over here are about as fake as the globe, innit?
Happen for a reason.
What was that?
Hey, Randy. Very good.
I guess someone's got their own soundboard.
I think so.
So,
are we sure it's like flat? What if it's another shape?
Any new questions?
Yeah.
Flat is not a shape. It's a surface. It's a surface description.
Yeah. What if it's what if it's like a really big cube, and on each side we've got like a different environment? Wouldn't that be crazy?
I mean, you can speculate all you want and ask all the speculative questions you want. It's not going to get you any closer to understanding what's going on. You know, I call those fruitless endeavors.
Yeah.
Fruitless thought experiments. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean, once you come to realize the Earth has no consistent, measurable, exponential curvature from your position, you could just move on with your life knowing that it's not a sphere that you're treading upon, like flying over, right?
Yeah.
Sailing over, right? I mean, it doesn't really change much than that. You don't buy into the BS, right? But
yeah,
you're not going to be trusting your educators as much as you did beforehand.
Yeah, but like I really want to know
a few things.
Yeah, but, like, I'm really curious. Do you know what I mean? Like I want to know the truth, innit? Fuck.
Well, I mean, to what end? Right?
No, like
would knowing how big it is, like how far it goes off, right? If it didn't change, like, all right, so put it this way: if beyond where the mapping has, stopped, right? Beyond the known map, everywhere beyond the known map is too cold to survive, right? Let's just say. Just throw another hypothetical out there. What's the point of knowing how much further out you can go? I mean,
like, I don't know.
And
it's one of those questions.
And if you keep going high enough, there's a solid barrier that you hit, right? And if somehow you could break through that barrier, there was a bunch of water up there, right? So if you did break through, you'd flood the place out. What difference would it make to you down on the ground? You're like, all right, well, at least we know not to do that because there's a bunch of water up there. And at least we know not to go out further beyond this point because it's super freaking cold. And you die trying to keep going. So if you break through, you're flooding the place out. If you go too far, you're freezing to death. If that was like what it took you your whole life to find out, would you be satisfied? Or would you be like, dude, I wish I would have just stayed at home and enjoyed my grandkids?
Yeah. You're right. Do we think, like, what about the stars and that? Because obviously, like, we've never been to space and we've never seen them up close. But, like, what are the stars? Like, do we know that those are what they say they are?
No, we know they're not what they say they are.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's no evidence for gravity, number one. So there's no evidence for mass attracting mass. There's no evidence for the bending and warping of space-time, right? So you can't say that at some point, like, gas just starts, hey, let's all get together and make a giant ball until we're so massive that we just combust into nuclear fusion. And, now we get our fission or whatever, and now we have this, like, this just burning thing that just burns forever. It doesn't ever get any smaller. Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of it was made up on some type of whim.
Yeah, you're right.
Even just the idea of the conditions of outer space is just like something that can't be confirmed. You know what I mean? And if you tried to confirm it, you drive yourself crazy because you wouldn't be able to. So it'd be like a lifelong, never achieved task, right? Probably give up.
Yeah.
If you tried to do it on your own. Yeah.
Do you think Trump knows? Do you think Trump knows the truth?
What? He knows something. Trump knows something. I don't. Who knows what he knows? Trump knows what he knows. I mean, do I think he knows if the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
I would venture to gather, but I mean, I would just be speculating. I do think that people at that level, I think they all know. That's just me personally, but that's just my personal belief. Yeah.
Do you think like all the world leaders know, or just like a select few?
Yeah, I think they know. I don't think they get into positions of power without, being in on it. That's just my personal belief, my personal speculation. But I don't speak on behalf of 24/7 when I give you my personal, honest beliefs. But I mean, it doesn't matter what I believe.
If they've listened to us, they know.
Yeah, right.
Fair enough. It's interesting.
I mean, if they've been outside and had a look, and they know.
Yeah. Do you think there's like a room of like, I don't know, like 7 guys all around a table and they're like making decisions for the whole world? Like they're discussing how they're going to keep the secrets. Do you think that's
I would say it's probably more than 7 people. And I mean, who knows if it's like a royal blood type line or something, but I definitely think there's an elite that have some really, really insane, insane weaponry and stuff and technology at their fingertips. Things that are well beyond like what people can even speculate about. But yeah.
If you're looking for things like that that are interesting, Sorry, John. If you're looking for interesting things like that to look up, look up the Council of 300, look up the 13 families. I mean, there's obviously very wealthy people and very powerful people that, it would be stupid for me to say what it is that they control, other than probably banking. Pretty much the entire world is controlled by banking. So the people who own the central banks, the people that are ultimately deciding what happens in each nation, state, corporation, that they essentially run and own. So, nobody actually here is a citizen of any kind of jurisdiction as far as an independent sovereign nation. That doesn't exist anymore. Everybody is a citizen of a corporation, meaning you're sort of like a quasi-employee / prisoner / cow. You're like livestock. And you're involved in a contract with a central bank of some kind, and that bank is owned by somebody who doesn't probably live on the soil that you live on. So that's how the nations are arranged right now. And that's the thing, like earlier you were saying, you want to know what the shape of the place is, and it's like, yeah, I understand that, but probably what's more important is, are you a slave? And the answer would be yes. Now, do you care more about what the earth is shaped like, or the fact that you're a slave? And who are you a slave to?
Oh shit! I never thought about it like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got to start asking the important questions, innit? You're right.
One of the questions that we get most often is, why would they lie? Right? People always want to know. I mean, that's a natural. It's a very reasonable question to ask. Okay, if somebody is lying, why would they do so? And after a while, when you see that money is more of a means to an end, more of like the means of control rather than the incentive that the people are after, the thing that makes them want to lie to get more money. It's like, well, what's the money for? Well, the money is the tool or the vehicle of control. So why are people trying to control us using every method possible, to bankrupt people? They work for the money, then it gets stolen from them. And they're told a bunch of BS about where they live. Why are they doing that?
Yeah, what are they hiding?
I'm not sure if it's about hiding anything. I don't think what they're attempting, like when people say, what are they hiding? I don't think what it is they're attempting to hide can be hidden. Like there are certain things about reality that are self-evident. And those are the base truths that I think people need to find. But if they're content to be a slave, if they're content with the fairy tale that they've been given about all myriad of things, religious institutions, cosmology, money, you name it, family life, whatever, your own identity, if they're content to live in a paradigm that for the most part is based on reification or not even reality itself, just a story, then they're not going to want to know about what the truth is. They would rather live in ignorance than know the truth.
Yeah, shit. I'll be real. Ever since I heard the cornflakes thing, like, I've been paranoid. I've been a bit paranoid.
Nah. I don't even know the cornflakes thing, but
oh yeah, there was this guy. I think his name was AI.
It was AI Overlord. AI Overlord told him to look up cornflakes.
And I'm scarred.
What did he tell you to search cornflakes and what else?
Yeah, he asked me to search in ChatGPT what's the relationship between cornflakes and penis, like, and I asked ChatGPT that, and then what I read just scarred me a bit.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, the first thing I did was I ate all the cornflakes in my house, so there wouldn't be any left for me to eat in the future. But yeah, I won't be buying any more cornflakes, boys. I guarantee you that.
Well, at least you didn't waste it. You know, you thought about the people who have nothing to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
What
Can
else
you
they
give
put
us
in
a quick?
cornflakes? What else they put in
Can you give us a
cornflakes?
quick rundown?
I
Go
can't
ahead.
hear.
All right, so I was saying what's in cornflakes is graphite, graphene, I don't know. It's graphene. It's magnetic, highly conductive metal, and it's magnetized in the sharp dimension of the shape. So they're shaped like little splinters, and they're sharp and pointy in the direction they're pulled in with a magnet. So it makes me really scared to get in one of those magnets. Those surround. I think it's a CAT scan or something like that. I don't know.
My God, you're scaring me. You're scaring me, Joaquin. I can't go back. Fuck this. The genuinely,
Well, listen,
the cornflakes is traumatizing me.
all the flake cereal I tested, even Special K, has graphene. What you do is you blend it up in a blender with a bunch of water, make it real watery, and then you put it in a bag, and you get your neodymium magnet. You put it on the outside of the bag, you swoosh it around, and then you dump everything out and rinse it out real gentle, while keeping the magnet on the bag, and then you can see the graphene oxide in it. All the magnetic metal is just right there in the bag.
Oh my God. And what happens when you
Yeah,
eat
myself.
that? Turn into like Iron Man or something. I wouldn't even want to know. But yeah, I'll stick to Weetabix. No cornflakes for me.
You know, if you got chickens running around, you kill it, you got free chicken. If you don't kill it, eggs come out. The more you know.
Yeah. You're right. So
We have Lauren in the house, or did she dip? Lauren, welcome.
hello, Lauren. Looking
Lauren
good.
is shy.
Yeah. Boys, someone tell me something crazy. I want to have my mind blown. What's something crazy I don't know yet? What was that? I heard that.
That's our soundboard.
The astronauts left 98 bags of dookie on the moon.
But I swear they never went to the moon.
Allegedly.
Okay. Fair enough.
Tell you something cool you can do. Let your car sit outside for about 5 days. Like clean the windshield really good on the outside, then park it for 5 days. Then take a razor blade and scrape all the stuff off the windshield and put it on a white piece of paper, and then take a magnet and run it across, and that'll blow your mind.
Really? Well, what will happen?
Well, it's just like I scraped off like a gram worth of just, I don't know what it is, but it's magnetized. It all sticks to my magnet, and I've done it time and time again. Don't matter time of year or anything. Then just recently we had some rain, and it like all over the hood of my Hellcat is like acid rain. All our stuff that was outside. So I don't know what that was all about, but the magnet trick with the windshield, you scrape it off with the razor blade. It's scary. That's all in our soil, like in our everything. Like it's fucking nuts, and people don't rebel against this shit. Like we all need to come together and start shooting planes out of the air or whatever. Like, figure something out, because it's killing us.
Yeah. So you're quite the magnet expert then.
Not really. I'm just a dumb, blue-collar, hard-working redneck that just tried a simple experiment. It's pretty brainless.
No, because I've seen like those guys on YouTube and that, like magnet fishing, and like they find crazy stuff. But yeah, like that's a whole different thing. Like you're doing experiments with them and that. It's sick.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing. This is just seeing what's in our air. I'm going to try to maybe send some samples out to a company and see exactly what's all in it. But whatever the most part of it, like 95 to 99% of it is what I scrape off the windshield is magnetized.
Oh shit. That's crazy. Is it true that you can make a sword out of your own blood? Because I saw that online somewhere. What do you guys think?
So Home Depot calling that guy?
Huh?
So about the topic of the room, Stormzy, what do you think about the shape of the Earth? You think it's a globe?
I'd say it's flat, to be honest.
So you reject the notion that it's a globe?
Yeah, innit? Like after being in here a few times over the last few days, I'd say, yeah, I believe you guys. You guys make a lot of sense. Bring up some good points. Yeah.
And what have you looked at so far? I mean, at least that's something that's convincing. What argument?
I saw this 2-hour-long video on YouTube where they were like doing this experiment with a laser over a lake, and it's like, yeah, like obviously that wouldn't have worked if there was a curve. And also they're like talking about how planes and stuff would work. Oh, I didn't really understand that very much because I'm not too good at maths and it was a lot of numbers. But yeah. And also, when I go outside, like I see there's no curve in it. Like I see it's just flat. So,
guys,
so, yeah.
Guys, the Earth is not flat, okay?
Yeah, it's a horizontal plane. It definitely is a horizontal plane.
No, the Earth it's like a cup, okay?
It's a cup.
Yeah, a cup of cereal.
Oh,
yeah, of course, it's something. It sounds like you're coming from a ridiculous point because you don't want to actually face the fact that you don't know that it's a globe. I'm thinking that's you're masking the fact you don't know.
Shut up, you stupid faggot! Shut up, faggot!
I am astronaut, okay? I work in the space, okay? I saw the Earth. It's not flat.
Yeah. See, that's what you guys sound like when you don't know the answer to if it's a globe or not.
Earth's not flat.
Always sound like that.
Okay, the Earth is like...
Let's put it this way. Yeah, let's put it... Hold on. Let's put it this way.
Fuck up, let me talk, okay?
If you're able to articulate your point, yeah, that's fine.
It's in the Bible, your AV, you faggot fuck.
Yeah, Adam, see, the problem is you don't know that it's a globe, so you're lashing out, you're angry, and you don't know how to articulate a point intellectually. You don't know how to do that. So you just lash out. This is all you're good for. It's kind of crazy, right? That's all you're good for?
You don't have a point, you don't have nothing, okay? The only thing you say is the Earth is flat, okay? Give me the point, okay? Give me the point, the Earth is flat, and I'll give you 1,000 the Earth it's round, okay?
Excellent.
The Earth
all
is
right,
like
let's do that. Let's do that. The physics of water demonstrate that the Earth is a horizontal plane because.
Nigga, do you think I understand physics?
Are you gonna let me tell you? Are you gonna let me finish?
I don't understand physics.
Are you gonna let me finish? It's simple. Just let me finish. I'll tell you. So the physics of water demonstrates.
You stupid nigga! I swear to God, if you ban me again.
So all you guys gotta do is relax. Sit. So relax. I'm going to tell you, and then you can tell me how you think it's a globe, whatever. So the water, right, is demonstrated as a horizontal plane because of the fact that hydrostatic equilibrium, right, water at rest over large surfaces will always appear as a horizontal plane. So it's flat on its surface. We understand that's the physics of water. The mechanics behind the hydrogen bonds of the water molecules that form the surface tension on the very top of the layer of the water creates a horizontal plane or a flat surface. And therefore, if you extend that surface outwardly into any length of distance, it will always be horizontal. So therefore, a lot of the surface is covered in water, and a lot of the earth is covered in water, which means flat water, flat earth. Pretty simple, basic even.
Makes sense.
Demonstrated in physics.
No. There's something called gravity, okay? Gravity makes the earth not flat.
Okay.
What are you on about?
So if you hold on, Stormzy, I got this. So if you're saying that gravity shows that makes the earth not flat, then do you have an example? Do you have an example of how we know that gravity is doing the bending of the earth?
Okay. If you take a ship, we say from India, and you want to make it to the other side, you go with a boat on the water, okay? If we say the earth is flat, the boat will not arrive.
No, that's incorrect.
That's
travel, it's incorrect because the travel distance between a boat, a car, or a plane is traveling over a horizontal plane. So until you're able to tell me that the boat is traveling.
Oh shit. What happened to his internet? No, he was doing so well.
David, we can't hear you at all, bro. I don't know if it's your mic or what, but you cannot be heard.
Mic check 1 2. Am I coming in?
There you go. Now you're back.
Yeah.
I'm back. Okay.
You're
Yeah.
back.
So the boat's traveling over a horizontal plane. It's at no point traveling over a curve. Unless you guys can provide evidence of that, which I don't think any of you can. Anyone? You're welcome to. I mean, you have the floor if you're able to articulate a point of how it's curving. Come on, guys.
Yeah, they slid out when your mic dropped off for a minute. They figured that was a good time to tuck tail and run.
Yeah, it was a mic drop moment.
Stupid globies, innit?
Nah, I mean they're just people that are confused at the moment. They're not stupid.
Fair enough.
We don't like to put people down. I mean, obviously, if they come in trolling, that's a different story. Then they do it to themselves.
I think they were trolling, to be honest.
No, I don't know, it's just people hearing this information, they get really offensive because
I heard them in the other chat because I was in the relationship VC whatever before this, and like they were they just joined and started calling people like I don't want to say it, but it's a slur for gay people that begins with F.
Oh yeah, so, of course.
Yeah. So they were trolls, I think.
That's okay.
That must be a side effect of the globe mind.
Well, when somebody doesn't have anything to say, the only thing to do is lash out. That's it.
There you go.
Like that Adam guy that was in here, just upset.
Yeah. What if I'm flat?
What?
What if I'm flat and I just don't know?
What if you're flat? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, because the Earth's flat.
What does that mean?
What the hell did you I don't know. What if there's something else going on that I can't see?
then you wouldn't need to worry about it because you don't know if it's going on. that was easy.
Yeah, thank God. Fuck. You're AV, you're a lifesaver. You've saved me once again. Oh God.
Once again, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
What else is going on? I don't know. What else is there that I can't see? You know what I mean? It's just like,
well, we don't need to concern ourselves with like what else you can't see. What we can tell is that we have a firm foundation for understanding the physical world. So I mean, you get really busy on thinking like, well, what else? What other dimensions are there? What other things can I think about? Like that's endless. Just try to firmly plant your feet down on something you can be able to say you know. Some things you know.
Yeah.
Some things you don't.
A moment like, what else are they hiding? I mean, like, I don't know who they are, but what are they hiding?
Yeah, who cares?
No.
I mean, seriously, why are we going to be concerned about what they, in quotations, are hiding? Just try to figure out what you know, what's in front of you, and have good discernment for people telling you things that are certain things that are the way they are, that they're not. So that's the thing you should be doing. Yeah, we can hear you, whoever said that.
Yeah.
Hello?
How do I get that flat name tag, by the way? Like, you guys have all got flat after your name. How do I get that?
Yeah, just go to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and then when you go there, you can adopt the tag.
Okay, where do I find that?
If you click on my profile, DJ, then there's a link. There's a link that'll take you straight there.
Okay, let me have a look. Cheers, thank you. I found it. Adopt tag. Yes, has it worked, boys?
You're in.
Oh shit. I'm flat now. It's huge.
Yeah, good for you.
Thank you, boys. You've showed me the truth.
You got John just jumped in there. What's up, John? John Venacio. What's going on, man? How about Joaquin? Jokin.
Joaquin.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, man. What's going on?
I just been listening for a while. I had to take a few smoke breaks. So,
what's your
really wondering.
Yeah, he's a flatty AV. He's one of the flat ones.
Amen.
Well, I see he's got the Red Bull space jump. You know, the guy Felix Baumgartner coming out of the gondola.
Did that really happen then or no?
I mean, this big thing saying that it was a dummy falling from the sky. You know, I've heard of many different people saying that, but I mean, 120,000 feet.
How would they have anything to pull the chute with?
What?
I mean, I said I've had quadcopters that drop off, and then they don't connect until they're close enough to reconnect.
Yeah,
I've reconnected them before they hit the ground, but like, there's nothing like there's no like servo radio that can connect to it that'd be able to pull the parachute unless they had like a timer.
Yeah, it might be something pressure sense. I don't know. We really don't know. You'd have to look into the story or whatever, the narrative, to find out what he was using.
Another deep dive.
I mean, it might be worth a look. Might be worth a look.
Oh yeah. Might need a new gamer pick. I was gonna say Does anybody touch the topic here about like what's happening in 2030?
What's happening in 2030?
Well, that's everything on Agenda 2030. The U.S. document will come to fruition by then, and one of them is the digital AI governance chip, and it's going to be tracking. It's going to be the digital carbon footprint tracker, and all of it's going to be embedded in our body, and we won't be able to buy or sell without it.
Interesting.
Yeah, boys, I've got a question.
Let's have it.
What?
So if well, obviously since the Earth's flat, how do the days and the nights work? Because like what I was taught is that like the Earth is spinning, and that like if you're on the side where the sun is while it's spinning, it's daytime, and if you're not, it's nighttime. So, but how does that work if it's flat? Because it's not like spinning then. Is there just like a big, I don't know, is it like more of a flashlight kind of thing where it's just moves around the sky?
The sun's moving on over the face of the Earth, giving light to different locations. Then it moves away from that location and gives light somewhere else.
Really?
Yeah. So what you see happening, right? You see the sun moving across your horizon?
Yeah.
Know what you see?
Weird. Yeah. It always follows the same pattern, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, it's got a yearly pattern that it follows. Then it returns back, you know.
That one. How do the seasons work then? Like, how does it?
That, I mean, I don't know if you've ever paid attention to where the sun is in the sky.
Yeah.
But, and if you live in the north, right? It's like in Europe or Spain or something like that. When it's wintertime for you, the sun's farther away in the sky from your location. Like, it's more south, you know. It's more south, and then it moves more north when it's summertime. So obviously, sun go far away, cold. Sun get close, warm. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Seasons.
So, okay. Is that why it's always fucking cold in the UK then? We're just far away from the sun.
Well, yeah, wintertime, but I mean, you got different weather. So low and high pressure also causes, you know, temperature change. So you'd have different pressures.
Yeah.
Welcome to all new people. If you have any questions for the discussion of the room, you can chime in. We got Alaya. Welcome. Who's that? Cabbage Dog. Cabbage Dog. Alex, welcome.
But if it's moving around in the sky,
yeah,
wouldn't it never disappear? Surely it would just get farther and farther away, and then it would like smaller. No.
It depends on the humidity. Also, it causes a lensing effect, where it makes it look like the sun gets bigger and smaller. I mean, it just depends. Drier climates can see a sun that gets smaller down to a pinprick. Like some people reported to say in like some dry climates.
Yeah, but what I mean is like at night, like it just completely goes away, right? But if it's moving above the Earth, surely we'd always be able to see it. No, like it would just get smaller. No,
there's convergence that happens with the eye line. So if you're looking straight on, everything that moves away from your position converges off into the distance to the, I guess you could say, the midpoint of your vision. But it's not necessarily that, because I mean, if you raise an elevation, you can see a small drop. But so it would just be off in the distance if you could see horizontally across the surface. Things converge to that point, to a vanishing point.
Okay. Oh, is that why, like, when ships get far enough away, and since it's flat, like they just get smaller and smaller until they disappear.
Yeah, exactly that. And in some instances, they over with enough distance, they can appear to have some type of optical effects, which you can ascribe to like looming, towering, stooping, these type of superior miraging effects. So, but yeah, essentially, if something moves away from you, it appears to get smaller. Generally, right? There's some very rare times where you can see something that's actually enlarged, and as you get closer, it gets smaller. There's been some instances of that happening. So,
yeah. Wow, the stars must be like super fucking big then, because they're like really far away, but we still see them.
Well, that's the other thing too. There's no linear distance taken from any of the things in the sky. Nobody knows any distances to them. Like you can think about mathematical equations, but there's no real way to test to verify if they're actually a specific distance away from you.
Yeah.
There's no real way to know that.
Maybe they're not even real. Maybe it's just like an optical illusion. Our brain is just thinking that. Who knows?
Well, whatever they are, we don't know from being down here. We can't test. So they do appear to be lights in the sky, though.
Yeah. What if there's like a city in the sky that we can't access yet?
Yeah, but I mean, why would you think of that when you don't need to, right?
You're right, but I don't know. I'm trying to. I want to discover. I want to be like.
You're not discovering anything by making things up. You're just confusing yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, but if I hypothesize, that's like the first step to finding the answer in it.
No, it's not. Going there is finding the answer.
Yeah, but like the first one would be like to make the hypothesis in it.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Who cares? Who cares what you think it is? Because by the time you get there, you're gonna be like, "Oh, my hypothesis is incorrect." So it doesn't really matter. You have to actually test and verify. So you're not doing anything by just imagining what you think you're imagining. It's not gonna help you.
Fair, and I'm just exploring theories in it.
Yeah, but you're just imagining too. Like everybody has an imagination. That's not exploring. That's not exploring theories. That's just you imagining the thing could be something that you're thinking it is,
Yeah.
He's been in here trying to get us to say the weird things.
Yeah, I know. He's provoking.
That's all he's been doing. He just wants somebody to say the weird thing.
He's provoking. He's fishing. Stormzy, you're fishing for some gullible person to be like, "Oh yeah, I think you're correct. It could be what you say it is," and then you're like, "See, well, I'm a flat earther just like you," and you're trying to make the position ridiculous. You're not. Your attempt at doing that is feeble at best, and it will never accomplish its goal. Not in this room. Maybe in another flat earth room, you'll accomplish that goal. Not here, ever.
What? I don't know what I'm being accused of.
You're being accused of somebody that keeps provoking a conversation that gets people to make it sound like flat earthers are ridiculous because you're imagining a city in the sky, and somebody's going to chime in and say, "Yeah, I think you're right. It could be a city in the sky." And then everybody's going to be like, "Oh, well, look at how flat earthers are talking." So you're not ever going to accomplish the goal of somebody going to indulge you and say that. We're just going to look at you and be like, "Dude, you're strange. Why are you saying that?" Like what I'm doing.
Right. 24/7 isn't that way, man. So if you want the weird thing, go to another saloon.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be real. I didn't 100% understand that. But,
well, yeah, it's a reality check, right? You have to know where you're at. You're not situationally aware or you're trolling. One of the two. But I think it's you're trolling so that you can see if somebody's going to say the ridiculous thing, and then everybody's going to point and laugh at the dumb flat earthers. So I mean, can't do it. Not going to happen here.
Not really. I was just asking questions, mate. I'll be real with you. I don't know. Like for me, you just like come out of nowhere there. I don't know. I've just been in here like the last 3 days, just asking like real questions. And I don't know. That wasn't.
I don't know. And I've been telling you like there's no.
You think I've got like
nothing,
some malicious?
Yeah. There's nothing really good, Stormzy. You're not going to accomplish anything by just imagining there's a city in the sky. That's not going to help you in any real way.
So I would, mate. I don't know. You just come out of nowhere and just attack me, man. I don't know.
Yeah, really.
No, it's not out of nowhere. Because in the last 5 to 10 minutes, you've been asking stupid-ass troll questions. So it's not out of nowhere. You're giving hardcore troll vibes. So then you come back to reality.
What question have I really asked that was trolling? I just asked how.
I wonder if there's a city in the sky. That's a stupid-ass troll question.
Yeah.
I mean,
definitely
it wasn't a question. Though. I just said, I wonder. That wasn't a question. If you want to get
yeah, you're wondering if there's a city in the sky, dude. That's a question. You're wondering.
Yeah, and there's like the 20th weird thing you brought up that you wanted somebody to agree with you on and amplify.
No. What I asked was, how do the days work?
Oh, yes, yes,
I've been
yes.
asking real
Oh, yes.
I don't know. You guys are.
He thinks he's cloaked.
You sound like Hook from Peter Pan.
He thinks he's cloaked, dude. Like, nobody sees me. Nobody's seeing me. Like, do we all see you, man? Like,
boys, calm
I'll get you, Peter Pan.
I think we should all calm down. I think we're getting a bit.
Everybody is calm. We're all calm, brother. Okay, so what do you mean by how does the day work? What do you mean by that?
No, I just asked that before. I got an answer to it, but I don't understand how that was like a trolley question. Like
that wasn't the trolley. Like that wasn't the trolley
sorry, I just asked you a question and you didn't answer it. I said, what do you mean by that? How does the day work?
I said, obviously, because if the sun, if the Earth is flat, I asked because obviously I was taught that like the Earth is spinning and that if you're on the side where the sun is, you're in the day.
Okay, so it's because the sun is just as you see it. The sun moves.
Yeah, I got that.
And it only illuminates. And it only illuminates locally.
Yeah. No, I was just asking before.
And I'm just telling you. So I mean, you see the sun appear to go down, right? But if like you were standing on the street and you had a long row, right, going up into the distance, 100-foot streetlights or telephone poles, they would appear to go. They would also appear to go down, right? The tops of the poles would get lower and lower and lower in your vision, but they're not actually going down.
Yeah.
Right, like perspective drawing, right? How you draw things that go out in the distance. So, the sun appears to go down, but it doesn't actually go down.
Yeah.
I think he's actually absorbing that with the
wires
yes,
or
but
something.
I don't think he is. It's just glancing up at him.
Understood.
It's glancing off at him.
No, but you guys answered it before as well. So
that's what I'm saying. That's because we answered it before, and you're still asking the same question. So it's glancing.
I didn't ask the question again, though.
Hey guys, just real quick, let me just give you guys a quick background. This is Stormzy's, I think, third time in the room. I forget who he spoke to the first day, but he came in totally clueless, asking some questions, and after his first discussion, he came back after I think a week later, which was like I think 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves. And so now he's back again today, and so he's asking some weird questions today, but he doesn't quite know the forum yet, but I'm glad he's got all of the best people here to clear up some things for him and put him in check when he's getting a little too out in space.
I'm sorry if you guys thought, like I was trying to. I'm not sure what the word was. Fish for something. That's not the intention. I promise.
Okay, so let me give you some background, right? So our position, which isn't really, it's absurd really to have a contrary position, quite honestly, that everything is exactly the way you see it, and that it's not an optical illusion. We see the sun move because it's moving, not because the Earth's moving. We see the Earth looks flat because it is flat, not because it's a giant ball too big to see. Things are just the way they are, just the way you see and experience them. They're not something else. Crazy, huh? It's fucking so crazy.
Makes sense to me.
That's my work.
Just might work, man. See, we actually have the sane position, the non-delusional position. The position is of the globe is everything, like all its major claims. You can't experience them. You can't prove them. You can't demonstrate them. All you can do is like look and imagine or assume they exist or some other thing, right? Right? I mean, I've heard 100 times, right? So look at the ocean. Well, it just looks flat. It's not actually flat. That's actually curving. Like, okay, cool story, bro. You got any evidence of that? Well, it's too big to measure that curve. You got to trust me, bro. Sky's not moving. You're moving. Okay, you got any measurements of that? Trust me, bro. The things in the sky are moving in. That's an absolute vacuum. Or near absolute vacuum. Well, how are we breathing right now? Well, magic holds down the gas and creates gas pressure without heating it up or without any freaking other thing that happens when you do work to a gas. Just trust me, bro. That's the goal position.
Yeah.
In a nutshell. It's a crazy position when you actually think about it.
Yeah, what like when you really think about
but they get you when you're a kid, dude. They get you when you're 5 or 4, right? And and you want to trust adults, and they say some things, and the same thing happened to your parents. They were presented this when they were a little kid. You want to hear something crazy? You might think this is crazy. So the first children's picture book, it's called Orbis Pictus. Okay, it was published in the 1600s. It's the very first one ever published. So think about it. It's for children. It's a children's picture book. It's the only first one ever published by humanity. Okay. So there was the edition started with one of the images that was labeled the soul. Right? But the current references don't know what it was a picture of and what it depicted. Then they changed that thing, the soul. They changed the image to an eye. Okay, fine. And then the later editions deleted the eye and changed heaven to the heliocentric model. So this little brainwashing of children has been going on quite a long time.
Is there some kind of documentary or a media that you can recommend watching about this?
You can read the book. It's right in the beginning of the book, right? So I'll post it in the chat. It's called Orbis Pictus. And so this is like a later edition published in the 1800s, and they go through like what was in the previous editions.
Oh, really? That's cool. Okay.
You got Lucky Star that just joined the chat. What's up, Lucky Star?
You can be my lucky star.
Oh, hell no. You got about 20 demerits for that.
Reminds me of Bullet Tooth Tony in the movie Snatch.
Plus, a lot of people wouldn't know what you were singing anyway.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, good old Madonna.
So I posted in the chat. It's funny because the author preface says it was the first picture book ever made for children and it was for a century the most popular textbook in Europe.
All right, I'm going to change the title of the event, something a little more luring than Flat Earth 101. Any suggestions?
Two world famous flat earthers answer your questions. What do you think, TJ? Two world famous flat earthers answer your questions.
I can put that in, that's fine.
All right. Don't let us down, Indio and AV. You guys are in the limelight tonight.
Come on, man. I'm trying to be infamous, not famous. Cult leaders are standing by to mute you. Yeah, boy. Now, does this text chat delete like the other in the others?
No.
VC. Okay, cool.
Maybe sometimes, but I've not seen it happen.
Yeah, I haven't seen it happen ever. I've been able to scroll back. It'll always just load more messages.
I'm grabbing that Charlie video. Me cooking Charlie.
Yeah, man. It was squirming in real time. I love that. That was a great clip for New Perspective to pull that out. That was good.
I know. I'm kind of proud of myself, man. That was some good shit right there. But I mean, like, it's like, how can I give myself credit when he's just a lying piece of shit? Like, you know what I mean? That's really like he destroyed himself, and I just happened to be there to rub it in.
Yeah, it's like Mike teed it up. He hung himself. He just knocked him out the park. It was like the perfect storm.
Baby, you know that lawful money stuff I was talking about earlier? I actually still have some of the PDFs. I found them.
Yeah.
Yeah, one from 38. So it's after they did the emergency bank thing where they made it unlawful to pay in gold. So it's actually, I skimmed it. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So these are like lawyer evaluation. Mean a note, and they say Congress intentionally left it nebulous.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, that's what I said. But now this guy, I'm reading like what he wrote in 1938, and he's saying the exact same thing I said.
So he concurred. Well, actually, you concur with him.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we could ask everybody in this chat what lawful money is, and I guarantee no one knows. Dude, I researched it, and I don't even think I know. I know what it was. I don't know what it is now.
Even if the answer was coinage, they're going to be doing away with that soon. So then after that, try to define it.
So this guy, whose paper I have, his name is Ira Brown Cross. He was an economist, a labor economist, whatever that is. And he was a professor at Stanford in the University of California, Berkeley, becoming full professor in 1919. But he's best known for teaching money and banking courses at Berkeley through his retirement in 1951. Hey, Noel, you got any questions? Comments?
Not really. So I just got one question, if you don't mind.
You don't have any questions?
Well, I said I have a question, if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
So the Earth is a flat, like what?
What do you mean flat like what? Flat like flat? Flat is just the description
when
of
we
what
say
the surface. Flat's just a description of the surface, right?
so, is it flat? Like it's not like when we say the Earth is round, it's like a circle, right? So when we say it's
Yeah, they mean round like a sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Say round.
But we're not saying Earth
like
is
what?
any. Yeah, we're not saying. Well, no, we're not saying it's any shape. We're just saying, hey, from what we can tell, when we go out and measure the Earth, that water is flat and level, right? And since technically the surface of the Earth is covered in water, if the water is flat and level, then the Earth can't be a ball by necessity.
Interesting. Thanks for that answer.
Yeah. So, I mean, we call it the Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, but they're not really separated, are they? They're not divided into anything. There's really only one ocean.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So if that ocean is flat, which it seems to measure to be flat, then the Earth can't be a ball just by a logical necessity. Can't have a mostly flat ball.
Yeah, so I appreciate for the answer.
So if we go out, like, and this has been done, like go try to measure to see if the water has, a curve to it or if it actually is flat. You take a laser and like shine a laser over it. And then you measure the height of the laser over the water. You can't measure any change in the distance of the laser from the water, right? So start at like 2 meters off the water, shine the laser across 40 kilometers, and then measure at the other end. That laser should be way up in the air, like 127 meters. But when you actually do this, it's only like 1.5 meters off the water. So it's basically the same height that you started. right, off the water. You just measure it. You just measure how high is this water how high is this laser above the water? Take out the tape measure, measure it. Go to the other side. How high is this laser off the water? Take out the tape measure, measure it. If it's the same height off the water, then the water's flat. It's pretty simple. You're just measuring it directly. Yeah. We're not relying on a television to tell us what to think, or a screen, or a book, or whatever. Like, to be honest with you, completely honest, is that Flat Earth is not in this voice chat. It is not on the internet. It's not on a computer. It's not on any television screen. It's outside in the physical and natural world. That's where it is. It's not in here.
So how can I imagine this flat Earth?
I mean, that's how you observe it to be. Everybody you know, everybody they know, have never seen the Earth as a ball. They've never seen curving water. There's just some people that say, yeah, that's the way it is. And like, cool. You can say that. Say whatever you want. It's a free country. That doesn't make it true. What would make it true is to measure it to be that way.
Yep, correct. Need to measure to be good, to be true.
I mean, our logic, as far as like this topic is, it's pretty flawless logic. You can't even debate like the logical consequences of what I'm saying. They're not debatable. They're deductively true or objectively true, and we can figure out whether they're objectively true simply using deductive logic. Okay? That if the surface of the Earth is not flat, it's not a ball. That's true. You know how we know? Property of a sphere is that it is equidistant from a center. So if the Earth is flat, a line can't be equidistant to a single point. Okay? But a sphere can be equidistant, like the surface of a sphere can be equidistant from a single point. Okay? So if you measure it, that it's a line, can't be a sphere. Anybody else? Step right up. Look, if you're like timid, probably a too complicated word. If you're shy because you don't think you speak English good enough. Look, we've dealt with people that don't speak English, at least I have for a long time. So don't be embarrassed by your English. I'm not going to think anything of you. I only speak one language. The fact you're even trying to learn two languages makes you superior to me, at least in that regard. So, you know, don't be embarrassed. Speak up, man. Stick your toe in the water, man. The water's warm, man, and it's wet. Sporadic. Did you see that I just posted that link in the chat with the screenshot of that part? All right, cool. Like I found that, I was like, what the hell is this? Like, I was totally unexpected. I wasn't looking for anything like that. I was just like, Orbis Pictus, that's weird. I bet you it has something about the globe in there. Fucking lo and behold.
Are you kidding? We just lost our famous flat earther. Oh shit.
We lost both of them. What's going on? False advertisement.
We've got a genius in the chat. I expected having a genius in the chat that there would be, some intellectual conversation going on, some globe proof being presented, maybe. I don't know. Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Have you come to ask questions?
No.
Start.
Well, I just came here.
Yeah. We got a genius in the chat. It's too bad he's a mute.
Well, you might need one of them things, like Stephen Hawking had.
Oh, a blonde translator.
Yeah. Do we have any gurgles, gargles, and dribbles translators? Oh, you see, in the beginning, when the universe imploded.
He was just talking about the beginning of the universe. Amazing.
Oh, that was too funny. Great impression, by the way, Kingsley. Bode, welcome. Welcome to the channel.
About supermassive black holes.
Yeah, hairy black holes. Solve the Hawking's paradox, they say. Space news.
His name was really just a typo or whatever. Somebody misheard. It's Stephen Hacking. He's always hacking up. That was it.
But that video where they were pretending to translate for him, That was unintentional comedy gold.
I hope that one day you will all get a debilitating disease like me and be able to solve the mysteries of the universe.
That was awesome.
How many of you guys shoot every day?
What's that? What'd you say?
Like target practice?
Oh, no.
Ever been hungry and shot an animal and it got away?
I've been hungry and been fishing, and the fish got off the hook close enough.
Amen.
Hey, whatever happened with that? Whatever happened with those? With those vegans that were looking for says who? Did they ever find them? There was like a group of them came in yesterday. They were looking for says who. DJ, I don't think you were here for that. It's pretty funny. They wrote a song for says who.
Oh my god.
Because he like pointed out, he's like, so you think you're morally superior? And the one kid's like, yeah. so Axel wrote a song, dude. And he posted it in the side chat, and they were looking for says who. I was just curious what happened about that. Daz was telling me something about it this morning.
Says who must have really triggered them.
There's no water to water your plants. It's gonna be hard to be vegan.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. You just got to kind of like breathe the wrong way. Yeah, I'm triggered.
I think veganism is funny to me, considering there are carnivorous plants. And the smell of fresh cut grass is a distress pheromone.
Let's not forget the name of their guest room. That about sums it up right there. We're better than you, and we know it. We're the purple cobras.
Yeah, they can put a question mark on it all they want. Like, vegans are better? Like, as if they're no, they're literally stating that they think that they're better. And I'm like, okay. And so I went in there kind of trolling. I posted a gif of a Venus flytrap eating a frog, and holy shit. Oh, the triggered was excellent.
Yeah, they're better at dying. Too much?
I'm like, so if a plant will eat frog legs, why can't I?
That's why God gave us all the animals to eat. was gonna say it's gonna be a lot harder to be vegan when you're maybe 2 weeks worth of food runs out of the house, when there's no power, no septic, no water, no gas. Can't buy gas at the gas stations because electricity's out.
I asked them if you guys lived in one of those tribes where they rely on hunting to survive, would you eat meat? And they all agreed, yes, we would.
So just forging you can't forge all your food unless you start eating cambium bark, which nobody's done. I'll just eat bark. Yeah.
No, I only bought it up because the guy wrote a song and posted it in the side chat. I was like, wow, dude, you were not even triggered yourself. You were triggered for your homie. So Axel wrote it because says who started something with like one of his homies from the chat. So it's like,
Did he perform the song, or is it just AI?
No, it's not AI. It's an actual song. That's why it's so terrible.
That's hilarious.
I didn't listen to it. Thank God. I just did because I have like one of those brains that doesn't forget things. So I just wanted to spare myself. But Over Fences listened to it and basically did the dirty work for me. So I think she said, imagine a 12-year-old listened to Bob Marley for the first time and couldn't string a few sentences together. It's like, okay, I could get. I think I got a good mental picture, or a mental audio track of what it sounds like. I summed it up with like just 2 words: feelings hurt, feelings hurt, feelings hurt, feelings hurt, feelings hurt.
Wonder if that wolf dude is still out there putting windshields on airplanes, dropping the horizon. Those curved airplane windows up front and the small planes. He's just telling everybody, "Oh, see the horizon is dropped." And it's like, no, just what the glass does. I've seen someone hold a glass lid for a pot up to a flat line on their wall, and it drops down, like holding the camera further enough back where they can see the sides around the lid. Curved glass, on the right. Well, I guess it's curved glass. We'll drop the horizon. Other than that, they have no proof of a globe drop off and curvature. Just rises eye level no matter how high you go.
People that live all really in here right now think they live on a spinning ball. Go ahead. Is my mic working?
Yeah, Dave. Yep. Good man.
No, Dave, it's not working, Dave. No.
Thank you, Jim. T-Dub gave me correct information. G gave me a smart-ass information. Now, is there anybody else here that thinks they live? Go ahead. Don't be shy. All right. Guess I'll.
Sorry, Dave. You did break up a bit there.
There's no believers today.
No believer. Got you. I'm probably roboting, so I'll shut up.
Well, we can't get the genius to open up his mic. But I'm assuming, based on that name, if he's really genius, he's obviously a flat earther.
Guess all 19 of us are flat earthers.
Geniuses, they're not necessarily smart. Like Aladdin had a genius. He just had someone to grant him wishes. Fantasy. Those were genius. Genius will make your fantasies real.
Right. And then you've got like Rain Man.
Time considered a genius. What? Sorry, T-Dub, but wasn't I? There you go. Come to the chat, if anything.
Yeah, welcome in, Dexter.
See if you can get him. Go ahead.
Yeah, what do you got for us, Dexter? You got questions, comments? Anything? Say hello. And Amar, welcome in, Amar. Thanks for joining us, new people. Don't be shy to open up your mic. We understand that this is an English learning server, so you may be your English skills, English speaking skills may not be great. We understand that, and we're not going to make fun of you or anything based on your level of English.
You're Australian. Since you're Australian, work for English skills.
I learned my England back when I was a kid.
Random question while it's Dub. Do you happen to know? I could look this up. But around what time or what year was Australia considered a country instead of a penal colony?
Oh, is it 1901? Oh, you're pushing my brain now. For the establishment of the Federation. At the centenary of Federation. Was that 2001? DJ? I can't remember. I don't know. Our Parliament, I think, was around developed around 900. Hey, sorry, go on.
I was just curious. Was there a big announcement one day? Okay, we're no longer prisoners, citizens of. Did that happen?
You broke up a bit there, but no, I don't think so. I think they all just eventually were pardoned, given plots of land, etc. I mean, yeah, some of them probably died as prisoners, but probably a few of them were eventually just served their time and then were just granted land and told to start raising a family and farming and stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. Really, the closest thing to that would be the establishment of the Federation, I think, which was around the early 1900s. I think that's when sort of saw ourselves as a country and had government basically, and was no longer decisions weren't being made directly from Britain through the Queen or anything start governing ourselves basically.
I guess I could say your phone or something.
Sorry, Dave, you're breaking up a bit. I didn't catch that. Crackie's Willers in the crowd.
Jenna, what was up with that weirdo yesterday? I kept calling you a Karen in the side chat. His name, Mimi. Little Mimi.
Hi everybody, it's Stefan Molyneux from Freedomain Radio. I hope you're doing very well. This is a shout out without too much shouting to those who wrote to me in shocked and appalled squeamishness at the very idea that I would suggest that a friend of yours who supports wars and predation and debt and inflation may not actually be that good a friend, and that you should reconsider your friendships. If you're for Ron Paul and people won't vote for Ron Paul after you make reasoned, passionate, factual arguments, they may not be your friends. Well, people refer to this as emotional blackmail. Oh dear. Emotional blackmail, can you imagine? Well, let me tell you, to people who think that saving the world is a pony show, a sunshine, roses, and honey up the nose show, I will tell you that it is not. Because if you think that the problem with that video of mine was emotional blackmail, you simply do not get it. You do not understand. And I will tell you what you do not understand. You do not understand that a statist, somebody who wants government-enforced laws, regulations, rules, and brutalities to run your life, wants you thrown in jail for disagreeing with him. He wants you thrown in jail for disagreeing with him. Let's say you're against the war on drugs, like any sane and moral human being is. Let's say you're against the war on drugs. And you make your case and you lay out your arguments and you talk about the non-aggression principle and self-ownership and responsibility and humanity. And your friend says, no, I still think that the war on drugs is good and I want to support it. What he's really saying is, I want you thrown in jail for following your conscience, for doing what is right. I want men in blue costumes to come to your house, stick a gun in your face, and say, come into the windowless van with us for years. Even if you'd never touch an illegal drug. Because the war on drugs is all about funding. And if you find it objectionable that people get locked up in cages for carrying innocuous bits of vegetation, then you should be able to withdraw not just your moral, abstract, who gives a shit support, but your actual, tangible financial support to such a monstrous, monstrous attack upon humanity. So, if I'm against the war on drugs, what I want is to withdraw my funding for the war on drugs. To withdraw the money that is extracted from me at gunpoint and used to pay people to throw people in cages where they are brutalized and often raped for years. That is what it means to have a conscience, be able to act on it. To not be forced to support that which is evil. Let's say that you're against the war, or the wars, or wars in general. What does it mean to be anti-war? Does it mean that you can go around the streets and wave your little placards? Does it mean you can write on your blog that war is double plus oogie? No. Being against the war means not being forced to fund a war, not being forced to pay for the murder of innocent foreigners. That's what it means to be against the war. Are you against the horrors of the permanent underclass that has been created by government education and the welfare state? Does your conscience say that this is monstrous and evil, and it's the most destructive thing that has ever been foisted on the poor outside of the medieval goddamn plague? What does it mean to be against these predations? Does it mean that you can wave your placards and write your blog and say to people, well, I don't really think it's that good and here are the facts behind it? No. That means nothing. That means nothing. If you're a cow in an electrified paddock and you want to spray paint on your side, I don't like me paddocks, farmer doesn't care. Just stay in the goddamn fence and you can do whatever you want. The fence is your money. The fence is your obedience, which is enforced upon you, either directly with the gun to your head of taxation or indirectly with the silent pickpocket of fiat currency inflation and debt. To follow your conscience, to do what is right, means that you have to oppose being forced to pay for that which is evil. That is what the government is doing, always. It is forcing people to pay for that which they object to. Because if they didn't object to it, it would be called charity, for Christ's sake. The government is all about forcing people to act against their conscience. The United Way is a charity. They do not force you to support them. The government forces people to support its activities because it is directly what they do not want to do. And generally, it is because they do not want to do it morally. The government is ethics rape in perpetuity. So when your friends say to you, I want so-and-so to be in power, I want so-and-so to be in power, I'm in favor of the war, I'm in favor of the war to drugs, I'm in favor of government education, I'm in favor of welfare, social security, national debts, you name it. What they are saying to you, to your face, is, if you follow your conscience, if you do what is right, I want you thrown in a cage for years for tax evasion. If you act upon your conscience and cease to support that which is morally repugnant to you and destructive to the lives, literally, of millions of people, if you act on that which is right, I want you kidnapped and thrown in jail for years. That is the ring of statists who are all around you. And that is what they are saying to you. Follow your conscience, go to jail. And I like that. And I want that. And if you resist that, you are a bad person who must be double thrown in jail. That is the matrix, the statrix, right? Do what is right. Go to jail. That is what your friends, your family, your companions, your co-workers, that is what they want. That is what they want, even when you spell it out, even when you explain it, even when you show them the facts, even when you give them the basic arguments, even when you show them the gun in the room. They want you hauled away in a fucking burlap sack and thrown in a cage.
Is it a
for
movie
following your
going
conscience,
on?
for the mere act of disagreeing with them, about the value and virtue of certain ways of doing things in society. So you are ringed by weapons. And you are ringed by people whose words praise and arm and take the safety off those weapons. You are ringed by the snipers of statism. And those who support it, being thrown in jail for following your conscience. That is the stakes that we're at. You're ringed by weapons. And you say to people, put down the weapons. Let's reason about this. Put down the weapons.
What were you saying?
Hello, bro.
What's up?
Good, good. Going on. What
Who's that
about
talking?
you?
Oh, Mr. Chu. What's going on?
Yes.
Yeah, what can I do for you, bud? What brings you into the room today? Is it the event topic?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you.
I said, what brings you into the room today? Is it the event topic?
Actually, I'm very new to the Discord server. I'm just trying to figure it out. What's going on, like in every profile and all. There's a new user.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, normally here we discuss flat Earth. Have you ever
Sorry?
heard of the subject?
It's like it's written over there. The caption is like 24/7 flat Earth Discord, right?
Yeah, yeah. That's
And
us.
what are we supposed to talk in this topic? I don't know. It's about like science and fiction.
No, we talk about Yeah, we just talk about what people have heard, right? And then we just try and clear up some misconceptions, some common misconceptions that people have when this topic is brought up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like misconception about what? Like a little bit of question. I'm really sorry. Misconception about what?
Yes. Well, about what we claim right here at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We have our own home server. This is a guest room we were invited to create here. So, yeah, we're here on the behest of one of the moderators here at the English Hub.
Like this page, like actually I'm a beginner. Okay, I'm just learning to speak English. So I joined this better club, the English Hub. I was recently a few minutes back. I was into a page. Okay, there was a conversation going on. They just like muted me. It was all about the vegan thing. I like this. I like this. I'm like I was just like trying to give my point of view. POV. That's like muted me. I don't know what this thing is all about, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people will mute you if you're being disruptive or if you're cutting off a conversation or something like that. So I don't know what they'd mute you for over at the vegan channel, but if you ever get muted over here, it's usually because you're interrupting somebody. That would be the only reason, or you're saying something inappropriate. Those would be the only two reasons.
Actually, I didn't say anything inappropriate. Like I was like just giving my POV, okay? Like what I think about the particular discussion, right? They were talking about something, and I was like just joining them, not interrupting. Okay, interpreting is different thing. I just want to give my point of view. I just asked, can I give my I say it, no? And there's those guys were like, oh, okay thing, but then they again like just muted me, and I just like hanged up. That's it. I don't know. Actually, I'm a new to like Discord server, right? I'm trying to learn. I don't know. I have to go more into YouTube, but it's pretty cool. Like it's nice. Actually, I'm a beginner though, learning English. I think like I can get so much of like knowledge from it. Happy for that. No.
Yeah. How long you been speaking English?
How long? It's not like actually I'm Indian. I usually like speak Hindi only. Okay, that's my regional like language only. But then again, like English, I used to speak, but very few, a few little times or few times. I can say like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, your English sounds pretty good. You could have a conversation, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, just trying to figure it out. Like
there's a lot of words, but it's a lot.
Just learning, brother. Just learning.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Yeah.
Takes a while. But yeah, no, so you won't get muted here unless you're interrupting somebody or you're speaking some inappropriate stuff. So that would be probably the only two things you could do that'll get you muted here. So if you want to practice your English, you're in a good spot. If you want to learn more about Flat Earth, you're in a good spot. So yeah, glad to have
you. Definitely. Like I already told you, like I'm a beginner, right? I'm not an intermediate. I'm not a pro, right? I'm just learning. I'm watching into some things. I'm trying to figure it out. I don't know what's going through, but I really want to join some conversations. And I really want to see people, who are like so obsessed with the mic, like they're getting off. I think everyone should speak it up. Okay, like about like anything, what's going on in their life, whether this is a part of discussion, like for example, like this particular like topic, okay, like apart from that, like everybody can speak everything. Like learning is something like very like universal, right? You can't say like English is, we have to learn English. Somebody can learn Hindi also, isn't it? It's only because of
No, it's true.
like since the matlab, history of like what has gone through like from what we can say inception, since the history, right?
Yeah.
It's not, it's not necessary that like everyone has to like speak English only. Somebody can speak French also. It's not the matlab, hype that we have to do. It's all because of the global thing, United States dollar is, so you have to speak like okay, United Kingdom, this United Kingdom English, they have conquered most part of like every matlab, maps in the matlab, countries around the global areas. But hey, it's okay, right? What do you know is no.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, you're holding a great conversation.
Yeah.
So have you heard about this topic before in any other, maybe on YouTube or wherever you like to watch videos and research topics?
No, it's not about like watching any videos. It's a concept like we're learning, right? We're learning from the since beginning of our life. What is this country? We're on the planet, right? From 8.4 billion peoples around here, everywhere in the globe, right? Many.
Oh, that's what they say. There's certain people who don't buy that population value, but that's not for this discussion.
Okay.
Here, yeah, but there's plenty of people who don't agree with that value. That 8 point, some people say it's 14. Some people say it's less, right? Some people say it's more like 2 billion.
Okay. And what's the exact count for you?
Oh, for me, I don't know. I could stick to an answer that's honest. I don't trust the people that present me with the values. I promise you that. So.
Okay. Where are you from, anyway?
I'm from the United States.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Yeah, it's got its good. It's got its good things. It's got its bad things. Every there's two sides to every coin, right? Every government's corrupt, so you might as well have a corrupt government that's powerful too, right? But no, it'd be better if she had a good government, right?
Yeah.
A government that actually cared about the people. Most governments will pretend to care about the people just enough so they could continue to get voted in and keep that nice public image.
It's only the people's, surrounding by how many people's, they're like engaged into contain things. In particular in India, also not in India, in every corner of the world, like people are like the money making is so big industry. What the motherfucker, like definitely we have to talk about it. It's not good. Like certain talented people are dying, they are dying. Industries, nepotism, nothing. People are like they are discussing in a topic like they don't like have to actually. They don't have to talk about this. They have to talk about like nepotism, democracy, country thing, communalism. This has to be the topic, real topic, and there has to be a server. People are getting fucked up, dying every day. There are so many people, getting like depressions and all, anxiety.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that.
If you really want to piss off a corrupt government, start talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, that's true. They don't want people knowing about that. That's for sure. They actually waste government dollars having meetings about it here in the United States. Believe that? You get elected to represent your district. You go to Congress and they tell you, "Hey, freshman, today we're discussing censoring the flat Earth on with the YouTube executive." Imagine that, or you're a staffer working for a congressman or woman, and
Even YouTube is getting a spam. You know, they're spammer. They'll only follow the like advertisement profile. Those who can promote. Like it's a
if it
it's a
wasn't
bit of a business.
important, if it wasn't important, why would they? It wasn't important. Why would they do a congressional hearing to keep it under wraps? Why would they? The country that supposedly are these are people who let's not forget. These are people who are entrusted with protecting the right.
Yeah, definitely. It's a platform.
A freedom of speech, freedom of expressing yourself, right? Without
Freedom
harming
of
anybody,
freedom
right?
of speech is being breaches. You know, when you talking history of YouTube, right?
But they're holding hearings
like
about
you have to
censoring
Google
this
it up.
topic.
You have to Google it up.
This topic.
Many times, like you'll see, many YouTubers, right? They're getting breaches just for speaking against the government. If you praise for the government, then it's okay. It's fine, right? Like, it's okay. Their eye watchers, hawk eyes are on the watch of going for you, right? They're watching you. So, privacy is not being. I'm getting it. You have a freedom of expression. You have to speak it out, whatever you want to, right? On that particular platform.
What a ridiculous world we live in right now.
Yeah, definitely, bro.
Yeah, what a ridiculous world we live in, where people find it necessary to censor others who are simply pointing out what they observe and experience in reality.
Yeah.
I mean, Crit says sometimes a lot that you're encouraged by the authorities. If you see something, say something. And then when we do, we get shut down. It's ridiculous.
Definitely. Correct. I agree with you, brother. 101%. It happens. I don't know over there, but it happens in India. It really happens.
Yeah. Did you see the Indian space program, Faking Space? Did you see something and say something?
I'm into a gamer community. I watch lots of Indian gaming community, and I see who's being banned for what they're doing, this and that, and all. So I have a little idea. I'm not saying I'm perfect, okay? But yeah, a little bit of idea. I got it.
Yeah, they're definitely faking space in India, just like they were faking space in Japan, China, United States. They're all guilty. Russia. Yeah, these government space agencies are all complicit. Now, does that mean everybody involved in the government space agencies are complicit? No.
Yes.
But what they're doing.
Would it be a question nobody's tracking us when we are doing the Discord server? How do you say that? Is it the privacy?
Oh,
okay, I'm using. I'm
Big
using
Brother's
iPhone.
always
Okay.
watching, and Big Brother's always watching. Big Brother is always watching.
Yeah, that's it, boy. Big Brothers are all watching. Nice one.
Yeah, don't ever get too comfortable.
Yeah. No, but it's okay. It's okay not to be okay, because we are not talking about something bullshit, right? We are talking about this. The discussion is all about the good things online. You guys can join me. I'm short with my words. Actually, I don't speak very good English, but I'm really getting what do we say? Face. I'm just trying to get into this. Okay. So everyone is off
Yeah,
or
I'm
what?
still here, buddy. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So, do you know anything about this topic, Mister?
Chiwangs. Yeah, like which topics? I'm sorry.
The flat Earth. Have you done any research?
I'm really sorry now.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked you earlier when you came in if you knew anything about the topic.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. No, I just joined like the Discord like, and I was like just browsing through the page and like I just joined this server, and I got into you guys. I'm just like having a conversation. That's it.
Well, if you have any questions, please feel free. I mean, there's some very intelligent people here that are just itching to answer some questions. They're just waiting.
Okay, just put me the question and just try to figure out.
All right. Well, here's a question. Do you have any good reason why you believe that the Earth is a globe? Like, what would you say is your best reason for believing that the Earth is a globe?
Sorry, I couldn't get it. Can you like one more time? I'm really sorry. And please make it slowly, okay? Do you think what is the reason? What is the reason? What is the reason for or what like being a globe?
Yeah, what would be your best reason for believing that the Earth is spherical or ball shaped?
Spherical or ball shaped?
Or maybe you don't believe in the globe, which is perfectly fine too.
Okay, you answer the question for Mr. John Luna. He asked me one question.
Yeah. Like, do you believe that the Earth is a globe? And if so, why?
Uh, like I already said before, like I'm not into like science and fiction. Yeah, like till my like 10 plus 2, I studied like science only. Okay, but then yeah, the Earth is really like circle, sphere. The like what are we up to? Like what am I speaking? It's sphere only, right?
His name is Sporadic.
Okay. Okay. Even when I say it's like this parallel or flat, does it matter?
Yeah, I think it does a great deal because this is your world. And if you grow up thinking that your world is not what you experience, not what you see, not what you
Hey,
understand.
come on, guys. We are living up to the world where we cannot like live up to our expenses. How how do you wanna just trying to figure out what the life is about? Like how this Earth, the Mars. Have you? I just want to ask you a question. Okay, what is the Mars like? Can you like afford your expenses toward Mars? Mars, I mean Mars, the next planet. People are like making expenses, right? Can you do it? So like it's
Well, the thing is,
it's better, you know. talk
Well,
about
hang on a
life
sec.
rather than like talking about whether the earth is like circle, sphere, parallel. It doesn't even matter.
Well, hang on. Well, hang on a
People are
sec.
suffering. Oh,
Well, hang on a
okay,
sec.
bro. Okay.
You
Okay,
might be
bro.
under the misconception, right, that we think that Earth is a disc-shaped planet in outer space, but that's not what we think. We don't agree that the sky is outer space, like a vacuum, with other worlds hanging around out there, orbiting the sun and things like that. That's not what you observe. It's not what you experience. You don't know if that's true. It's just a story that you've been told that people just accept on face value because they're taught it from very young age. They're conditioned to believe that we're on this object in outer space, and all those other things out there that they see in the sky, the lights, are other planets. But they're worlds like this one, but they're not. There's no evidence that they're anything like this place. So we're not in a universe as it's been presented to you.
Oh yeah, correct. So
So yes, I agree with you. If there was more focus on what goes on here, things would probably be a lot better. If humanity focused all its attention on this place rather than on fantasy worlds out there in the sky that don't exist, right? Hey, let's put this little box of metal on this thing in the sky.
Definitely,
No,
brother.
it doesn't
Appreciate
help
it.
anybody.
Yeah, I appreciate it, like sometimes like it has to be some kind of discussion like this only. I'm not saying that we are the pro level person, like we are professionals, right? But like it's a basic thing, when people question about something. Well, it's all over reading over the like like books, literatures, and you're still trying to figure it out whether the earth is like flattened or like something. It doesn't go with that, what we say, like aura. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, we're just encouraging people to get their heads back into reality instead of into fantasy worlds. Like their heads are literally in the clouds and above the clouds. Their imaginations are all about like what's going on out there, billions of light years away, and all that. That's nonsense and fantasy and cartoons on TV. It's not real.
Yeah, exactly, brother. Nice one. Like, I really appreciate you for like talking whatever you say. Like it's practically like 90% of the people in the whole like this earth they're talking about. They don't want to know like what the whole earth is about. They're trying to figure out their life. How they have to go through their life and all. 10% of people still trying to get mysterious. It's a good thing. Like scientists, they say like very few people have brains. They're trying to figure it out what the world is up to. So, nevertheless, trying to be a good optimist. I'm sorry, like a good pessimist.
Oh yeah, you've got people out there that are trying to understand the physical and natural world, like with hands on in the practical sense, like getting their hands dirty, right, and trying to figure stuff out, stuff that might benefit us, benefit you and I, right? How to cure diseases, how to make things easier to accomplish, etc. Things like that, right? And it's advanced.
Definitely.
It's advanced our technology, like proportionally. I mean, we have advanced very quickly, right, with our understanding of the physical and natural world. When they got their hands on and hands dirty, but pointing telescopes to the sky and wondering and telling stories about the sky isn't helping anybody. It's not advancing us in any way, right?
No, it's really gonna help. It's like that. Like scientists are really doing a good thing, brother. I'm really sorry to say it. Like like the world we're living in. The asteroids and all, the space thing, NASA and all. It's really working it out. but the purpose, what I'm trying to say is like, it's not gonna work it out on a debate thing, right? Like, because we guys talking on the Discord server, we're never gonna make it out. I don't know. It could be possible. You don't have to say like it's never possible, but like distracting thing, like topic, like is it thing like this or that? Like, I don't think it is useful for people. So it's better like change the topic. I think so. I don't know. And I'm really sorry if I say something wrong. Is anybody there? Or I'm like muted alone.
We get a lot of people who don't have English as their first language in here. So
okay,
yeah, you don't
Even
have
me.
to apologize, man. Yeah, you don't have to apologize at that. Yeah, your
No,
English
actually,
not me is
I
100%.
joined this club just to learn only. Okay, I'm just trying to learn only. That's what like I'm into here. Like I'm into this conversation because I just want to learn and what like my knowledge. I just want to put it out. Whatever I know, my just point of view. I don't care like what other things. I just want to let know guys, well, other guys know what I think about something which particularly is. I might not be right every time, and nobody's right every time. First thing is like you don't have to give up, no matter what. That's what one life, no aliens, no gods, nothing. Just human being, humanity. Live it up, care for people, love for people. You die in real peace.
Yeah, so we got guys in the side chat asking questions in the side chat, or just talking smack in the side chat, one or the other, depending upon your point of view.
Oh yeah, what are they saying?
That was T-Dub. Yeah, T-Dub, that was Genius. Saying, oh yeah, when the Earth is, when there's an earthquake, is the Earth still motionless? It's like, yeah, obviously not the small percentage of time when it's quaking, dude. Like, what a silly argument.
Right. I mean, it's shaking, but it's not going anywhere. I mean,
yeah, dude, I'm outside. Like, I couldn't tell you how much percentage of my day I spend outdoors, and I felt maybe a tremor in my days on like 4 separate occasions. You know what I mean? And that's out of 42 years of experience. So I don't know what percentage of time that would be, but I don't think the tremors have lasted more than a few moments. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So we're
I was
talking
only
about percentage of quake to not quake.
right.
It's pretty. It's pretty minute, pretty minuscule.
I grew up in a region where there was occasional tremors, and occasionally, like I'd wake up in the morning, and my grandparents would say, "Did the tremor scare you? Did it wake you up?" I'm like, "What tremor?" I'd sleep through them.
Yeah,
it'd put cracks in their walls, in their foundations, to shake their foundations of their house and everything. But yeah, I didn't notice it. But I did experience a couple being awake. Right, I was a heavy sleeper. I guess.
You got to build like the. You just got to build like the ancient builders, right? With the interlocking stones that can absorb the impact. I always like loved looking at the way that they cut those stones, man. Pretty intense. still standing today, man. So that doesn't speak volumes in and of itself. I don't know what does.
Right. So
yeah, we had a.
and
Did you hear that guy that was arguing? Did you hear that guy that was arguing with us? I think it was yesterday. I think that might have been Mimi. I think that might have been the guy who like lost his mind yesterday about ancient
No.
cultures. Yeah, he was basically saying like we can reproduce anything that the ancient builders built.
Oh, right. Can we? Yeah. It's because that'd be practical. I mean,
I was talking about.
it would
It's like you
be
could set up
practical.
every strong
And
crane that we have.
like
around
criticism
one of
and
those stones.
argument is very good for the like conversation and for the good knowledge. You know, it's really good. Criticism and argument, it has to go on. Where there is no question, there's no answer. You have to like get it out.
Yeah, true, but we don't have the technology to lift 1,000-ton stones. It's just something we don't have. I mean, maybe with some different type of technology. I'm just talking about with brute force, using our most powerful cranes. If we got all of the cranes that we could fit around the Trilithon stones, and we hooked them all up, and we got them somehow chained up around the stones, they still couldn't pick it up and move it around. So that was like the one thing I was just trying to explain to the guy. I'm like, yeah, there's no way they would have got those stones up and then laid them in place perfectly and locked them all tight together like that. We couldn't do that today. But this young man was just like, yeah, he was just adamant about like, there's nothing we can't reproduce today.
Oh, really? Because there is examples of blocks of stone, right, which don't seem to be part of any structure. They're just lying around. They're obviously quarried. They know where they were quarried from, right? And these exist in different parts of Asia, and they dwarf the stones of the Great Pyramid. They dwarf them. They're like 10 times bigger, right, and heavier. And if any one of our current like strongest cranes or anything, our biggest machinery, was to attempt to lift them, they would fall over. They are incapable of lifting these things. So how did ancient people cut them out of the sides of mountains and transport them hundreds of miles away? You tell me.
Cheetah bro, are you from like UK?
For me, no, I'm from Australia.
Oh, okay. You sound like English. Sorry. Okay, what is the question?
I'm just saying, look, there are stone blocks that are
you were talking about the pyramids, right? Yeah.
There's stone blocks that have been quarried from the sides of mountains, which are some hundreds of miles away from the quarry site in Asia and South America, and these are significantly larger than any stone found in the plateau where the Great Pyramid is, right? So how did the ancients first cut them with precision out of the side of a mountain and then transport them tens, if not hundreds of miles away to their current locations? We don't have machinery on Earth that can do that.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I had no answer to this. Maybe somebody can. I don't know.
And archaeology, academia knows about these things, right? Yeah. They just scratch their heads. They make up stories about it. They have guesses. They want us to believe that primitive relatively primitive people using very primitive tools did this thing.
Okay.
And it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely and utterly ridiculous to accept that that's to be true. And there's been cases where even in Egypt, right? So some guys got together, some archaeologists and some engineers, and went, let's replicate one of these stones. Let's cut something. Let's cut a stone with how we think that the currently, right, Egyptologists think that it was done. And they started to do it, and it took them like 4 hours, not even to get an inch into the stone, cutting it with the techniques that they said were used in ancient times. So it is, and then they want to tell us that the Great Pyramid was built, laying each stone. How many stones per hour were laid? Did they say? And they did it within 20 years or 25 years. And when they attempted to do it using the techniques that they believe were used, they couldn't even complete a block in an hour. They couldn't cut through a piece of that stone in an hour. They couldn't even get a tenth of the way through it in an hour. It's just unrealistic to think that the way that we're taught that they did these things is true. It's unrealistic. So however it was done, I don't know. But what we're being taught, and it's like what we're being taught in many different fields. They're just guessing. They don't know. They just want this story that they have in their heads to be true, and they go out and they look for things which fit that story. And when it doesn't fit that story, they make up more and more stories, right?
Distracting people
they just
for
dismiss it.
generations to come, Yeah, got it.
Yeah, there has to come a breaking point within our culture and our society, our institutions, where they say no more of this, right? Either we do know or we don't know something, and when we don't know, we're going to admit it, and yes, we're going to try and endeavor to seek out the answers to the questions, but we're not going to just try and make up stories which just want to fit to a certain narrative that we adhere to, right? If evidence is presented that is contrary to what we thought was true, we have to accept it. We have to dismiss the previous idea that we had and start looking for new answers, because that what we thought was true wasn't true because of the new evidence that's presented to us. And this is the case for the globe Earth, right? For the heliocentric model. Evidence is being presented to the world currently, right, by a large group of people, which contradicts what we're being told is true, and they are not accepting it. They're dismissing it out of hand, without good reason, right? And it's all based, and then just accusing the people that are presenting this evidence as being crackpots and conspiracy theorists when they have valid evidence, right, which contradicts the current narrative, the current belief system. And it's disgusting. Like, it really should the world should take a good look at itself and be ashamed at the way they're acting about this topic. It should be taken more seriously.
Okay.
There's nothing self-evident about your experience of reality that tells you, hey, we live on a big giant spinning ball in outer space. Nothing. There's only interpretations of things which have been based on philosophical and mysticism, philosophy and mysticism, where some people in the past had these ideals about what should or shouldn't be, right? Perfection and the way they think that the gods would have created things, etc., right? And we even have the quotes from astronomers saying that, yeah, our current belief system is based on philosophy, and it tries to get people, and academia tries to hide that, right? That tries to hide the fact that they don't have any empirical proof for their claims. It should be known amongst all students that what they're being told, nobody has proven to be true, and that there are alternatives to what's being presented to them. And if they were truly intellectually honest, right?
Can I say
They
something?
would present it like this. Yeah, go.
Your voice, I can hear your voice, but then again, it's getting much like adapt, you know. Are you using some headphone or something? Like it's getting adapt. Your language is good. I can hear you. It's pretty clear, but then again,
I'll drop out.
I'll
drop out and I'll come back in.
It's getting pretty adapt your voice. Okay, guys, I'm off.
Cheers, dude. Take care.
Earth is round as fuck.
There we go. Is that better?
A little bit. Actually, your voice is getting much like drab, you know, your voice is being compressed. What you're saying, I can understand, but the voices, you know, S and H's and all, they're getting suppressed.
You sound perfectly fine to me, T-Dub, just for what it's worth.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I might have been a little too close to my mic.
Hey, Louis, is that you saying Earth is round, or was that Marcelo K? Okay. Guess you
I'm
didn't
getting
feel
off,
like
guys.
tell us about it. All right, buddy. Take care, man. Nice talking to you.
It's already late night. Good night. Nice talking with you guys. I want to join again.
Yeah. Awesome, man. Cheers, dude.
Come back anytime, man.
Yeah. Sure. Good night. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess Louis just wanted to blurt out, the Earth is round. Then nothing to follow up. Very typical. And Marcelo didn't want to stick around.
Welcome, Michael. Thanks for joining us.
Hopefully that's the king of pop. That's such an interesting profile pic that they created there. The book on the head. I wonder what it signifies. Dear, welcome to the room. Getting attacked by the cats.
They were scaredy cats. One hung around. Hey, Stray Cat. Yeah, don't be shy. Open up your mic. Say hello if you want. If you can't, that's fine.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, thanks, buddy. How are you?
Fine, fine. Tired.
Hey, you got any? Do you have any questions for us, Stray Cat, or
No, no.
T-Dub specifically?
Just joining to listen, but I'm not talking. So
Yeah, well, just looking for people to discuss this wonderful topic with. So, we had a young man not too long ago, but he had to leave because it's very late in his home country.
my English isn't good enough to talk.
Oh, don't be shy.
No,
T-Dub barely speaks any English, right, T-Dub?
it's too hard to discuss with you about that subject. Well, my English is not good enough. I can't. Just passing by, and I will.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for opening up your mic too. That was awful nice of you.
Maybe if I drink another beer, and that's what I will do right now. Okay, let's see in 5 minutes.
There goes that gas pressure.
Yeah, a little liquid courage, you know what I mean?
Where are you from, guys? If I can ask.
All over the place. All over the place, man. You got people from. Yep, you got Australians, you got, Americans, you've got Portuguese. There's all kinds of people from all walks of life that are in here, man.
Yeah, all of the world is in. Nice. Sorry.
All over the flat map. The flat map. What's going on, Dark? What are you doing up there in the top right corner? Hanging tough? Your profile pic reminds me of a song by the Smiths. It's called Big Mouth Strikes Again. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, it's a big mouth. Very big mouth.
Yeah, what's that? I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who does the show. That profile pic reminds me of. But yeah, it's his name is escaping me. It'll come to me. I'll remember. He's a talk show host of some kind. Oh, that's easy, Dark. the Earth isn't in a solar system? Great question, though. Just for the panel that's not looking at their screens, he says, if gravity doesn't exist, how is Earth in a solar system? And before that, he asked, if Earth was flat, how the water doesn't end, and if sailors went to the edge of the flat Earth, will they get stuck in the gravity? And he says his mic is not working.
Dark says that explains nothing. Okay, Dark. So, all of us, at least I know I was, in grade school was taught that liquids require a container and will take the shape of their container, and that the liquid in the container is going to find an equilibrium. It is going to rest level and flat on the surface. So at no point ever have you ever tried to go get yourself a glass of water and put the water on the outside of the cup. So this is, you're saying the water doesn't end. Well, there's shores, right? Eventually you sail long enough in any direction, you're going to reach a shoreline. So containment. I hope this helps. You said it right there, Dark. The sun and the moon go around us. We do not go around them.
Yeah, he looks like
This
Steve
works
Harvey,
just
right?
fine.
That was who I was thinking.
A little bit like Indian Steve Harvey.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you for playing Family Feud. Okay, I'm sorry. That probably wasn't right, but yeah, Dark. No solar system. How do the sun and the moon go around us? I mean, don't you know that the sun and the moon go in circles over your head?
Best answer for that, Jenna. It's called flat Earth gravity.
What the fuck? That's great. Yeah, there's no space like what everybody's been taught to believe, Dark. You can't have a gas pressure system, and open nonetheless, directly adjacent to a vacuum. Never mind that nature detests or abhors a vacuum, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. So space isn't going on and on and on and on and on and on and on forever and ever and ever. A vacuum expanding, whatever the story is that they had us believing when we were younger. That's not happening. Yeah, I used to believe it. I used to believe in that until I, sharpened up and studied up on more aspects of physics. So, and now physics is like my bitch.
Well, Jenna, globe gravity is obvious proof that gas pressure doesn't need a physical container. Now, I know we can't ever see the globe, but we know it's there because that's how we're breathing all this unpressurized gas without a container. Duh.
I'd like to see somebody try to breathe inside of a vacuum.
Well, the Big Bang is exploding, right? So maybe the vacuum process is so slow we just can't tell.
It sounds like that the Globers have absolutely no argument, demonstration, or proof of their claim then.
Listen, I mean, we know the Earth is curving. The proof is the fact you can't see any. That's how you know the curvature is so slight and the Earth is such a big globe. Duh.
Exactly. Earth is so big, right? huge. How big is it? Really big. And I know it's a globe because I saw boats go over the curve that I can't see because the Earth is so huge.
Wait, if the Earth is actually flat, if I bring an airplane and just like fly straight for like I don't know how many hours, will I just like go out of the Earth system?
Oh, that's the trick. How do you fly straight? How do you tell that you're actually flying straight? I mean, that's quite a big ask, don't you think?
It's not.
You'd have to like make sure that you're not banking left or banking right at all during the flight. But also, no, you're not going to fly off of an edge. Again, it goes back to being in a container. You need a container for your gas pressure, right? So, yeah, if there's an edge, well, nobody's found it, right? We're not claiming that there's an edge. You can't fall off an edge. You can't fall off of the inside of something.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows that the proof of the globe is that it looks so flat. I mean, if it didn't look so flat, then maybe it's not a globe.
Hey, have you seen? I took a picture of my Rubik's Cube, and my flat Rubik's Cube looks curved. It was a perfect demonstration example of the barrel distortion in lenses. Take a look at this. Sporadic. Here we go.
Okay.
There it is. Look at the very top of the picture.
Oh man, it's the horizon. It's the globe horizon.
That's why. So every time I post that, I'm like, "So you say you saw Earth curve through any picture or video? No, you didn't. You saw barrel distortion, lens distortion from the camera lens. That's it. It causes straight lines to curve." Nobody has any, not a single glober has any kind of rebut for that. Mark, you're a donut. It's a donut. You're a donut. The information goes in one way and out the other. I want to talk to the genius in the room.
Yeah, but people come at this as if it's a ridiculous notion. But if they were to stop and think about it for a moment, the only reason that they think that is because of someone else's view, right? They're told what to think. You're not basing your idea that you live on a big spinning ball in outer space on your own experience, on anything that you've experienced firsthand. You're basing it on what you were told and conditioned to believe. Now, what's more ridiculous? That what you observe and experience is an illusion? Or that possibly it's real?
He said the motion of Earth is detected by gyroscopes. Well, now here's the thing. Yeah, I dare you. Oh, genius, I dare you to go and get a gyroscope, get that thing going, and just go set it on your table.
I'd love to see this, and I'd love to get into this discussion with him if he actually knows anything about gyroscopes.
I think you'd be the one, honestly, probably better at the wording at it than I am. But yeah, put a gyroscope on the table.
The tricky globers, the smart ones, will bring up, well, you're not going to do it with a mechanical gyroscope because the Earth spins too slowly. So you know what we need? We need a fiber optic gyro or a ring laser gyro. Yeah, those are more expensive and more impressive. A ring laser gyro, guys. We're going to need this NASA space age technology to prove it. And then, so the flat earther might say, oh, really? How does it do that? They say, well, I'm glad you asked. It operates off of the Sagnac effect. I bet you don't know what that is, Flurf. Then we say, oh, yeah, Sagnac effect. I know exactly what that is. But why don't you explain it for the audience? Well, you shoot two lasers out 90 degrees to each other at mirrors, and when the lasers bounce off and recombine back at their source, they don't meet there at the same time. You want to know why? And I say, wait, hold on. Okay, well, first tell me why. Because Earth is spinning. And I say, wait, hold on. You left something out, Glober. The Sagnac effect isn't just shooting two laser beams out in different directions and having them recombine. You got to put that on a table, and you got to put that table on a hub, and you got to spin that table like Wheel of Fortune, baby, like Pat Sajak. Spin the win, spin to win, spin that Wheel of Fortune. And then the phase shift happens. If you don't do that, you got no phase shift. You may as well say Earth is not moving. Yeah, but you got to spin it because of Coriolis reference frames, and if you don't, then and their argument falls apart.
Facts. Genius wants to talk about gravity. He wants to talk about weight. That's what he wants to talk about.
Oh, weight. Okay, like weightlessness in zero gravity.
Well, see, when he's talking about gravity, he's saying it keeps you glued to the floor, glued to the earth, right? But if you go back to what these words really mean, gravity just means weight or heaviness.
Wait, so you mean to tell me that his gyroscope thing wasn't really that big of a proof? So now he had to move on to yet another topic?
Exactly.
Is that you, Rich Evans? Are you tearing through another bowl of gravy fries like a fat kid through butter? Don't lie to me. I can see it on your face. You got that cheesy grits dripping down.
But gravity's nuts.
Which is stronger, gravity or Coriolis?
Uh-oh. Let's see.
Serious question, too, by the way.
I'm going to post all the things for gravity. Oh, you want to talk about gyroscopes? Right here. AI overview. Yes, gyroscopes are often used to help maintain level orientation. Uh-oh. They are devices that measure or maintain rotational motion and are used in various applications, including aircraft, spacecraft, and even some robots to stabilize and orient themselves. Uh-oh.
Wait, so gyroscopes, when they are spinning and they establish that level horizontal plane of reference, you mean to tell me that that plane of reference is not disturbed by gravity?
Bing, 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 bing.
Wait, but the Globers claim that if you move the gyroscope over the globe, that horizontal plane of reference is going to rotate because of gravity.
Nope. They are dead wrong.
They sound so confused, Jenna.
Because they are. Because they are confused. Because just like what happened to us when we were children, they were handed a ball and they got to spin it, and they're like, oh, this is so cool. And, that's what Earth is. And because gravity and you're done.
Well, you know what? Maybe the gyroscope does move under the influence of a gravity field. It just happens so slowly you can't tell. So while the airplane's moving, that horizontal plane of reference is rotating, gravity's yanking down on it.
How does that work? That would make it very difficult, for pilots.
Listen, that's how you know it's a globe, silly.
Yeah, I hear that. That would make it very difficult for pilots to try to adjust for their landings, or all kinds of stuff, man. If you're trying to bank left and the Earth is moving to the right, you're going to overshoot your mark. It's just crazy.
Listen, just gravity, the air pressure, the rotation, it all sorts itself out. Don't question it.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, don't question it. Stay blind. Stay blind. Faithful little globy sheep.
So why would they claim it's there if they can't measure and demonstrate it? Maybe it's not a conspiracy. Maybe they're just dumb. I know. It's a wild accusation that they're just dumb. But listen, I mean, for the past 150 years or so, we've been taught that we're in this age of industry, industrialization, technological explosion, and advancement of knowledge and discovery, that we are at the top of our evolutionary progress as a species. We have it all figured out. How could we be so silly so as to not notice something like this whole time? I mean, isn't that just a little crazy to think? Or maybe we really are as dumb as we were back in the Stone Age. We've got this technological overlay that kind of prevents us from actually understanding the world the way our forefathers and ancestors did.
We have a saying over here, too clever for your own good.
Mm-hmm. Too big for your britches. It's pretty much the same thing. Too big for your britches. You know, too smart for your own good. All that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's an arrogance that can come with intelligence, right? So you know, yeah. In one respect, you can say, "I'm smart. I figured something out," and then ponder on something else and think you're smart enough to figure that out, and be way, way off.
Come on, Rich. Why don't you decloak? We know your microphone works, genius. I can see those fat little grubby fingers reaching for another bowl of gravy fries. You're not fooling me.
Covered in Cheeto dust. You go ahead and mic up, genius. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're making some bold claims, and you're not backing it with any proof.
No. The Earth spins at 1,600 kilometers an hour, but you don't feel it for the same reason you don't feel a plane cruising at altitude. What's really funny, actually, and somebody said something about telescopes and satellites are things that will help you see yourself aging, neurons firing in the brain, and diffusion of oxygen. Very interesting. That was done by Dororo. But Genius said, "Do you feel the Earth spinning?" No. Cool. Do you feel yourself aging? I said, "I can see myself aging. I can see neurons firing on a brain scan. You can demonstrate diffusion. Can you see or feel the Earth spinning?" Like, no.
Earth is moving. You just can't feel it. Earth is curving. You just can't see it.
It's real strange. Yeah, I've got a unicorn in my backyard. Just trust me, bro.
My God is the real God. You just can't see him.
You can have gas pressure without a container. You just can't prove it.
I've got a leprechaun in my pocket. You just can't see it.
The sole cause fallacy or single cause fallacy, I think, is related to the special pleading fallacy. So if you just grant me this one exception, this one time, just let me invoke this one time. Hear me out, guys. Let me speak. Let me get my argument all the way out. Once you grant me this special exception, I guarantee it will all make sense.
They can go ahead and explain it, and it still never makes sense.
Yeah, gas pressure doesn't need physical containment. Just, guys, grant me this one exception, okay? Hear me out. Just let me speak, okay? Guys, I got it. Shh. Come on. Okay. Let me just get it out. Gravity contains it.
Okay, and then we have to like demonstrate that. Can you demonstrate the existence of gas pressure without a container? We asked them for this. They can't concede to the fact that no, they cannot demonstrate this. However, we can demonstrate that gas pressure does require a container. It needs a container to facilitate the pressure in the first instance.
Guys, just grant me this. Everything is in stasis, is in perfect equilibrium in this moment. That's why you can't tell that Earth is moving.
That's so funny. Seriously, what they're saying, too.
What? You mean you think you can feel yourself moving on a train?
Yeah, actually, I can.
Yeah, you can.
Yep.
I did the math for the G's that you should experience every day. And this is combining Earth's orbital motion with its rotational vector, with its rotation. So that's a compound motion when you add up the vectors. It's a 0.0003 gravities, G's. 0.0003 G's. And it's interesting. Industrial use accelerometers are several orders of magnitude more sensitive than that, with a very high frequency, extremely high frequency sampling rate. So industrial level accelerometers, I can actually source them for about $700 with the specs, should be able to pick up Earth's diurnal rotation and orbital velocity at 0.0003 Gs. And it's kind of funny how nobody's ever been able to produce that measurement. Like, you'd think that when you get these and you open the box, they come directly from the factory. You might need to calibrate it. Well, how do you calibrate it? What do you subtract that value? I mean, yeah, no. No, I mean, you calibrate it as you would when Earth is stationary and at rest, because it is.
All right. For those of you that just witnessed the muting of someone in the side chat who is not in the VC, they've done so because they're invited to speak in here or in the side chat in an intellectually honest manner. And if you have nothing but insult, then you go, and after being warned that if you've got nothing to insult, you'll be removed, and you continue to insult, you'll just be removed. Okay? We're here for an honest intellectual discussion. If you'd like to discuss it, you feel free. We're all ears. And we have what we want to say as well. And if you want a discussion about it, let's have that discussion. We're not here to just fling insults and receive insults.
Man, I got big ears too. The older you get, your ears don't stop growing. So like if you look at really old people, their ears are like way bigger proportionally. It's for all the wisdom that we're hoovering up.
And the brow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the nose too.
Yeah, the nose. Appendages like that. Yeah. Apparently they keep getting bigger.
Wait, so why do I have to take this purple pill?
Hey, I might reach 6 inches yet. There's hope.
6 inches by 60. Yeah, let's go.
Right.
Did you know your arm span is usually your exact height?
Hey, Genius. Come on, Genius, open up. Open up your mic, man. Let's talk about it in here.
Hey, Rich, I got those gravy fries. You got to open your mic if you want some. Come on, Rich Evans.
We can talk about the Cavendish experiment and how it's not an experiment. It doesn't fit the criteria of being one. Not a scientific one, anyway.
So, how come Cavendish didn't control for the Coriolis effect? Yeah, and for those of you who were clever in school and maybe thought of these questions on your own, but you didn't want to ask them for fear of being ridiculed, now's your chance. Because these are honest questions. These are the kinds of questions that I wish I had the courage to ask my teachers and professors when I was young. These are the kinds of things that I just accepted as normal and felt that, well, maybe I just can't fully understand this obvious contradiction because I have to go to the next course. I have to go to the next level. I have to take the 201 or the 301, and then they'll tell me the answer. And those answers never came. But by then you're so busy working on lab work and, doing research and memorizing things and memorizing that you just kind of don't have time to critically examine stuff anymore. And then by the time you get to the end, you do your paper, and your paper is so narrowly defined on a specific point that it's really tough for you to pull in interdisciplinary topics. So you then get pushed out of the system with your degree. You think you know everything, and then you might hear us talking about this on the internet, and you may want to engage us. You may think back to your education, your earlier years, and say, you know what? It is funny that they're talking about this because that's exactly what I used to wonder about. Or you can go the other way and say, you guys just don't believe. You just don't accept and understand it. You just don't believe. Well, we're here for you. If you were smart enough to figure out in your freshman physics course that mass has no meaning, you might have been too smart for that level of physics, because guess what? They teach you about that, in your upperclassmen levels and in your masters. So guys, this is totally true and serious. The kinds of things we talk about are the kinds of things that either the very young, the very new at college and high school level physics and science and math level people start asking questions about, as well as those people that are way out on the other side at the postdoc level and have all the time in the world to sit in their offices in their cozy chairs with their tweed jackets and their smoking pipes and ponder the mysteries of the universe. It's that lengthy, meaty part in the middle where most people are caught up in the rat race of life, where you don't really have time to sit down and think about these things. Well, guess what? You're surrounded by a bunch of nerds who just happen to do that. So ask away. It's a tacit admission when they say mass has no meaning. That was the chair of physics at Yale. I think he said that. Some other guy may have said it, but anyway, to say that mass has no meaning is exactly accurate. That it's basically a cosmic accounting plug, a constant that you can put in. And if that is the case, then what of mass attracting mass? What of the very notions of gravity under the influence of mass? Does that mean gravity has no meaning too? Well, I mean, it's not to say that things don't fall in a vacuum at around 9.8 meters per second squared, give or take. I mean, clearly and obviously things do, but the idea that this is some outer space magic, well, yeah, we're going to need some receipts for that claim, because if you're going to claim that Earth is a ball, you may as well just show us a curvature measurement, and then we can get to your outer space gravity next. You know, and this claim affects pretty much everything that everybody comes here to talk about, like the surveyors, right? The surveyors. So how does gravity factor in with surveying? Well, I'll tell you, they have to level their theodolites that they use to measure distances using angles. They have to level them. They have to make sure they are accurately plumb. And they believe that on a globe that you could have two surveyors separated by a distance, and they each level their theodolites plumb, and their plumb lines actually touch in the center of Earth. But they just look like they're parallel to each other. No, but they believe they actually go to the center of the Earth and they touch. And they don't measure that. They actually calculate that. They calculate what that angle should be between them from the center of the Earth going outwards, one to observer A, one to observer B. They calculate that angle based off of how big they think the globe is and based off of where they think they are on it. They don't actually measure it. And for them to use this as proof of what's called reciprocal zenith angle measurements, that is to say, observer A and observer B both have to tilt their theodolites down just a little bit, just a hair, to look straight at each other. For that to be true, their plumb lines have to be accurate to a depth of 3,959 miles and touch. How would you prove that? Yeah, so we'll get to outer space gravity next, then you can tell the surveyors all about it. Just show us that curvature first. Show us that beautiful curvature measurement. Shouldn't be hard. At 10 miles, it's about a 66-foot drop.
Well, I'm glad Genius took my advice, lived up to his word.
The Globers are asking, well, if there's no gravity, then how do the plumb lines hang? How do you have things dangling down? Hey, you know what? They're denser than the surrounding medium. That's why.
Yeah, it's just the way it is.
Right. I mean, the less dense medium just works its way around the denser medium, and
Yeah, it's capable of being displaced due to its molecular nature, basically, right?
yeah, like that displacement is. I kind of think of it as like a squeezing. So if you were to take a balloon, fill it up with air, and shove it deep underwater, it's being squeezed up. And the water is being squeezing itself down, you could say. And it's because the denser medium is trying to rush into and seek equilibrium with the less denser medium inside the balloon in this case. But it can't do it. There's resistance. The rubber is providing a contact layer. And the boundary conditions say no entry. No entry. You cannot equilibrium here, so it has to equilibrium somewhere else. And it just so happens that the deeper you go, the downer you go, the denser things get. It's just the way things are. It's like a law of nature. It seems like things separate themselves by density in a vertical direction, up and down. But things of the same densities can't do that, so they have to arrange themselves horizontally. So different up and down, same horizontally. That seems to be a law of nature. Well, why is it that way? Well, if it's a law, if it's axiomatic, we can't really answer why. Nobody can. It's just the way things are created. No, why when I look at the sky, it's blue? And why is it blue for everybody? And why did it have to be blue? Well, shoot, man. It's your biology of perception. Wavelength consistency.
It's nitrogen, right? That's when
Yeah.
light passes nitrogen, it gives off a blue.
Yeah, but why not yellow or green? Why does it have to be blue? You know,
Okay,
there's yeah. Why is mustard and not ketchup? Now, I mean, when you reach far back and get to the base fundamentals of things, you are left with questions. Absolutely. And you have to be okay with that. And if you try to make up answers, you're going to lead to more questions and questions that you don't even need to be asking.
When a child learns to ask the question why, they'll just continue to ask whatever answer you give them. They'll just continue to ask why for that. And then you give them that answer, and then it's like, why though? Like, it just goes on and on. It's infinite regression fallacy.
Right. And what makes it so devious is at some point along this regression chain, you get further and further away from what could be true. And when that happens, every successive question asked brings you further and further away from what could be true. Because it's all predicated on previous questions that were answered with a lie or a deception or ignorance. And it seems as such that we are potentially hundreds, if not a couple thousand years along that infinite regression line and buying into this cosmological worldview. It's so full of explanations that are probably predicated on questions that didn't need to be asked in the first place, whose previous answers were given by lying or by deception or out of ignorance. So yeah, we really need to roll that clock back. And you know what? I don't care that we have all this wonderful technology. I mean, for all we know, we're so dumb that we're building something that's going to enslave us in the future and kill us all. Maybe the Amish were right. Maybe they were wise.
You ever read Timothy McVeigh's manifesto?
No.
Hey, he's crazy, but he got a lot of stuff right in there. It was basically saying that we're building the technology that's going to destroy us, and we need to stop immediately.
Yeah, that cautionary tale has been told in so many different stories. I mean, going back to the Tower of Babel, or the story of Daedalus and Icarus.
Yeah, so this is going to be a little harder for like the world to accept, in comparison to other times in history when they realized they were wrong about something and know that they were previously adamantly sure of, right? Like phlogiston, right? It wasn't like they went from, well, air's made up of molecules, and and that we need oxygen is required for combustion, and etc. And then they went to phlogiston, and then went back to oxygen, right? Because it's not like flat Earth is new. Like we were flat Earth, then we went to globe, and now it's time to go back to flat Earth, realizing the globe is wrong. Right? That's going to be harder to do, and it's going to be harder to swallow. For those that deem themselves as being, the arbiters of the understanding of physical reality, to swallow their pride and go, okay, yeah, the shoulders of the giants we stood on were actually midgets.
That's right. All of the institutional knowledge, all of the people that probably put their names to theories in the colloquial sense, all the people who were awarded fame and fortune, the forms of Nobel Prizes and other things, right? all the tax revenue that was crowdsourced, crowdfunded for endeavors and projects that were fallacious, criminal, even proven to be fraudulent. Yeah, this is way bigger than phlogiston. Like all the heroes, all the family members of those heroes and friends, all the books, everything recorded on the internet. Like it all comes crashing down. Without a doubt. And what's preventing this from happening, I think, is really pride. It's the pride of the Globers that come in here and think that they have it all figured out, that they have all the answers. That same pride and arrogance on a massive scale, going back hundreds of years.
Right, and a lot of what they think they've figured out is of no importance. I mean, it doesn't matter why you think there's seasons. I mean, that's not the important part. The important part is that there is, right? There is seasons. That's the important part. Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't really benefit you to, to understand that the Earth is a ball. It's tilted on its axis. It's orbiting the sun. And that it's, the angle of sunlight changes throughout the year based on the distance and all that stuff in relation to the planes of all of it, right? That it doesn't benefit the farmer.
Right. All right. I gotta go. It was fun. I'll be listening later.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Yep.
I mean, all that is just an interpretation of what you actually experience. So a farmer could say, well, when the Earth is positioned at this point in its orbit around the sun, then I will know to do such and such. But really what he's saying is, when I stand out and observe a flat Earth, a flat and motionless Earth, and I see the sun at this particular angle above the horizon, I will know it's time to do X. That's what he's really saying. He's not observing or experiencing the former. Like, he can choose to interpret what he's observing and experiencing as being that if he wants, but it's of no consequence. It's not what he's actually using to determine whether it's now time to harvest or sow or shear his sheep or do anything like that. No, that'll be based directly on his experience of reality, which isn't a ball Earth spinning and orbiting a sun in outer space. What's up, Cyclone?
What's up, boys?
Much, just waiting for the folk to drop in and say hello. We got Yanni Yanni's joined us. Welcome in, Yanni. Welcome back. And I know you've returned. You know, I was kind of recognize your name, but I have your microphone. I have your volume, sorry, turned up full. That's how I know when people have come back. They've been here and have come back.
Maybe he's figured out that the Earth isn't a globe. It's got Escudero. What's up, Escudero? What's up, Lee? I'm putting message in the general chat. Anger some globies into joining.
Oh, that was Cyclone Escudero.
Yo, what's up, Escudero? I'm just saying, what's up? Come say hi. These globers are so salty and triggered. Man, you just have to mention Flat Earth and they spaz out. The guy just said the existence of dark matter combined with gravity and how the solar system was formed from a disk is enough evidence. I feel bad providing this for you. Wow.
Dark matter, the excuse for the lack of evidence? That's his evidence? Man, these people are fucked up.
Yeah, but if it doesn't exist, then what I thought about galaxies and the universe can't be true either, so I need it to exist. I can't be wrong. I can't be wrong about what I thought the universe was. Obviously, I've got to be right about that. In order for it to be right, I need to invent this stuff that I can't prove exists. It's simple. It's science.
They're so fucking bricked. They've got no idea what dark matter even is, but that's his go-to proof.
Without this imaginary substance, right? Yeah, I know.
We'll hit them with a few memes. Imagine your go-to proof for the globe is dark matter. The mathematical bandage for the failed model is the proof. Amazing.
All right, so yeah, if you just need to imagine, that's all you need to do. That's the proof.
Yeah, imagine that conceptual math is reality, and you're good. Oh, he's got back. It's a proven, in quotes, mathematical concept. Its existence is 100% proven. Even if you ignore that, just imagine the disk that our solar system is based on in the form of space-time gravity. There would be no single universe in which there can a flat planet exist. It's a good laughter, sure. Wow. He just wrote all that shit and then said, "I feel rage baited." He just rage baited himself.
Where's this? What chat are you in?
The general.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're stirring the pot, right? Yeah, cool.
It's not hard to do. Give them a nice "you tried." They always like that. Little gold star. Strong Kiwi. What's up? How strong are we talking? How many jugs of milk can you lift? Come on, where's this fool Dexter from the chat? Body, what's up? New guys, don't be shy. Say hello. We're looking for evidence that the Earth is a big spinning cartoon ball, like they're showing the kids in school. Got any of that? Guess not.
Hi, what's up?
Hey, what's up, bro?
How's it going? Bro.
Very well, thank you. How are you?
Fine.
What brings you to the Flat Earth chat? You got questions? You got some globe evidence? What you got? Oh, Dexter's got back after I just told him that he just rage baited himself by admitting that his number one proof of dark matter is just a mathematical concept. He says, "Fellow, I am providing evidence for you. Unlike you and your kind, crying face, I am aware that my opinion doesn't define the laws in which my universe revolves around, crying face." Wow. Lots of crying faces in the chat. Bruce, what's going on? You must be Australian. Am I right? Speak up, Bruce. Or Indian. Maybe Australian Indian. Do you get Indians called Bruce? I'm not sure. Don't think I've ever met an Indian Bruce. Indian Bruce, you there?
I have. He was from Telstra, apparently, and he was telling me that my internet has been compromised.
That's not a real Bruce. That's not a real Bruce. I'm looking for a real Indian Bruce. Will the real Indian Bruce please stand up? Indian Bruce, are you aware that India is faking space? Stunned silence, I will take as agreement. It's like they've given up in the chat already. Low stamina Globers today. Let's see if another meme can't jog their emotions. What have we got? Gas pressure vacuum meme. See how that goes down. What's up, Bruce? Bruce, we can hear you breathing. Bruce, this is a no breathing panel. You will have to hold your breath, I'm afraid. Where are all the globies? Chan, where are all the globies?
I don't know. Where are they?
Where the hell are they?
Where the hell are they? I don't know.
It's like no one believes in the globe anymore. But Chan, you're holding on. You still believe Earth's a globe, don't you?
Isn't it?
No. But you still believe, right?
I do. How did you know, bruh?
You can just tell with these things. So why do you believe Earth's a ball?
Who
told you that?
Studies I've studied in the past.
Studies that
when
you've
I was a
studied.
kid.
What studies did you study as a kid?
When I was a kid, I guess. You know what you learn
What
in
studies
school
were
and
those?
stuff?
In school?
Yeah, I guess.
What evidence did they give you in school that the Earth is a big spinning ball?
I think it's just the rotation of it and the sun and the moon. That's it.
The rotation of what?
What do you think about the sun and the moon and Earth?
So you're saying the sun rotates?
I'm not saying anything. I said that's what I've been taught when I was a kid.
Right.
What do you
Okay, so
think?
well, I know that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat, so I know that it's not a ball, but I'm very interested in why people believe that it is a ball. So you're saying you believe it because you were told it when you were a kid?
Yeah. I don't think it's really matter for me, so I don't think about it. I don't
You don't think
care.
reality
It's a
matters?
ball. For me, no. It's not an interesting thing for me to think about. I just joined to check what you guys are talking about.
Cop out.
Seems all of them are muted.
You just joined to have your brain blown up by flat Earth facts, and that's okay.
Well,
Don't be shy about it.
Let's see.
Let's see. Okay. Water, a standing body of water, finds its level and is flat.
Yeah.
Yeah? You agree?
Repeat yourself again, please.
A body of water, like in a bathtub or a swimming pool or a lake, is
Yeah.
level, flat.
Is it? It is flat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. So, if water is flat and it covers over 70% of the Earth's surface, how could we have a 70% flat ball?
It's a
Please.
flat for you because you're looking at it. You're looking for a really small place of
No,
ball.
it's flat for everyone on it at every distance.
When you're on it, because you're small.
It doesn't
So
matter.
you just see it does.
No. When you're on it, when you're off it, when you're over it, when you're beside it, when you're under it, it's all flat, Chan. I'm going to call you Flatty
think
Chan.
so.
Is that okay?
Doesn't matter. That's not my name, so fine.
So are you saying?
it-
Are you saying
may I
that
ask
like?
you a question?
Well, hold on. Let me.
Go ahead,
Let's
go
figure this out. Let's figure this
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
So if we fill up a bathtub of
Mhm.
water,
Mhm.
you're telling me the surface of that water isn't going to be flat?
I'm telling you, it is gonna be flat because it's a really small amount of water, and what you're looking at.
All right, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, so what about a swimming pool?
The same. It's still
Okay,
small.
fine.
It's a
Okay,
use
so
for
what about
you, not use for the.
so what about a lake?
Still, it's big for you, small comparing to Earth.
Yeah, but what if it's like 10 miles wide?
Still, your eyesight can't see the. What can I say?
Well, what if we measure it? What if we use like a high-powered laser?
Exactly. Did you measure it?
Okay. Yeah, it's flat.
Really? How did you measure it?
Yeah. Lasers, long-distance observations. Yeah.
Okay.
How did you measure it to be curved?
I didn't measure it, but I have a question for you. I really can't share my screen, I guess.
So if you haven't measured it, why do you think
I haven't
it's
measured
not flat? So why are you saying it's not flat then? Because you said it looks flat, right?
It looks flat for you.
For you as well.
Yeah, because we're on Earth.
So why are you
We're
saying
really
it's
small
not what it
objects
looks?
comparing to Earth?
So why are you saying it's not what it looks like?
I really wanna share my screen right now, but I can't.
That's
I wanna
okay.
draw you something, but I can't. I think just a second. I could draw it and just send it into open chat.
What are you going to draw me?
Just a second.
Not enough people draw me things. That's nice.
You like it?
Mm-hmm.
Good boy.
Wait, did you post it? What did you post?
No,
I'm not looking at the chat right now.
Not you.
But I appreciate the effort.
Welcome, my man.
You're a good guy, Flatty Chan.
Thank you, my man.
Where are you from?
Syria. You know Syria?
Syria. Nice.
Mm-hmm. Nice. I wouldn't say so.
Does that make
You
you
don't like it?
serious?
Funny, aren't you? Fuck off, dude.
Did you think it was better?
Situation you're in there.
Do you think it was better with Assad?
What?
Was it better with Assad?
With a sad? What do you mean?
The leader of Syria, Bashar.
Yeah.
No.
What about it? What about
I'm
it?
saying, was it better when he was in power, or is
No.
it better now?
Well, look, I'm apolitical, so just it's complicated as fuck, and no one would really understand. Cause where are you from?
Scotland.
Okay. So basically, in Syria we have a lot of religions, and people are pretty crazy about them.
Okay.
So
So that's why you don't like it?
started-
Because there's a lot of religious people?
What?
Is that why you're saying it's not good? Because there's lots of religious people?
That's not what I'm saying. If you
Okay.
just let me finish my sentence.
Okay, Flatty Chan.
Saying
Calm down.
that I'm saying that having a lot of religious people that act on their beliefs, which they. Oh, I can't send it in the fucking. I'll just send, brother. Send it.
Send it to
on
T
live.
Dub. He's at the bottom.
What do you think? Okay, I couldn't even send it to you on private, so. Let's see, just a second. T-Dub, okay.
T-Dub's got you sorted out.
Is he here?
See T Dub, he's right at the bottom. He's growing out his sideburns.
I couldn't send it to him. Let me just add you as a friend.
T Dub, you got a friend request. You're making friends.
You can just remove me after this, I don't mind. Okay.
Oh, you sent it to me? Oh, okay. All right, Chan.
I can't send it. Oh, okay.
He mustn't have liked my serious joke. Yeah.
You can't be serious.
Did you send it?
I can't send it. I don't know why. Can you message me? Hello?
All right, 2 seconds. Let me see.
I can't.
Flatty Chan. There you are. Let me see. Nope. Man, what's going on here? Hold on. Hello. Oh, it doesn't let me send you a message. And it doesn't even let me accept your friend request. It says that something went wrong. What is going on?
Yeah, because I'm Syrian. Boom, boom.
Syrian Discord. Is that what's going on?
Boom.
No friends in Syria.
I'm not in Syria right now. Doesn't matter. How can I share this idea with you?
All right, I'm gonna give you perms to post images, but don't go crazy, yeah. Keep it PG.
In the chat?
Yeah, in the chat. You should be able to post in the chat.
Okay. I'm not a crazy person. I'm Syrian, but I'm not crazy.
Okay, good.
Okay, so.
Well, that reassures me.
Right now.
All right. Now, what have we got here?
Well, the black line is the Earth. Let's pretend that the Earth is a ball. Okay.
Okay. We'll have to pretend that.
The red line is a laser. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's two lasers, one on the right and one on the left. Which one is the real one?
Well, none of them are real lasers. They're lines drawn in MS Paint or something.
How old are you?
That's a rude question. I'm in my 30s.
30s. Okay, cool. So,
well, I see where you're going, bro. I see where you're going. The problem is that they've given us specific dimensions, so by which we can calculate how much curvature and drop over distance there should be. So that would be how much the surface of the Earth deviates away from the straight red line that you've got there. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you don't understand how much that is, you're not going to be able to realize whether the Earth's flat or not.
And in your experience with a laser, Chan, what do you think the laser is?
I have an experience with laser.
You've never seen a laser?
I didn't hold one. So, let's.
But you know that a laser shoots straight, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So that would be the one on the top left. Would be more what the laser is doing.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So let's imagine that you're standing right at the very top of that ball.
Mm-hmm.
You're just like a little dot on the top of that ball. Okay. So where that laser is coming from, on the left, that laser would never meet your eye, would it? It would be going above your head.
Yeah, right.
So this is what's being tested. And what people are finding is that laser that's being shot on the left does reach the person at the top of the ball, even though it's supposed to be obstructed by a curve, like you've drawn with your ball here. Which means
the curve is not right.
There is no curve. That's the problem.
Exactly. There is no curve.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth, Flatty Chan.
Saying there is no curvy.
There's no curvy
Laser.
water. There's no curvy water. Water is flat.
Water is flat.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
So not curved.
So, what's not curved? The water or Earth?
The water.
So the oceans are flat.
Yeah.
So no ball.
So not curved.
So no ball.
So
Is
no
that
ball.
what you think?
That's what we know. That's what you know. Deep down,
I
you've just been
know
told
I
you live on
know
a ball.
that, yeah, oceans are flat.
Yeah. So you can't be on a ball. Because balls are curved.
Can't be on a big one, because I think I can find a better picture for this. I don't. I've been.
But you understand, right? If the water's
I
flat,
understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree.
but you do agree. You said the water's flat.
Yeah, I didn't say Earth is flat. That's different.
Yeah, but if the water's all flat, then the Earth, by consequence, is flat. Because the Earth's surface is majority covered in water. Remember?
Yeah, the other 30%, it's measured against that horizontal reference of flatness, that zero curvature. And that's, height above that flat surface. So no ball.
So you got water, which is level, and used as a standard or a benchmark to determine level by. And then they go and say boats go over the horizon. That would be water, which is level, and say that that level water is actually dropping in elevation. Kind of a paradox.
I think what's happened, Black Chan, is that they've convinced you that the Earth is so big that there's no way you would ever detect any curvature. Is that true?
No, it's not big.
How big is the Earth, do you think?
I don't have exact measure, to be honest. I'm not gonna just pretend that I know.
Well, does anyone know?
Interesting question.
Do you think that they tell you that the globe is a certain size, or do they just say it's some ball, we don't know how big it is?
No, actually, they will say, or they said.
Do you want to look it up?
Yeah, give me a second.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. That guy in general chat.
What were you saying? Sorry, I don't know that.
How big do they claim the globe is?
Okay.
That's where you should start. Understand what it is that you think you believe.
510 million square kilometers.
Okay, what about like a circumference or a radius?
It is like check. Radius, they say 6,371 kilometers.
Okay. That's a very exact number. Did they measure that?
I think so.
How do you think they measured that?
So it was measured a really long time ago. That's surprising. Through observation, angle measurements, distance, measurement, geometric calculations.
Which measurements did they do, or was it just calculation?
I think all.
All.
I think all of them.
Well, what did they measure specifically to get that 6? Because the radius value, that's from the surface of the ball to the center of it, right? So how did they measure to the center of a ball Earth to give us that 6,371 kilometers? We need to figure out if that's actually measured or if that's just an assumed calculation. That's important.
What if it's assumed?
Well, if it's assumed, then we have a problem, because that means it's not measured, it's not proven. Like if I assumed that unicorns exist, and then I go around telling people, hey, unicorns exist. And they say, well, how do you know? And I say, I assumed it. Will that convince you?
No.
Okay. So it's the same with this.
Okay.
So, I mean, when you can't show somebody the unicorn, you just tell them refraction. It's a mirage.
Yep.
Got your point.
So has anyone actually measured it? Or is it just assumed? What do you think?
Well, it says approximately, so, you know, it's not
Approximately measured or approximately assumed?
approximately. It doesn't say anything, so that wouldn't be measuring, I guess.
Huh.
Yeah.
So if they haven't measured it, how do we know that it's true?
Okay. The picture that I wanna send you, which I didn't even get to the point to explain my point, but I think you should understand this one. I don't care about the numbers. I just care about the, let's say, circle and the small line. It's a straight line there.
Which line? The blue line?
The blue one, yeah. It's a really
So the 500 miles. So the 500 miles is no curve.
What?
Because that blue line is 500 miles, right? So you're saying the 500 miles there is flat?
I'm not saying numbers, but yeah, it says.
It says 500 miles. 805 kilometers.
It's not. That's not the point.
Okay.
The point that if a circle is so big, you can
Right,
just take a small line of it that would be straight.
Right, but if that circle is assumed, you don't know it's a circle.
But that proves that if you're looking, let's say, an ocean, a flat ocean, a flat, whatever, flat ocean, let's say, it could be not flat. It's just so small that you can't see the curve.
Right, but that's just if you assume that there's a big curve. How do you know that there actually is? Because if there's not, then it's just flat because
How
it
did you know
looks
it's
flat
flat?
because it is flat. Well,
It could be curved.
because no one's ever measured it to be curved.
Yeah, and could be curved.
Well, you would need to prove that though, because what you're observing, experiencing, is just that it's flat. So if you're claiming something else, you need to prove that with a measurement, right?
That doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, I guess.
No, but it doesn't. Well, I mean,
Yes, it
that's
does.
what you've got. That's what you've got so far. You've got flat water. If you're wanting to claim it's curved water, it needs to be measured, not just assumed. Why would you
Yeah,
just assume the opposite of what you experience and
it's measured.
accept that to be true?
Well, its measured flatness isn't proof that it's curving. That's for sure.
Yeah, if that 800 kilometers is flat, then goodbye globe, because that's not their claim. Yeah, 50,000 meters of curve over 500 miles. But you're saying flat.
Who's ever measured to the center of the Earth?
I don't know about that. How did they measure it? I don't know.
Yeah, no one's
They-
measured to the center. No. It's assumed. The globe is a theoretical, philosophical belief. It's not physical reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, the water's flat.
Maybe. I don't care. Both ways.
Well, you should. It's where you live.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
Sure does.
Your life wouldn't change if it was flat or curved or a ball or whatever. Am I right?
No, you're not right.
What would change?
Your understanding of where you live, and by consequence, what you're doing here, what your purpose is or is not.
What you're doing here.
Yeah. How do you think all of this got here?
Do you believe in God?
If you mean a creator, then yeah.
A
There had to have
creator,
been a creator. Yeah, there have to be a creator for a flat, motionless Earth.
Okay. Cool.
Can't just pop out of nothing for no reason, by accident.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But that's why they want people thinking that the Earth's a big ball, so that they do think it might have just popped out of nothing for no reason, so that they're just an accidental speck of dust in
Actually,
a
no.
endless space vacuum. Yeah, that's
Actually,
what they're
no.
trying to
For me-
convince people of.
For me, I think Earth being flat or around it, I think it doesn't matter for me.
Well, it matters to them.
It matter for you.
What matters to them, that's why they've tried very hard to convince you that you live on a big spinning ball.
Yeah.
So maybe you just don't understand why it matters yet.
Can you tell me why it matters? Because I don't seem to care or have an idea why it would matter.
Well, do you care about the environment?
I do.
Why? The environment doesn't make a difference to your life, you just said?
It does, but the Earth being flat or rounded doesn't.
Well, that is the environment that you care about. So you could be caring about an environment that you don't even understand. You don't know what the environment is. You think it's a big spinning ball in a vacuum. What if that's incorrect? Then you
So
don't
how is
understand
it
the
flat?
environment. Because it measures flat.
So, okay, flat.
So think
how-
about all the things you
I don't
believe.
understand. I don't understand. How is it flat? So
Because
is
what do you
there
mean? That's
something below you?
the ground is below you, the flat Earth.
Okay, and then
More
there's
Earth.
something under, and then
Maybe you'll hit some water. Because you
Then the
think,
other is there
well,
other planets, or they all are flat in your opinion?
well, if by other planets you mean Jupiter, Saturn, Mars, those lights we see in the sky, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Are they
those
rounded
exist.
or they're flat?
Well, what we observe are little blobs of light. Can't really
Well, what do you
define a
mean?
shape to them. You see a strange disk of light goes through phases. Mhm.
Yeah. So it's flat.
Well, to know what shape they are, you would have to travel to them and around them
I
and observe
understand.
them.
I
Right?
understand. I don't
I mean,
know.
you can't do that though.
I understand, but you're saying that
So
the
how would you
Earth
know?
is flat, so
Mhm.
under it's just more Earth. So
Yeah,
let's
the Earth is
let's
flat,
say
and we have the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars, which essentially act like a clock. Right? They're not places to go to. They're
yeah,
indicators of time.
indicators, yes.
So, sun gives you the days and nights, the moon gives you the months, and the stars gives you the seasons, the year. That's how
Yeah.
people know how to harvest, when to plant.
Okay. So you said under Earth is just Earth. Let's say that the moon is just a flat whatever. So what's behind the moon? More moon? More ground?
Well, I'm not really making a claim about the moon or things that you can't observe,
Well, it's
measure,
related
test.
though.
No, not really.
Related.
No, the Earth
No.
is the Earth, and the moon is
Yeah.
the moon. It's like saying that because your
So it's not
bedroom
they're not
is,
related.
well, it's like if you're in your bedroom and you see that you have a spherical light bulb in the ceiling, that doesn't mean that the floor that you are on is spherical, does it?
So they're not related, you said.
No.
Mm.
They're different things.
Okay, so you believe in what you see.
Do you not believe what you see?
I believe in what I see for sure.
Okay. Well, you see a flat, motionless
If you're
Earth.
saying it's true, then it's funny. Not your idea, but the idea that someone would teach kids that the Earth is a sphere, and it's not.
Yeah, it's quite funny.
Yeah.
Why do you think they've done that?
I don't know. You tell me. Why would they?
Yes.
To push a philosophy, a worldview.
Hmm.
Maybe they're just mistaken. Maybe they're trolling people. I don't know. I'm not them.
Who are they? Or you don't know?
Whoever put it into the syllabus, whoever sets the education system.
Not known. Okay.
The Catholic Church had a significant hand in it. And then some ancient Greek philosophers that philosophized that the earth should be a sphere, because to them, the sphere was like a perfect shape. And they reasoned that the perfect creator would create the perfect earth in the perfect shape. So it was like a religious philosophy by Pythagoras. I'm sure you've heard of him.
Wow.
That's where it came from.
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting.
But in reality, it's just flat, motionless, topographical. So it's got hills and valleys. But yeah, overall, a level topographical plane, motionless and contained.
Is Earth moving or not?
What was that?
Is Earth moving or not?
What do you think?
I don't know. I'm asking you. I just want to know your view
Well,
or your opinion.
do you experience the Earth moving?
No,
So why would you assume that it is?
I'm not assuming. I'm just asking you.
Well, I'm not. No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying generally, people who believe it. Think to yourself. Ask yourself the question: why should you believe that it's moving? I'll tell you, no, it's not moving. But you might believe that it is. But then you should ask yourself, what evidence do I have that it is moving, since you don't experience it moving, unless you're in an earthquake or something. And then that just tells you that when the earth does move, you feel it.
No.
No, I know you could feel the earth moving.
No? You don't feel it when you're in an earthquake?
I know that you can.
You know that you can feel it in an earthquake, exactly.
Yeah.
So you know that you can feel the earth moving when it's moving.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So if you don't feel the earth moving, what does that tell you?
That it's not.
There you go.
No, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
Oh, really? Well, by
Yeah,
all means.
because
Who
in
measured
reality,
who measured it moving?
we don't feel movement. We feel acceleration.
Well, the globe is claimed to be in acceleration. So there you go. By your own logic,
No,
you've
no, no.
debunked it.
So if you don't feel the Earth moving, it means that the Earth has a constant speed.
Well, how do you know it's moving if you don't detect it moving?
Because of the season.
How does the seasons tell you that it's moving?
Yeah. It's all that simple.
Well, no, the seasons don't tell you that it's moving.
Yes.
So, in your opinion, how does the seasons change?
Well, we observe the sun moving, do we not?
We do.
So why wouldn't it just be caused by the sun moving?
The sun moves the same way every day.
Yeah, the sun's moving. It's not the earth.
The sun is not moving.
Yeah, it moves the same way every day. Every day in winter.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't move the same way every single day. That's incorrect.
Normally, you learn that when you're a kid.
Yeah, why do you think they told you it when you were a kid and your brain wasn't fully developed? Instead of waiting till you're an adult and you can critically think for yourself. Why do you think they did that? Because they're brainwashing you. So who measured well, let's start with this. How fast do you believe the earth is moving?
I don't know.
Okay, so you believe it's moving, but you've got no idea how fast. You don't know how to
I
prove
don't
it. You
believe
don't know how to
it, no.
measure it. Yeah, it's just a belief.
No, it's not a belief.
It
It's
is a
knowledge.
belief. Well, you just said you don't know.
I know just because some scientists work on it.
So you've got knowledge, but you don't know it.
Because it's not my knowledge. I just
So
have
you
the
don't have the
information.
knowledge.
I
You have a
have
belief. So you have a belief.
No.
Yes. So that would
Well, that's what a belief is that's what a belief is when you feel like you have knowledge from elsewhere but no direct experience. You believe that the knowledge you have is accurate or valid. It is a belief. You don't yourself have knowledge.
Yeah, you just said, I don't know. Maybe you should look it up, since you're trying to argue for it. You should know what it is that you're trying to argue. What do you think, Flatty Chan? Should he know what he's trying to argue before he argues it? Chan, you still with us? Has the Syrian government shut you down?
Me?
Chan. I guess Chan's gone away. Who's the other guy? Who's the guy who believes? Yeah, so you believe the earth is moving, but you don't know how fast.
No, because I didn't learn that.
Do you think you should look it up, since you're trying to argue for it?
I should what?
You should learn it because you're trying to argue for it.
If I'm searching, I'm pretty sure that there is the information somewhere.
Yes, and then we will find out if that information is true or not.
Because I'm gonna check the source.
Okay, what's the source?
Maybe NASA.
Okay, and what did they do to measure that speed?
I don't know, because I didn't.
See? That kind of means it's just a belief that you've got, no?
No.
No?
And you, so how do you prove that the Earth is flat and it's not moving and whatever you said?
Well, because I ask for measurements that it's anything else, and I get what you've given us, which is, I don't know.
So you just believe in something?
No, we experience it's flat and motionless every day. That's not belief. Yeah. You don't feel the ground moving, do you?
Yeah, because it has
Right,
a constant speed.
So you experience it to be motionless.
Man, did you ever take the car?
The car?
Yeah.
Is the car moving or not?
No, you are on the road at a constant speed. So
the
you
car
don't...
is moving.
Oh my god.
So that's not like the Earth then.
When you are in the car at a constant speed, you don't feel the speed because it doesn't change.
What if you get out and you sit on the roof and then you make the car spin round at 1,000 miles an hour? Would you feel that?
What was your example?
What if you get on the roof of the car and then you spin around at 1,000 miles an hour on the car? Would you feel that?
Spin around what? The Earth?
No, you're on the top of the car and you're spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, you wouldn't feel a change if it's 1,000 miles per hour constant.
So if you're on the top of the car,
you would feel something, but you wouldn't feel a change, right?
So you would feel what?
Air resistance.
Oh, air resistance.
Let me. Never mind.
Hey, go for it, Eli.
So if you were turning around a corner or going on a highway and you were turning at 50, 60, 70 miles or 100, 110, 120 kilometers, you wouldn't feel you turning if you were turning at 120 kilometers consistently, 120 kilometers.
Interesting. Yeah, you would feel it.
Because remember, circular motion is acceleration. There you go, Eli. You got an interesting. So also on top of that, you guys are just begging the question that the Earth is moving. You haven't actually proven it yet. You're just assuming it. That's what we're telling you not to do. We're asking for the actual evidence. Who measured it? And the guy said, probably NASA. And then we said, what did they do? And he doesn't know.
By the way,
Is
I'm
that
not
good
arguing.
enough?
I'm just having a...
No, you're chill. You're all right. But what do you think about the other guy? Do you think he proved that the Earth is moving?
Not really, no.
Not really, no. Guy, Chan says you didn't prove it. Could you prove it? Yeah, it's not proof to imagine that you're in a car. Correct. So if we imagine we're in a car, then we can just assume that the Earth is a big spinning ball. That's not logical.
I was not proving that by my example.
Okay, well, how would you prove that?
I was proving you that you don't feel the speed. You feel you just.
But you don't have a speed yet. You haven't evidence that it's moving at all.
When you are in car, you can.
No, not the car. The ground. The ground. You're saying the ground is moving.
No, Because it's moving
No?
at a constant speed.
Well, so you're saying it is moving?
Because it's
So
a
what's your evidence? Who measured that then?
Yeah, several orbits wouldn't be a constant speed.
search for you.
It'd be a
Because,
fluctuating speed.
Yeah, you're confused on that as well. It's not even claimed to be a constant speed. But either way, I'm going to let you beg the question so that you can further figure out that you've got no reason to believe this. So, who measured that speed that you're claiming? You said NASA?
Yeah. I'm gonna search YouTube.
How did they do that? You're going to search YouTube for me? Okay.
Yeah. Because you seems have to need
You don't think we've looked it up?
What?
You don't think we've looked it up?
I didn't get it.
Do you not think that we have looked it up? You don't think it crossed our mind to see what Google has to say?
Maybe,
or
but
YouTube. Maybe I just didn't understand. I just don't understand what it's like to be in a car. Yeah, let us know, dude. Let us know what YouTube says. I'm sure it'll be very enlightening.
Manu, welcome to the room.
Thanks. What's going on?
We're looking for evidence that the Earth is a big spinning ball, but no one seems to have any.
Who's presenting?
Whoever thinks they have evidence.
And no one has evidence, so what's the discussion?
Okay, well, I guess it's flat then.
Okay. It's flat. It is a globe. Whatever you think.
No, there's no globe. Do we need evidence for that?
Hey guys. You don't believe in
Hello.
NASA?
Hey, Elliot.
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
Oh, good. How are you guys? Chilling out?
Yeah, we're searching for globe evidence, but no one seems to have any. You have any?
You just
What
have
do
to
you
go
mean?
on Google Map and you will see that the Earth is a sphere, a globe.
You're searching for globe evidence that, like,
That the Earth is a big spinning ball in a vacuum.
and you can't find evidence for that?
No, there's no evidence. No one has any.
Yes, there is.
Well, I can give you one. Very
Oh,
simple
nice.
one. Are you? Do you live like next to a sea or an ocean?
Yes.
Well,
Here we go with boats.
Yeah, with the boat horizon. Like if you can just look at the end of the horizon, you will understand that it is not.
But
you
the
know, a
horizon
flat-
is a horizontal line.
No, you will be able to see that it's like a ball. It's you need to look
ball?
like the,
No, but the
yeah.
horizon is a flat line though. Sorry, Eli.
It's because the ball
May
is
I ask a question real quick? Let's ask a question. So, is the underlying premise of everything you're saying is that the horizon is Earth curve? Is that what you're saying?
You will be able to see it with your own eyes, like the way the ship is going from the far distance.
So you're saying that that observation that means that the horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. Is that what you're saying?
It's one of the evidence. It's like scientific evidence that the planet.
All right, but how do you validate that that's the case, though? That what you're seeing is due to the leading edge of the sphere. How do you validate the premise in the first place?
Listen, there is also other evidence, like
No, before
hold on,
we go
this
to
is a
other
good one.
evidence, because there's definitely a psychologist online who's speaking against flat earthers, and he said his main criticism, the first one I heard anyway, was that flat earthers look and declare. Well, no, we don't. But I'm urging you to go beyond looking and declaring. Okay, you see the horizon. You declare that it's Earth curve. How do you know?
Listen, I'm not trying to like saying it's not possible, but why would they do that? Why would
They always like get on this backpedal tour?
Yeah,
I'm
dudes,
not putting words in your mouth. I'm asking you, how do you know what you believe? You're saying, like, how do you know?
Yeah,
That's it.
I told you one of the like there is a list, okay? On this list, there is almost 20, 30 reasons where you can, as a simple human, without technology, you can yourself like see this. One of those examples I give to you, like if you see this is with your own eyes, and it's
well, we
very
can go through
simple
them,
to
Elia.
do.
Elia, we can go through them, those 20, 30 points. We hear them every single day. We can explain them all to you.
Okay, if you please, let me like say a point, and then you can put your comment on it or whatever you want. Why would they lie? Okay, if they already control us,
here we go.
They already fuck us. They don't need
Well, if you know
this
that,
lie.
Elia, why are you asking us why they're lying?
Because they don't need this. Like they are not